I am back and I have my coffee. So Dennis, how are you?
One thing I wanted to say is I'll have you on speakerphone. If that doesn't work out, I can go to the other phone.
That's fine.
Better. So you tell me.
I can hear you fine, so as long as I can hear you, it doesn't make a difference.
Okay, cool.
All right, so Dennis, how are you doing? How has your week been?
Fine. I went to church.
Cool. Move that over there. All right, I'll actually probably move it. So, looks like we are live. Sound is good. Everything is good on my end. Dennis, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you taking the time to have a conversation with me. Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself before we get started?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself before we get started?
Oh, okay. Well, basically, my testimony is that I tried 20 approaches to lifestyle and truth before coming to the Bible. So I have a background in engineering and music, and that's about it. I've written books and made TV shows and DVDs.
Cool. I'm an atheist, by which I mean I believe that all of the things in the world can be best explained by naturalism. Could you tell me some of the reasons you believe there are for believing in a God?
Okay. Well, like I said, I tried 20 things before going to the Bible. And then when I finally went to the Bible, it was the only thing that satisfied my heart. And that's lasted for 40 years now. And because I had the background in engineering, I had to prove that God existed. I couldn't just accept it. And so, for instance, one thing that atheists say often is that, that we believe in something invisible. And then what I say in response is that, well, the universe isn't invisible and death isn't invisible. So how do you deal with those things? So, my scientific proof is that the first law of thermodynamics says that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So if energy can't be created, and yet there is energy here, then something invisible, non-physical, had to start it, because the first law of thermodynamics says that something physical can't create energy.
Well, from my understanding, the first law of thermodynamics says energy cannot be created or destroyed with no exceptions. Nothing can create it, including the supernatural. So it says that nothing created it.
I never heard that tag. I just, my conclusion was that something non-physical had created.
Yeah, in physics, I'm not aware of that because it just says cannot under any circumstance.
I'm sorry, say that again?
In physics, the first law of thermodynamics simply says energy cannot be created or destroyed under any circumstance. There's no exceptions, no conditionals, just says it cannot ever.
Well, I've never heard the no exceptions. I haven't heard that as part of the theorem.
Typically, that's what the cannot means.
Pardon?
That's what they mean by cannot, can't, under any circumstances, cannot.
I haven't heard under any circumstance.
Well, that's what they mean when they say cannot. It cannot be created means no circumstance can it be created.
Okay, well, I wouldn't go that. Let's say the route that I will. That something non-physical had to create energy. Then I've boiled that something down to a powerful, intelligent, eternal being. And then I prove all four of those things.
Okay, well, how would you show that? Like, how did it create things without having the ability to have energy? Because it seems like to do anything you need energy, and that's why it can't be created or destroyed.
Well, I mean, it doesn't need it. obviously. See, another part of it too is what this comes down to is the Bible true? Can it be proven to be true? And then I wrote a book called The Proof. God exists and the Bible is true. And there's like 10 conclusive proofs, 10 areas of proof. So.
Wait, what's one of the areas of proof?
Let's see. I have my book here. I can just read them all 10. Science, history. Now I've got to get my glasses. Sorry. Okay. Science, history. The Bible is the only source in history that records 100% accuracy in foretelling the future. And let's see. All modern scientifically proven supernatural occurrences are tied to Christianity. The Bible is the only perfect psychology document. And I have a strong history in psychology. When groups of people submit to biblical standards, their statistics improve. So that's a social proof. The original language Bible is without error. Science taken to the nth degree ends with God exists and the Bible is true. Logic taken to the nth degree ends with God exists and the Bible is true. And then of the many beliefs about the ultimate questions of life, only one has been proven. Those are the 10 proofs.
Okay, to the best of my knowledge, none of those indicate a God. How does any one of those, like, give me an example of which one you want to talk about? Let's see if that indicates a God.
Well, like I said, the science of logic, let's see. No, laws of science prove the existence of God. Well, that's the first law of thermodynamics, again. Historical and archaeological evidence validates what's in the Bible, and there's no evidence that it invalidates what's in it. So
well, there's tons of evidence that disproves the Bible. Like, all of the evidence indicates Moses didn't exist. There was no Exodus. Cain and Abel didn't exist. Abraham didn't exist. None of the matriarchs or patriarchs in the Old Testament existed. All of the archaeological evidence seems to disprove pretty much everything in the Bible. Global flood didn't happen. Dinosaurs existed before humans did. So pretty much everything about biblical archaeology has been proven false. That's why most archaeologists, including the archaeologists in Israel, have concluded that the Bible is not an accurate description of historical truths.
Yeah, I totally disagree with that, with what you're saying. That all those things did exist and were proven. There's in Brooklyn, there's this woman, Mrs. Nussbaum, and her son came up to her and said, "Ma, Moses didn't part the Red Sea." And Mrs. Nussbaum says, "You were there?" You know, I mean, we're talking about things that we have to get secondary proofs.
Well, I'm just talking about the archaeology. Like, if we do archaeology in the land where they were supposed to have walked, there's nothing there. There's no pots, no skeletons, no human remains, no buildings, nothing related to humans whatsoever. Also, given the population of the time period, the number of slaves that were supposed to have left Egypt would have been over half of the entire population of Egypt, which it would have been impossible to give them food as slaves. Like, the Egyptians did not have enough food to feed that many people anyway. So it's physically impossible for that to have been the case. So I don't know how you can come to the conclusion that that's just literally not possible.
Well, I heard just the opposite. See, all the things that I hear said there are proofs.
Like what? Because I've seen all the archaeological evidence, and all of the archaeologists agree there is no evidence.
I see archaeological evidence that there is evidence. I mean, physical evidence.
Like what? Like I'm asking what? Because I've seen it, and the archaeologists agree there is none. So what is this? What is the evidence?
Well, the villages that they undig.
What villages?
That are buried in Israel.
Well, all the villages indicate that the time period of when the Egyptians were supposed to have moved into the Holy Land, there was no mass migration to the Holy Land. They show that it was a very slow growth process that happened over thousands of years that caused the population growth in the Holy Land to increase, and there was no mass migration. That's what all of the archaeological finds show about all the huts and the cities that they find. It was a trickle effect. There was no mass migration. And still, even if it was supposed to be a mass migration, that would literally be half the population of Egypt moving. It would have been pretty noticeable.
Well, I mean, the Holy Land was populated already.
Yes.
When migration happened.
Yes.
By the Palestinians.
Right. But the point of the archaeology is to show that there wasn't like a 2 million person increase ever. It was always slow. It was like a regular society just growing. There was no point in which a big migration happened to the location.
Except for the Bible says that.
Yes, and archaeology has proven it false, which means the Bible has been proven false.
Okay, well, I see what I see in archaeology doesn't prove it false. It proves it.
Well, how?
I don't know. We're probably. I mean, we weren't there, so we're going by things that we see on TV or things that we read in books, and in books that I'm accustomed to do prove it. I mean, there are like Josephus, who was a Jewish historian.
What does Josephus have to do with the Exodus? Josephus lived thousands of years after the Exodus, so he wasn't there, but the archaeology was there. Like literally the pots, the stones, they were there when it happened, and we can see that there was no huge population difference. And again, that literally there could not have been 2 million people who moved from Egypt to any location because there wasn't enough food to support 2 million slaves in Egypt. That was half of the population of Egypt. And there's no additional buildings found anywhere else in the region of the Holy Land that could house 2 million people. So, I mean, it's not possible. Like, literally, we can archaeologically dig out the farmland and show there literally isn't enough farmland to produce enough food to feed these people, either in Egypt or in the Holy Land. It's just not actually possible.
Well, see, that what that does, though, is that negates the actual writings from the time. I mean, Josephus wasn't 2,000 years later. It was only a couple of hundred years later at the most. But there is a lot of writing.
What writing? Because I know of no writing about the Exodus. Like the Egyptians never mentioned it. Didn't happen. No other society mentioned it.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I mean, the apostles were credible historians themselves.
Well, not really, because they all copied from one another. So that's actually just one source. They're copying from themselves. And if the archaeological evidence disproves the accounts, then we reject the accounts, not the other way around.
Okay, so what this comes down to is this. You're making a gamble with your life and your eternity that what you're saying is true and what I'm saying is not true. But there's an ultimate truth. There's only one ultimate truth. And then you'll know what it is when you die. But you're gambling with your death and your eternity that the Bible isn't true. It's much nicer to think that it is.
Well, yeah, I'm gambling with the evidence, so I would typically say that the best thing to do is to go with what the evidence says, and the evidence says it's false, so it's probably a bad bet.
Your evidence, though. I mean, that's not the evidence that I've come to.
Well, sure, but I'm going with the evidence of the consensus of experts who are actually accredited enough to actually evaluate the evidence and know what they're talking about. So, like, all of the experts in the field agree it didn't happen.
But
So I
saying
think
none is true. I mean,
what?
because I see a bunch of experts saying just the opposite.
Well, I've seen the polls from the experts. The consensus is it like massively consensus it did not happen. Like all of the Israeli Jewish archaeologists who have spent the past 50 years digging everywhere they can to try and find this have come up with nothing. And all of the big name Israeli scholarship in Israel have said, yeah, it didn't happen, even though they are committed to the Bible being true. So I don't know. I don't know what there are like a few fringe scholars who think it's true, but they don't have any evidence. They provided none.
See, I would say that what you're presenting is fringe scholars.
The majority of scholars who are both Jewish and secular and Christian all over the world.
No, I hear just the opposite from
I'm not sure what you mean. I can give you the names of all of the different Israeli like colleges and organizations that exist, and then I can show you the ones that agree it didn't happen, and it's the majority of them. I don't know.
Well, I wrote a book on Genesis 1, and there's a quote in it that says, this is by, I can't remember the guy's name, but from Oxford, a Hebrew scholar, saying that all Hebrew scholars in the world and at the major colleges say that the Bible is true and it has 24-hour days in creation. And when he says all,
I'm definitely not sure what he means there. Like Hebrew scholars don't agree with that. Many of them agree with the Big Bang model, so it took billions of years. But Hebrew scholars,
I'm with the Big Bang model.
Okay, that's like 14 billion years, not 7 days.
Oh, 6,000 years. There was a study that came out. Let's see. Oh, even I think you're in Minnesota.
Yep.
It's at the University of Minnesota, but from Stanford and a number of other places that says that Big Bang, the explosion was so fast, 10 times 10 to the 10th power, the speed of light, and so that's how the universe happened in 6 days.
So things can't travel faster than the speed of light. That's also one of the laws of physics.
True.
And
that's absolutely true. That's been proven many times.
Yeah, and so the consensus in pretty much every field is that it definitely was 14 billion years ago. That's like the consensus of everything in physics. There's 6,000 is just provably wrong in every possible way.
No, not in every way, not in the way that I just said.
Yes, in the way you just said, because that's not a thing.
Well, I mean, that's a bunch of top universities back that up.
Well, they've included that the expansion rate of the universe at the Big Bang was much faster than it is now, which is true, but it was never faster than the speed of light, and it was never, it wasn't 6,000 years ago, it was 14 billion years ago.
I mean, the scholars that I've read say that it is faster. I'm talking about secular scholars or Jewish scholars. You know, I'm not talking about just Christians.
I'm pretty familiar with Big Bang cosmology and the cosmic microwave background radiation and the measurements of the Hubble telescope. And I know all of the science in the field say, nope, it's 14.8 billion years ago, and that the scope of the observable universe is about a radius of 46 billion light years. And that's because of the dark energy, which has caused the expansion rate of the universe to increase over time. And that Guth's early universe inflation caused the expansion rate during the Big Bang to be significantly faster than it is. Absolutely none of the science indicates 6,000 years. Not a single thing ever in any of the papers, in any of the physics say that.
And I read just the opposite.
Where? Can you give me a citation?
Yeah, I wish I had that. I wish I had my book in front of me. Um, I could tell you exactly. You want me to go get the book really quick?
Yeah, go for it. Hey guys in the chat, how are you doing? Frank, how's it going? Nice to see you. Thanks for the super chat, appreciate it.
Okay, I heard you talking. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm talking to my fans in the audience, so that's fine.
Oh, okay. So you're taping this?
Yep.
Oh, cool. Yeah, let me know where I can get the link for that.
Oh yeah, it's my YouTube channel, youtube.com/tjump. Should be the first video right now. I'll send you the actual link when via email.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'm sorry, I got the book in front of me.
Sure, no problem.
I'm sorry, I can't find it. Let's see.
That's all right. We can move on to one of the other 10 that you listed.
Okay.
You mentioned logic. How does logic indicate a god?
Hang on. See, I haven't done this in a while, so I'll have to go to the other book. Let's see. Okay, page 239. Okay. This is just an expanded proof 9, but when logical analysis is taken to the nth degree, it ends with a logical conclusion that God exists and the Bible is a book that contains truth and is without logical error. And the final pro-Bible points don't encounter any adequate rebuttals.
So how does logic indicate a god? Because to me, logic is explained by naturalism.
Well, logic is just words.
Yeah.
It's just thoughts, knowledge.
Yes. So what do you mean when you say when you take logic to the nth degree that it indicates a god? Like, What does that mean?
Yeah, this is hard to cover in one interview. I'm sorry. Should have been more prepared.
It's all right. It's just an informal conversation. Doesn't have to be like super precise.
Okay, cool. And see, there's a whole chapter just on that one point.
Like to me, I agree with your description that logic is just a language made up by humans and it describes reality. I think there are lots of logical problems in the Bible for sure. Like the smallest seed isn't the mustard seed. The radius of a circle isn't 3 pi, 3.141529565, something like that. Seems like a lot of contradictions in the Bible. Seems like the order of creation was wrong. Like animals and plants came before humans. The order of creation seems wrong in Genesis. There is death before the fall.
Yeah, when you say animals came before plants, I don't think so.
Humans before humans.
Before humans.
I mean, and animals, if I don't know what you would classify as like bacteria and those kinds of organisms. I think those would be animals, but I'm not sure. Single cell organisms, eukaryotes, prokaryotes. I don't, because they're not plants. Maybe some plants. Also evolution, because evolution definitely happened.
I don't agree with that. Because I have a whole DVD on proof that that evolution didn't happen. Well, not the type of evolution we're talking about. I mean, microevolution happened, but not macroevolution.
What is the difference exactly? Because from my understanding, microevolution is just a bunch of macroevolution added together.
No, macroevolution is jumping from one species, what do you call it, species, to another. It's making these leaps, macro leaps, whereas microevolution is like the changes within a species.
Sort of, I agree with that. So, like, I think that microevolution is changes in allele frequency in DNA. So, like, different patterns in DNA. And if you change them a lot, like over millions of years or millions of times, then it'll go from one species to a different species because that's all species are, is just different patterns in DNA. Like, frogs are made of DNA, trees are made of DNA, humans are made of DNA, and they're all just different patterns of ATCG. So if there's a bunch of small changes in ATCG patterns, eventually you're going to go from 10 changes to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000 to 10 million, and you're going to get a new species eventually.
Of course, you're talking millions of years. I'm only talking 6,000 years.
Sure, but we can see like changes in a lab through different kinds of bacteria and viruses and things that we can demonstrate go from one species to a different species with a different abilities that the other species didn't have. So we can observe like macro evolution in a lab.
Well, no, I call that micro. I say that's possible. I agree with that.
Well, isn't that's all evolution is? So that's like what every biologist just says. Evolution is just that kind of change.
Well, there's no radical changes, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, like a bacteria or something changing to a new kind of bacteria, a new species of bacteria that has new abilities that the other one doesn't have would be like a new species.
bacteria to bacteria is microevolution, I think.
So like a single-celled organism evolving into a different kind of organism that becomes multicellular. That's something we've seen in a lab where we started with just a bunch of organisms that had one cell, and then they evolved to an organism that survived with many different cells and combined together and fused. That seems to be evolution because they're not the same species anymore. One only has one cell and they all have one cell. And then this other one groups together and multiplies as a combined cellular mass. It seems to be a new species.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say that it's just all evolving for practical reasons. But then, see, what you have is you have a human being in the ultimate end of that cell breakdown, and the human being has many different cells. They all come together. How did they all decide to form, to form a being that has a brain and a liver?
Well, different areas of the cells mutate differently. And if the area mutates in a way that is beneficial to survival, then that area will be kept via I forget what it's called. It starts with an H. There's a specific type of gene that starts with an H, and it causes certain areas of your body to mutate differently than other areas of your body, and it maintains those. And so if you have a mutation like a fin or something gets added on, and that makes you more likely to survive, then you'll pass on those genes that produces the fin, which was just a result of random mutation, and that's what we see in nature.
Right, but you're saying your body. I mean, why is there even your body in the first place?
Because evolution, starting with single cellular organisms, caused a random mutation that had other multicellular organisms get formed, and they were better at surviving, and so they reproduced more. And that created a body with multiple cells, and then that body with multiple cells had a mutation where it had a different part, like a brain or an organ or whatever, and that thing was better at reproduction than the previous thing that was only just a mass of cells. And then another organ was added, and another one, and another one, and they continued to become better and better at surviving and reproducing. And so that's how we got bodies with all these different organs.
But why even specialize in the first place?
Better because it's better for survival.
Really? Then why does the inferior forms still stay in existence?
Inferior? I'm not sure what you mean. They don't.
Well, sure. Bacteria, single cell, amoeba.
Because they can still survive in other different areas of the environment. So like different organisms survive differently in different parts of the environment. And so the ones that survive the best in different parts of the environment are the ones that reproduce. And so the multicellular organisms were better at surviving in larger scale environments than bacteria are.
In fact, all of them was given the same environments would evolve. Why did some evolve and others didn't?
Well, they all evolved. Like the bacteria we have today isn't the same as the bacteria that was a billion years ago.
Well, it's not just bacteria. I mean, it's like amoebas, single cell, paramecium.
Yeah, they evolved too. Like that's why they have so many different organelles and mitochondria and all the things inside of them, because those evolved along with us. Though they also improved.
Okay, well, I didn't see them evolving, but
Well, that was the example I gave you about in the lab where we can literally show them evolving. gaining new functions, new parts.
No, I mean, I'm talking about the original. Well, why are they still in existence? Why didn't they evolve?
Original ones? Like, I don't, there are no original ones. Like the bacteria, none of the bacteria we see today anywhere on the planet are the same as the bacteria that existed, like the
Well, we have
original
single
bacteria.
cell animals. I mean, single cell entities. You know, and they stayed. They didn't. They didn't evolve.
Well, it's like fish. Fish are things that swim in the ocean because they're good at surviving in that environment. Bacteria are good at surviving in small scale environments, and that's why there are still bacteria. So it's like asking why are there still fish? Because there's still oceans. If there was no place for bacteria to reside or live in those small scale environments, then there wouldn't be bacteria. But as long as there are oceans, there will be fish as long as we're evolving.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm talking about things that exist within our environment that even exist on human beings.
Yeah, because they exist on a smaller scale. So a smaller scale environment. Like bacteria couldn't live in our large scale. They have to be, they can only live in a much smaller scale environment. They couldn't like buy food at a Target or whatever. They can't exist on the same scale that we exist on. And so organisms that are smaller function more in those smaller environments, but it takes larger organisms in order to function on a larger scale environment.
Well, there's a lot of smaller scale organisms surviving on human level.
Well, they survive in humans, not on a human level. So, like, the fact that they are in humans doesn't mean that that's in contradiction with humans existing. Like, a big fish can survive with smaller fish around it. The fact that there are smaller fish that still survive doesn't mean the big fish is also really good at surviving.
What about ants, for instance?
What about ants?
I mean, there's these small colonies of beings um, that exist quite on their own and seeking out nourishment from the human environment.
Yes. I'm not seeing your point. Like, yes, there are lots of lots of animals that survive on humans, like mosquitoes, flies, dogs, cows, chickens. The fact that they evolved in different environments and were able to survive in the current environment seems like obvious to me. Like, yeah, because evolution causes lots of different things, lots of different species to come about um, in different ways, and so the fact that lots of them, lots of different kinds of species survive, doesn't seem like it's too surprising to me because there's a big variety of them, and some are better at surviving on some scales and some are worse, but it's only a select few of any given species at one scale that does survive. Like the ants today killed off a whole bunch of other species that used to live in the past that were at the same, that competed for resources with ants. And like humans did, like we've caused hundreds of different species to go extinct because we compete for resources with those species. We don't compete for resources with ants or bacteria, and so we don't kill them off. If we did, we would probably kill off a lot of bacteria. We have some, like with penicillin, but as long as we're not competing for resources, then there's no conflict with both species surviving at the same time.
Right, and this wouldn't argue with the Bible, by the way, because the Bible says that God created all these beings after their own kind.
Well, that's the part I'm not following because I don't see any kinds. To me, it just seems like there's DNA and the DNA that's changed from one species to another. I don't see any kinds.
Sure. Chickens, people, birds, whales, ants. They're all their own kind, and they're that way. far as we know.
How do you identify them as a kind? Like, where is the barrier between? Because to me, it seems like if ants keep evolving, they will evolve into a new kind, a new species. I don't see a barrier that's stopping them from changing to a different species. It just takes more time. Same with every species.
Yeah, I don't see any ants evolving.
Well, I see it every day. I see it in their genetic mutations, and if they have enough of them, they will change. So again, to me, microevolution is the only kind of evolution, and macroevolution is just micro plus micro plus micro plus micro. And so if the changes keep happening in ants or humans or any species, then eventually they're going to change into a new species. They're going to get more parts to their body. They're going to get bigger or faster or stronger or have a different organ that develops, have a different reproductive system. Anything that could potentially help them to do better seems to me like a change that could happen, and there could be lots of changes that could sequentially happen to make them better, and that would lead to a new species. So I don't see how, with the microevolution, which you agreed is a thing, if there is microevolution, how is it going to stop changing an animal before it like crosses the barrier onto a new species? Because to me it seems like if the changes keep happening, then it will necessarily get to a new species.
Well, see, that's what we have a difference there as far as your millions of years and my 6,000 years, because all these kinds were in the Bible, way back when. So they didn't evolve.
So if we did have millions of years, then you're saying evolution would happen. They would actually evolve into new species. We just don't have enough time yet.
Yeah, and why, okay, if there is a God, why would God create millions of years?
I don't know why not. Seems like if there was a God, he could choose to do anything.
The reason why not is because he made this creation for humans ultimately that he could have a relationship with. So why would he waste time evolving things?
Yeah, I understand your point. To me, I would agree that it wouldn't make sense for like the Christian God to create billions of years with nothing for like just the past several thousand years or whatever. But it seems like that's good evidence of why it didn't happen. It seems like that would be the fact that the universe is 14.8 billion years old and that we can see stars that are significantly farther away than 6,000 years and trees that are older than 6,000 years. That's good evidence that the Christian God is not true.
Well, I don't know about trees, but I know stars because of the speed at the Big Bang. Could be further than 6,000 years away.
So the oldest trees are over 6,000 years old. The oldest one found yet was found recently, like in the past 3 or 4 years or something. They are very old, older than the world flood, which doesn't make sense because if there was a global flood, they should have drowned all the trees. But also the fact that there's literally not enough water on the planet to have a global flood. That's also a problem.
Well, they said the fountains of the deep brought forth the waters.
Well, if we like take all of the water on the entire planet and we just put it on the surface, it wouldn't drown everything. There would like most of the mountains would still be above water.
No, there's also the thing where it says the clouds. I can't remember how it says it, but the waters in the heavens.
Well, did it like go back? Like where did it go? Because if the water is still here on Earth, there's not enough water.
The water gets used up.
Gets used up?
Yeah.
Where does it go? Like to the atmosphere, to the ground, ice caps?
Drink it, and the atmosphere.
But that's like if we combine all of the water, as I mean all water vapor, all ice caps, all water that's in the ground soil, all water, all H2O molecules on the planet, there aren't enough to cover the entire surface of the planet. That's including all the clouds, all of the water in the air, everything.
Okay, here's a point that I want to make. I want to get to it before we go any further.
Sure.
I think I've already made it, but it's the ultimate gamble that people are making, that there's no God, no heaven, no afterlife. By making that gamble, like for instance, the guy, you look a lot like, and you're the same age as Bernie Dealer. So I did a lot of interviews with him, and he was like 35 or 40. He's an engineer. Anyway, at one point, he just got a brain tumor and died. And I think the way that I processed that was that God was not happy with what he was evangelizing, which is atheism. So God, being that that's totally against the main thing that God's doing, the main thing, God really mainly just wants a relationship with people, and in a spirit of holiness. And that's taking a big risk.
Well, a couple things there is that, one, there can be an afterlife without a God. So you don't need, like, there's many different religions and spiritual beliefs that say there's an afterlife without a God. And it seems strange that God would give that guy a brain tumor as opposed to, like, the big atheists, Hitchens, Harris, Dawkins, Dennett, Matt Dillahunty, I don't know. They seem like much more prolific atheists than the guy that you mentioned, because I've never heard of him. So it seems strange that God would give that guy brain cancer if he didn't like atheists and not the bigger atheists.
Well, he probably has a reason for keeping atheists alive. But didn't Hitchens die young too?
He died 2013, I think. I guess that's pretty young. He was I think in his 50s or 60s.
Yeah.
So
so everybody, regardless of what they've concluded, is making that gamble. They're choosing to make that gamble. They're choosing to see it the one-sided way that you're seeing it. I know you don't see it as being one-sided, but I'm just saying.
Well, aren't you making the same gamble? You're making the gamble that there is a God and that he's the one that you believe in. Isn't that the same gamble?
I have peace.
What do you mean? Like, I have peace too in my atheism. I actually recently overcame my major depression, which I had for 30 years. And right now I do truly have peace. So.
Well, yeah, why did you have the depression?
For me, it's because I have high functioning autism, and people with high functioning autism have a special interest, which means that their brain only values that one thing above all else. And if you don't get that thing, it causes you a lot of emotional pain. And once you do, it gives you a lot of emotional joy and comfort and peace. And so I didn't get it until like 6 months ago.
Okay, hopefully it'll last, but it's possible that it won't.
Yep.
I just think it's a gamble on your side. I went through 14 years of searching, and I tried everything out. I tried them on fully, and until I come to the point where I realized, oh, wait a minute, this is not right. There's something more. There's got to be something more. And so I moved on to the next thing, and the next thing, Scientology, gurus, psychology, but like I said, I came to this 40 years ago, and it's worked ever since. So that to me was proof enough. That was all the proof that I needed, was that inner peace that lasted for 40 years.
I can understand that. Like, I think that if praying to a God had worked to cure my major depression, I would have definitely prayed or believed in that God for sure. And I think that's fine as a way to come to belief if something really does make you happier, then believing it is the rational thing to do. But I don't see any objective evidence of it being true outside of that, that it just
Well,
makes you feel good.
well, see, the thing is that um, there's not a praying to God thing. Uh, it's like a being in God's spirit within, being in harmony with God's spirit within. That, I get the, now I look inside for everything, and when I get a thumbs up or a green light, I go with it. If I get a thumbs down, then I don't go with it, and that's like God guiding me.
How do you know that that's God and not just your intuition? Because all the studies I've seen say when people think about God, what they're really doing in the brain, it's just a reflection of the part of the brain that is the self. And so, how is that? How do you know that that's actually God talking to you and not just your intuition?
Because it didn't last for 30 years. I mean, uh, it didn't work for 30 years. I mean, it was a very um, specific set of signals. And um, am I experimenting with this life, just as you're experimenting with this life, just like everybody experiments with this life. Certain set of things worked, and certain set of things didn't work, and it came to the point where I realized there is an absolute. There is a one set of absolute good and evil.
Well, I agree that there is a moral and immoral, objective morality. I believe I'm a moral realist. I believe there is objective morality, but I don't see how the fact that it worked for you would be evidence that it's true about the universe, because it doesn't work for everybody. Like a lot of people pray and it doesn't ever help them, or try to be in the presence of God and it doesn't ever help them. And many people are happy with other religions and other spiritualities and atheism. And so the fact that those work for different ideologies, work for different people, seems like it wouldn't be evidence that any one of those ideologies was more likely than another one.
Well, see, that's why we have a Bible. The Bible is like for everybody, and it's like the rules that it talks about, the ways of living, are uniform.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, in other words, you're saying that it's different for different people. The absolute truth, the absolute rules of goodness and evil.
Oh, no, I'd say that the different things that make people happy are different. So, like, they have different religions that make them happy, different lifestyles that make them happy. I still think there's an objective good and evil for everybody, but what makes people feel fulfilled is different. And so, just like you were fulfilled by Christianity, I was fulfilled by atheism, and other people were fulfilled by Hinduism or Jainism or Buddhism. So the fact that an ideology can be really fulfilling for somebody doesn't seem to be good evidence that any one of the ideologies is true, because each ideology is very fulfilling to different people all over the world.
Maybe, because I did those. I mean, I was in an ashram with a guru. You talked about Hinduism. And when I was in Scientology, I was happy, and the people there were happy, but did it last? Then I find these people years later, and they changed. They evolved, hopefully, to Christianity. That to me is proof there.
That it didn't last?
Yeah, that what seemed to make people happy, which might have been a temporary exuberance. Well, then, it's like they weren't truly, deeply happy all that time. There was a thing inside, a searching thing. Christianity describes this as a God void, that our hearts are restless until they rest in Thee, as St. Augustine said.
So what about people who were more fulfilled for you for longer than you? Would that be evidence that whatever ideology, like there are Hindu monks and Buddhist monks who have been monks for 60, 70 years and they're very fulfilled. Wouldn't that be more evidence that they're true?
Well, I don't know if that is true. I mean, I don't know if there are any monks that are that have that kind of sedentary lifestyle and are really happy. I know. I think we're not made to be sedentary. We're made to be productive and creative, as God is. We're made in God's image. God is creative. He's relational, and so therefore, that's where fulfillment is.
Well, I see like a bunch of the top Buddhist monks seem very happy and fulfilled to me. Like Thot Nich Han, he seems very fulfilled. The Dalai Lama seems very fulfilled. Santi Sai Baba seemed very fulfilled. I don't like they were lifelong of different religions, but they seemed all very fulfilled, have very fulfilling lives, very happy people. Alan Watts seemed very fulfilled.
Well, they might be in process. I mean, all those people you named, I can reflect on them and see flaws. You know, and I lived amongst them. I lived in an ashram.
I'm not sure what you mean by flaws versus like having fulfilling lives. You can have flaws and still have a very fulfilling life, right?
No.
No.
See, the thing is because God made us to seek Him, to have a relationship with Him, then there's always going to be a person like people. When I was in a lot of those things, we would kid ourselves, thinking that we were happy. We want so much so that we could almost put ourselves into it, and then finally that Augustine phrase, "Our hearts are restless until they rest in Thee."
So are you saying you have no flaws?
Not that I can think of.
Well, presumably you're human, right? All humans have flaws. We all fail to live up to the glory of God in some way, right?
Well, we try though, as long as we're in process.
So if we can be in process and be trying to live moral lives, but still have flaws and still live a very peaceful life, and when I look around at the world, the people who have the most peaceful lives aren't the Christians or the ones who proclaim to be Christians, but are Jains mostly. Jainism seems to be the most moral, most peaceful religious group that I know of. Shouldn't that mean I should believe that Jainism is true because they seem to be the most peaceful?
Well, something on the surface may appear one way, but when you get deeply into each person, who might even be fooling themselves, then you find something different, and you find them searching eventually.
Like what? Because when I meet the Jains, they are the most pacifistic and most caring people in the world for all life. They say that even if there's like a fly, you should wear a cheesecloth over your mouth so you don't accidentally swallow the fly, because every single conscious thing has value. And I think that that is the most moral perspective you can have. And they seem very accepting and gracious and always caring for other people. I don't see, they seem to be that like way more than most Christians I know.
Well, it sounds good. See? But is it true? Is it the ultimate reason for our being? Is it the ultimate reason why God made us? And I would say until you unite with the perfect creator of the universe and within his holy ways, you haven't arrived yet. And so the stopover points before getting there is possibly having some of us fooling ourselves that yeah, we found it. As a matter of fact, when I was in San Francisco, there was a bumper sticker that said, "We found it." But they're not there anymore.
Well, to me, like it seems that whatever the fundamental nature of reality is, I don't think it could be the Christian God, because to me, the Christian God seems very evil, very immoral. Like the fact that he drowned millions of babies in the global flood, that seems pretty bad. If there is an objective morality, the Christian God couldn't be it.
Well, the reason why that happened, and that wasn't a Christian God, that was a Jewish God, by the way.
Is there a difference?
Huh?
Is there a difference there?
Yeah. There's a difference then. There was no Christian then when those babies were, when the flood happened. And basically what God was saying was, he looked down at this creation and he saw the people, and he saw that people were continually evil. And he says, I regret that I made this creation, and he flooded it out. It's different now. He changed after that. He made his point, and they started over from scratch and built a new population.
Well, it still seems like it's immoral to kill them all, like especially by drowning, because like if you could just say poof them out of existence rather than drown them, that would seem less bad than drowning them to death.
Is it immoral to? Is the electric chair immoral
Yes.
for a murderer?
Yes.
Well, see, not from God's viewpoint. He says, I made these people, and they turn from me, their ways, and so I'm getting rid of them. And so he gets rid of them, except for Noah and his family. And so, and then he starts over under a new way, like in other words, with Jesus. Okay, so Jesus was an example of how we should be. And then he teaches how we should be. So what happened? The world killed him in a very torturous way. So, see, God says, from this point on, I'm just going to judge people who are in harmony with Jesus. And then those people are what I'm trying. See, because this is not a finished product. It's like there's still heaven. And so he brings people to heaven. But how did they cross that barrier? How did he get them to heaven? Well, by them recognizing Jesus being the perfect manifestation of a human being. And people who say, yes, that's what I want to be. That's how I want to be. Those people will be in heaven.
To me, that seems really immoral. So, like, if there was a perfectly moral being, it seems like the world it would have created would be one where it was impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing. That, to me, seems like the perfect moral world. And so, a God who drowns millions of babies, turns people to salt, sends bears to kill children for making fun of a bald guy. Like, that seems really immoral, the Christian God, killing a guy for picking up sticks on a Sunday. Like, those all seem like really immoral things. Whereas, if there was a... What?
You said, that last thing you just said, immoral for killing a guy for what?
Picking up sticks on a Sunday, a Sabbath?
Oh. No, he doesn't kill people for that.
He used to, though. Like, the Old Testament God did that.
Killing people for eating meat? Is that what you're saying?
No, picking up sticks. A guy who was working on the Sabbath. One of the punishments in the Old Testament for working on the Sabbath was to be stoned to death. And there was a guy who was picking up sticks working, and he was stoned to death in the Old Testament for picking up sticks.
I don't know that story,
Do you know the one, 2 Kings 2:24, where kids were making fun of a bald man and God sent two mother bears to maul the children for making fun of a bald man?
No, I don't know that one either.
What
No,
about,
God's serious. I mean, he's serious about holiness and holy standards. He's trying to make a perfect world, is what it is. A perfectly holy, loving, peaceful world. And so then he's had to deal with people along the way who have violated that. And if he killed somebody, it's to show how serious he was about that. Now, you say it's immoral, but, we don't know what's happening to those people on the other side. Maybe he said that he just wanted to make an example of them, and but they're okay in heaven.
well, to me, that seems immoral. It seems like a better way to do that would be to create a world where it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing. If God had done that, he would have made a more moral world. So to me, it seems like a doctor. Like if we had a doctor in the 1800s, if he cuts your leg off when you get shot or something, he needs to do that because if he doesn't cut your leg off, you're going to get sepsis and die. And they didn't have any like penicillin or anything back then. So the best the doctor could do would cut your leg off. But if a doctor did that today, he'd be really immoral. You'd sue him for malpractice because today they can do something much less harmful, which is just give you penicillin. The same thing applies to God. If God has the power to do something less immoral than cut your leg off, if he chooses to cut your leg off, God has done something immoral, just like the doctor. So it seems to me God could have done a better thing, which would be just create the world in such a way that all individuals, it's impossible to force them to do anything they don't consent to doing. That would be a better world.
No, because people, they're impulsive. They want to do evil things. So, that's why God had to stick to the standard set of rules.
I don't see why that's a problem. So, like, even if people have a desire to do evil things, if we're in a world where it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to, it doesn't matter if they desire evil things because you can't hurt anybody else unless they consent to it. So what?
Well, see, here's the problem with that. God gave us free will, and what He wants from us is out of our free will to choose good things, to choose to be holy, basically, in His terms.
Sure, but why we could do that in this world I'm describing. So like in this world, it's like if we added one extra law of physics, that it's impossible to force people to do anything they don't consent to doing. You can still covet your neighbor's wife, you can still lie, you can still desire to harm somebody. It's kind of like a paraplegic. Stephen Hawking was a paraplegic. He couldn't hurt anybody. He literally couldn't use his arms or legs to hurt anybody, but he could still sin. He could still think about hurting people. And so it seems like in this world, you can still have free will and you can still desire to do evil. The only difference is that it's impossible to actually force anyone to do anything they don't consent to, and that is a morally better world where we still have free will. And so we can have free will in this world that I'm describing.
Well, then, if that's the case, then there would never be any sin. There would never be any reason for Jesus or reparations for sin. No, what God wants is He wants people made in His image, which is having the possession of free will, creativity, and so.
Well, we can still sin in this world. Like you can still covet your neighbor's wife. That's one of the commandments. You can still lie. You can still say the Lord's name in vain. You can still not respect or love the Lord greater than all others. You can still worship idols. So all of the things, most of the commandments you can still break. You just can't murder, can't steal, can't rape. But all of the other commands you can still do or break. And so you can still do evil. You can still be immoral and you still have free will here. It's just some of them you can't. Like you can't fly. You can't choose to fly right now. Likewise, in this world, you wouldn't be able to choose to kill somebody. You can still desire it. But it seems like that would be a better way to do things. And you still have free will and you still have evil. So all the things you listed would still be in this world that I'm describing.
Well, see, Jesus said that even having the thoughts of coveting and murdering is sinful. And we should be feeling good about each other. And
Right, I agree. So that's why those things are still possible in this world. So you can still sin. Sin is still a thing in this world.
yeah, well, see, what it comes down to is there an ultimate good? Is there an ultimate standards for good? And those include what we think and what we feel and our attitudes towards other people.
Right, I agree.
You know something? You're pretty close. I know you don't want to hear this, but you're actually pretty close. You're actually about Christianity. And all you got to do is just make that one leap. You want to be in harmony with the God who created everything based on his standards.
Well, I think his standards aren't very good. I think I have better standards because I think that the world I described, the one where it's not possible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to, like I want to create that world or do whatever I can to create that world. And that world would be a better world than whatever God designed because I think that world is the perfect world.
So then you're God.
No.
Well, no, I mean, you rationalized why you've come to the conclusion that you've come to.
Yeah.
But it may not be perfect.
How so?
Well, by making robots out of people, they're suppressing their inner workings and putting a gate on their free will.
Well, remember we said we didn't do that. They still have free will. Like you agree paraplegics have free will, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that they can't physically act on their free will doesn't mean they don't have free will. They still have free will. So even if you can't act on your desire to harm someone, you can still have the desire. You still have the free will. So I haven't put any gates on free will at all. All I've done is add an extra law of physics, kind of like how you can't fly. You won't be able to punch somebody unless they consent to it. So to me, it seems like I haven't limited free will at all. You still have exactly the same level of free will, but you just can't act on it without someone else's consent to harm someone else.
Boy, you have something going against you there. Defund the police. The police are the things that keep us acting. I mean, keep people acting, not acting. I mean, on their evil desires. And yet there's a whole movement now that says, "Oh, in Minneapolis, you're close." That says, "Defund the police." So people are trying to eliminate. They're trying to go opposite of what you're trying to do.
Huh? Like, my view doesn't have anything to do with the police or defund the police. My view is like to add an extra law of physics that like makes it impossible to like hurt people without their consent.
Well, the thing is that what the police are is people who do hurt people without their consent. And so.
Yep, police do that.
Yeah, and the movement in the society right now is part of the society is to move away from that, to take away any restraints at all. You know,
I don't think any of them said that. Like, I think you should still have constraints. Most of the people who say defund the police think you should have a social, like militia that does the policing, not an organized thing of the government. They still think you should have something like the police, but
they're not doing it.
That's because nobody's ever defunded the police. Like, it's not a thing that's happened, so they haven't had to replace it.
Portland, back in where I live.
Well, I think the police are still there. They haven't like gotten rid of them. They haven't abolished the police.
Yeah, they fired him.
So all of them. They fired literally every policeman in the entire city.
No, most of them though.
Right.
And the ones who are still here, they're very apologetic while crime is happening.
Right. So
it's really.
So they still have police. It's just there's just not as many. But I'm not following how that is relating to what I said about a world where you can't physically do something to someone without their consent. Like that has nothing to do with the police.
Right, but even to have that desire is evil.
Right, and I'm fine with that. You can still have that desire. So in my world, you still have the desire.
Right. See, that's to me, that's evil. That desires have to lead to actions.
I desire to fly, but I can't fly.
Well, that's different. I'm talking about sin.
Well, how is that different? So, like, if I desired to nuke a country, I couldn't do that because I have no nukes. I have no nuclear weapons, so I can't nuke a country. How is that different?
How about sex? That's a strong desire.
Yes, and there's many people who can't have sex. Like, they don't have the sexual organs. They're paraplegic. They're impotent. So there's cases.
What about all who do?
Well, what about them? Like, because you said there's some difference between immoral desires that you can't fulfill. Like you said, you should be able to act on desires. Yet all over the world, we see people who have evil desires, but they can't act on them because they're paraplegic, they're impotent, they don't have nuclear weapons, they don't have any way to act on those desires. So it seems like it's the same.
You would do that to every person?
Yes, I would make it so that they can have desires to harm, but they can't actually enact them without consent of the person they're about. Yes, I would definitely do that, and I think that would be the moral thing to do.
Okay. Yeah, well, it's better than what we have now, that's for sure.
I totally agree. I also think it'd be better than anything God ever did.
Well, no. See, God, not only did he give us all these rules in the Bible and stuff, but he empowers us in our heart to do right, and not to do wrong. See, so for me, it's like sinning, it's like something that's totally abhorrent to me now. Whereas I used to go by my impulses, and that wasn't the case.
And so, I'm not following. Like it still seems like the world I describe would be better than that. What you're describing is still possible in my world, so I don't see why that would be a thing my world is missing.
Well, it's like I wouldn't want to have those feelings.
You could turn them off if you wanted to. You could literally just say, I don't want to have these feelings, and that would be because you don't consent to those feelings. You wouldn't have to have them.
Well, that's how I live. I mean, that's true. That's what a Christian does.
Right, and so since that's also possible in my best world, then my world would have that, and it would be impossible to force people to do things they don't consent to. Therefore, it seems like mine has more good things and less bad things.
Well, see, though, if you come to the point of the end result of what you're trying to achieve, you can do that by having a relationship with God and not wanting to offend him.
Isn't that the opposite of what I want to achieve? Because what I want to achieve is that it's impossible for anyone, including God, it's impossible for anyone to force anyone else to do anything they don't consent to. So it would be impossible for God to force Job, for an example, to go through to kill his family, to have boils, to go through all the things he went through. It would be impossible for God to harden Pharaoh's heart. It would be impossible for God to force Jesus to die on the cross. It would be impossible for God to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing, and that would be a better universe as far as I can tell.
Well, I have that now. I don't have to wait for you to be in charge. It's impossible for me to hurt anybody.
Okay, but it's not for God, because my objection is that God murdered millions of people, and that makes God immoral. And if he was moral, he'd do this thing that I'm describing.
Oh, okay. No, that's what he had to do at the time.
Why couldn't he have created the world that I described?
Well, there's another way to look at that. How do you know what's happening to those people in the afterlife?
Well, it doesn't matter. Like, if you drowned them here, that's bad on its own, regardless of what happens in the afterlife.
Not necessarily. There's a lot of people who die of cancer and blah, blah, blah.
Sure, but that's also bad. So God killing anyone without their consent is bad. Drowning anyone ever is bad. There's always a better option, which is
Everybody's going to die. It's like that's unavoidable.
well, I mean, it is avoidable. God could have just created a world without death. That would have solved it. But even if everyone's going to die, you don't have to drown them. Like, drowning is quite painful. You could just poof them out of existence, snap your fingers, and poof, they're gone. That would be significantly less immoral than drowning someone to death.
Well, it's worse things than drowning, that's for sure. Cancer, you know.
Some kinds of cancer, yes, but that doesn't mean drowning isn't still horribly immoral. So the fact that there are even more immoral things, which God also does to people, doesn't make that drowning moral. It's still immoral to drown people.
Yeah, well, see, what you have to see is, now you're talking about now. I mean, all these examples that you give are like way past in the past. But now, you got to see that God is working with everybody to try to achieve something, to try to achieve for them to come to the point where they, they don't harm anybody or they don't have any evil inside of them. Or they become very good at turning off anything that might be impulsive and wrong. So that's the other way of achieving that same thing that you want to achieve.
I'm not sure I'm following. So, like, if Hitler killed millions of Jews in the past, but today he's not killing anybody, that doesn't mean it's not immoral that he killed millions of Jews. He still did a lot of immoral things. The fact that he's not doing it today doesn't make him not immoral. So even if God drowned millions of people in the past and he's not doing it today, it was still immoral. He's still an immoral being for doing that ever.
No, you're seeing it only right in the microcosm of the time. It's like what I'm saying is that every human being has a thing that they're evolving to, and there's things that they have to learn, and there's lessons that they have to go through, and so God's working with people. He's not expecting people to be perfect right from the bat. He says, okay, you'll go through your little stealing period or your little immoral period, but now see that those things are bad and wrong, and now I just care how you end up. And if you end up having the attitude like what you're saying, then that works.
I'm not following. So, because what I was saying was, if God drowned anyone ever, God is immoral.
No. What if all those drowned people are in heaven?
Well, it's still immoral. So if God forced people to have water fill their lungs and cause them to suffer without their consent, even if after they died they went to heaven, forcing them to go through that suffering for any amount of time without their consent is immoral. Kind of like a doctor who decides to cut your leg off instead of giving you an antibacterial because he's causing you more pain than is what is required. So the fact that God chose to drown them and cause them a significant amount of pain without their consent, rather than just like snapping his fingers and poofing them out of existence, would be an immoral action, just like a doctor today cutting your leg off instead of giving you antibacterial would be an immoral action.
Right. But from God's perspective, it's like, is something that you go through, is he evolving the person? Number one, that's one thing. Number two, the Bible says that in Genesis 6:6 that I regret that I ever made man. I regret it. And then he wiped them all out. So, it's just like he's God. This is his creation. He can do whatever he wants to do. And he says there's just evil in their heart all the time. And so he says, I regret that I never made man. So he wiped them all out, and that was the flood.
But to me, that seems like the doctor who's cutting the patient's leg off, because there's an easier way to do it that doesn't hurt anybody, which is just, one, you could just poof them out of existence, so no drowning. Or two, you could just create the world I described, where it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to, and you could teleport people into this world and not kill them. And both of those options seem to be less bad, less evil than drowning millions of people to death.
Well, that was his conclusion. That's what he decided that he needed to do. And who is people to say that they should have been treated differently? No, he decided not.
Well, right, I agree he decided not to in the Bible, but that seems like anyone who decides not to do the thing that's less immoral is by definition evil.
Well, I mean, I don't see any people who are really suffering without a cause, is what you're kind of getting at. It's like, from God's perspective, there is a cause for all these people. You've got to remember, too, not everybody's going to make it to heaven. Matter of fact, few. The Bible says few are going to make it to heaven. And so that's part of the process.
Right, but what I wasn't saying that people are suffering without a cause, because like in my example with the doctor, if someone's leg is shot, they're suffering and the cause was the bullet, so they are suffering. The problem is that if you choose to try to address the suffering by doing something that causes excess pain that doesn't need to be caused, that's evil. So if you're addressing or trying to solve the problem by doing something that causes more suffering unnecessarily, that's evil. So if God had a different way to solve the problem that didn't cause more suffering, and he chose not to do it, then that would be evil, like a doctor choosing, a today doctor choosing to cut your leg off instead of giving you an antibacterial.
You're interjecting choose, but no, maybe you couldn't. Maybe there wasn't a better way.
Well, I thought I just gave two of them. Like one, he could just poof everybody out of existence instead of drowning them. And two, he could have created the world I described where it's physically impossible to force people to do things you don't consent to. Like either of those seem like better options, and God's all powerful, right? So he should be able to do either of those.
True, if you're talking about just on the individual level, but maybe he chose to drown somebody as a warning to other people. So that's the good.
How is that good? Because that seems to be the opposite of good.
No, it's an example for people. It's a warning. People, don't go that route.
Right. So, like, if I wanted to warn people not to come on my lawn, and so I put someone up on a cross and then staple their arms and legs there and cause them a great deal of suffering, that's not me being a good person. Like putting up just a warning sign, don't go on lawn or something, would be sufficient. The fact that I tortured somebody to do it is evil.
What if people ignored the warning sign?
Then if I had enough money, I would just build a fence that they couldn't come in. I wouldn't put up a crucifix with a person on it.
What if they found a way to come in?
Well, if I'm an all-powerful being, they couldn't do that.
Well, look what's happening in Ukraine right now. When people are dying.
Ukraine isn't an all-powerful God. If it was, I don't think this would be happening. Atheist Velociraptor asks, why would an all-loving God create billions upon billions of people if only a select few of them would end up in heaven?
Well, why isn't everybody on the what is it, Minneapolis? What's the basketball game?
Timberwolves. Timberwolves.
Oh, I don't know. I thought it was like something else. But anyway, why isn't everybody on that team? Why is it only just a few?
Because life is unfair and people aren't all given the opportunity to be on a professional basketball team.
Oh, yeah, no, they should all have the opportunity, and they do. Or maybe that wasn't a great example. But
how could short people possibly get on the Minnesota Timberwolves?
there could be in a midgets league.
The Midgets League of Timberwolves.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just like, why isn't everybody in some of these top name bands? You know, there's lots of musicians, you know, well, because there's a certain standard. So people don't do that and they do something else that they are made for, because everybody has a talent and a skill.
Wouldn't it be more moral to give people the option, like if they wanted to be good at being a band, they should just have that, be able to choose that skill?
No,
No.
you know, the reason why is because everything is so good in this world is people are diversified, different skills. So you can't be on the basketball team, but maybe if that's even a skill to begin with, you know, maybe you could be a farmer.
What if you don't want to be a farmer?
Huh?
What if you don't want to be a farmer? If you don't like farming?
Then don't do it. Do what you're made to. Okay, wait a minute. Here's a line from a song that I used to really like. Wonderful is what you feel in you when you do the things you're made to do. So everybody has to find that fish, or what they're made to do, what's going to be fulfilling to them. That's how they're going to know it. I mean, who's making that feeling of fulfill inside of them? God made it, because God designed them with this special skill. You know, so therefore, they fish in life until they find what gives them that satisfaction. That's
I don't get it, because there's lots of people who have very good skills, but they don't like doing them. Like people who are very good at shooting or very good at being a lawyer, they could do it but hate their job and not find it fulfilling. So I don't see.
that's not what they should be doing. I know lawyers who are, you know, inspired.
Sure, some of them are, but not everyone. So, like, there are many
Okay.
pastors who are atheists and who are miserable being pastors.
Well, they shouldn't be doing that then.
I agree, but if they stop, they're going to lose their jobs and be homeless and have no income because it's all their time was spent getting degrees in theology.
Oh, no, they do something else. People change careers all the time. I did. I was an engineer. I didn't like it. So I became a musician, and I did like that. Then I changed out of that and became a writer. So you got to keep fishing until you find what you're good at and what's fulfilling.
Yeah, but that takes money and time. Not everyone has money and time, so while they're searching, they could starve to death.
No, that's not going to happen. It didn't happen for me. I mean, it's just, you know, it's just, you know, God would empower people.
Well, it happens to millions of people all over the world and has throughout all time. I don't know what you mean. It won't happen.
Well, because, you know, they have to, well, are you saying that there are millions of starving people in the world? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they starve to death before they actually are able to capitalize on their passions.
Okay, well, that's part of the society they live in, fault of that society.
The earth that God created, yeah.
Well, no, God didn't create societies. There's leaders who run the societies, and they, you know, and they're like Putin. They're selfish people.
Sure, but I mean, like, food has always been a problem for humanity. We have always not had enough food. Like, it's never been something we've had enough of until recently in human history.
I don't know.
Like starvations and plagues and things are happened all over the world. Like the potato famine in Ireland, they didn't have enough food and they starved to death because they had no food because all the potatoes had a bacterial that killed them all.
I know you don't want to hear this, but there's reasons for that. If you know, the reasons would be the fault of the leaders. See, if the leaders were knowledgeable, they could guide their number one mission would be to guide people into fulfillment, safety.
How could that have prevented the bacteria in potatoes?
They would have not be dependent on potatoes.
How? Like, the reason they were dependent on potatoes is because Ireland has a not very fertile ground, so they can't grow anything. And so literally until the invention of genetically modified wheat by Norman Borlaug, they literally just couldn't grow anything else because it would die and they wouldn't have enough food. So they grew the one thing that provided enough food. And then there was a bacteria that killed it all. So how could they possibly have done anything different? Sheep.
Yeah. Don't they have a lot of sheep in Ireland?
Not enough to feed the entire population of Ireland.
Well, maybe they got to move.
Well, they didn't have to move before the potato famine.
Well, once it happened, they did.
Yeah, and they did. They moved all over the place, but because moving takes time and money, a lot of them starved while they were trying to move because they didn't have enough food.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much. I know there's a lot of Irish people in the United States.
Yes, that's true. I'll just check really quick. I think potato famine deaths. More than 1 million people died in between 1846 and 1851, so that's a 5-year period, as a result of the potato famines. Many of these died from starvation.
So why did they stay there? Why didn't they go to other food sources?
Because they couldn't. So they tried leaving, but it took time because they had to walk to the boats and then take the boats to another place, and they had to have money and food for the travel, but there wasn't any because they didn't have any money because all of their crops had died, and they didn't have any food because all of their crops had died. So they literally couldn't make it to other places with other places of food because they were dying.
See, but that's not God's fault. That's the fault of their leaders.
How could their leaders have prevented the bacteria that caused the potato famine?
Mass migrations to finding fertile places.
Well, they couldn't have known the potato famine was coming.
Well, they had to get some kind of incremental, admission of it.
Well, it happened in 5 years. It was a 5-year period. They didn't have a lot of time.
That's a long time, 5 years. That's 1,500 days or days.
Yeah, in politics, it's kind of hard to get things done in a short period of time. It's not easy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Leaders can make that happen.
And it happened, the Great Famine happened all throughout Europe, so there was nowhere for them to go.
Well, there's Africa. They were going there. The British were going there.
So you're saying they should have migrated 50 million people. How? Because they literally didn't have any way to move 50 million people or more, 200 million people.
Then they just migrate 2 million people out of Ukraine in one day.
Well, it's because today we have technology like cars and stuff. They didn't have cars back then.
The trains,
Yeah, they didn't have a massive train network back in the 1800s. And Ireland is an island, so they couldn't have trained people over the sea.
So how would how would your way of looking at things solve that?
How would it what?
Your way of looking at things, how would it solve that?
It would make it physically impossible for people to die from hunger. It would provide food to everyone. Everyone would essentially get their own world that they could do whatever they wanted with. And there would be no limited resources. There would be no death, no aging, no disease. It would be impossible for anything in the universe to affect people without their consent. So there would be no starvation, no hunger, no aging.
Oh, you're talking about something that's impossible.
No, it's definitely possible. I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Death.
Why would it be impossible?
Death, limited resources.
Right. So like we can solve death by like we're working on that right now actually in science by increasing the length of telomeres. We've increased the age of rats and rodents by 25% just by changing out the telomeres in their DNA. So it seems like we're actually going to solve death with technology within the next like 500 years. So there will be no aging anymore.
There won't be any potatoes either for
What?
For 500 years. I mean,
What?
that's a long time.
I didn't understand you. What do you mean won't be potatoes in 500 years?
That was a bad example. Yeah, in other words, the thing you said earlier, that things don't happen very quickly, you know, so a lot of people are going to die.
Yes.
That happening.
Right, because the world is a very evil, immoral place, and it's going to take us a lot of time to get to the point where we solve death. But my model is going to get us there. It's definitely possible to get to the point where we don't have death anymore.
Okay, well, can't envision it. Plus, neither can God. I mean, he's got. See, in other words, what this earth is kind of like going to college. You know, a lot of studies that you have to go through in order to be eligible for perfect holiness. And what wouldn't be possible in your scenario there?
What wouldn't be possible?
Death being eradicated quickly.
Well, yeah, it wouldn't be quickly eradicated, but it will be eradicated by technology eventually. Like in my world, it would never have been there in the first place.
That's pretty hopeful. I don't think it's possible.
Well, we seem to be doing it with science. Like we are increasing the age of humans by a lot.
No, I don't see. Or
Chongo asked, "Have you read the Bible from cover to cover?" Did you hear me?
huh?
One of my viewers asked if you had read the Bible cover to cover.
Yeah, I have. And I love it. That's my way of thinking about it. Is realizing that such wisdom is there.
I don't see a lot of wisdom. Like there's a part where Jesus says not to wash your hands, and that seemed to be like that would have been great advice for people if to wash your hands. Would have saved a lot of lives back then.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. Let me give you one example. This is. I was living with this woman, and I went and visited my cousins, and they were just getting into Christianity, and I wasn't a Christian yet, and so the woman goes, the wife goes, so how's it going with Jane? I go, nagging me all the time, you know. I mean, to keep the closet door closed all the time, keep it open all the time. I can't keep up with her. So the wife got up and left the room. But then she came back in the room, opened Bible, and she said, read this. And it was in Proverbs. It said, it's better to live on the edge of a roof than with a nagging woman. You know,
Is that actually in Proverbs?
Yeah.
Oh, the Jesus not washing his hands is Luke 11:38, I believe. Check that out. Better to live on the edge of a roof
than to live with a nagging woman. By the way, while you look that one up, let me get my Bible. I want to look at that other one you're talking about.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I like that quote. That's a good one.
Okay, I went and got the Bible. What's the one that you were saying now? Luke 11?
38.
Luke 11:38. Okay, Luke 11:38. See, as he was speaking, a Pharisee invited him to dine at his and recline at the table. Seeing this, the Pharisee was surprised that he had not first performed prescribed for eating. The Lord said to him, you Pharisees cleanse the outside of the cup and the dish, but within you are filled with fiction. Oh, see, he was making a point, saying that people are so focused on their outer being that their inner being is dirty.
Don't you think it would have saved a lot of lives if Jesus had said, wash your hands before you eat? That's a good thing.
No, because it was something more important. The filthiness of their spirit. Yeah, and so he just wanted to get right to that. As a matter of fact, that's what his whole life was about, was getting right to the evil within people. Whereas people were, he made that point with the Pharisees a lot. He says, you're like, let's see, wash tombs. He says, but you're filthy on the inside. Make a good appearance on the outside.
So what was it, the parable of Jesus cursing the fig tree? How is that helping us?
Which one? Where's that?
That would be Mark 11:12, I think.
The next day, when they were leaving Bethany, he felt hungry. Observing a fig tree some distance off, covered with foliage, he went over to see if he could find anything on it. When he reached it, he found nothing but leaves. It was not the time for figs. Then addressing, he said, never again shall anyone eat of your fruit. Shackles heard this. What are you trying to say there?
Yeah, because it seems like the fig tree did nothing wrong. Like it wasn't the time of year to produce figs, yet Jesus was angry at it for not producing figs. Like clearly it wasn't the tree's fault. Why did he curse the tree?
He didn't say he was angry.
Well, even if he wasn't angry, like anger is just like an analogy for him cursing a tree that did nothing wrong.
Didn't say cursing either.
Isn't that what it said? He cursed the tree to never.
He says then addressing it.
So isn't he like saying that you can't bear fruit anymore? No one will ever eat of your fruit. So he's like he's cursing it so that it can never bear fruit again.
No, he didn't curse it.
Uh, so how does he prevent it from having fruit ever again?
Well, I don't know. Maybe there might be something wrong with the tree. When he reached it, he found nothing but leaves. It was not the time for figs.
Yeah, so it was like not fig season, like before the trees have to like after winter they go through spring, and during spring they have to build up leaves, and then after spring during fall is when they start like producing fruit. So if it wasn't time for it to produce fruit, it's not the tree's fault. It's just not the correct time of year.
But it also might not be the type of tree. Right.
If it's a fig tree, it should produce figs.
There weren't any figs.
Right, because it was not the correct time of year, is what it said.
Right.
So I don't think the tree did anything wrong.
You're talking as if it had a being or something. There's lots of things that go work anymore. Nature.
Well, that's a good time to start wrapping up. We've been going for about 2 hours. Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. It was a pleasant conversation. Do you have want to give a shout out to where people can find any of your books or anything?
Sure. Let's see. Are you going to email that to me?
Yes, I'll email you a link to the video online so you can find it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. By the way, I enjoyed this. It's not too many people I know that are that and serious about life, and trying to understand it and thinking about it. And so I appreciate having that conversation with you.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I enjoyed talking with you as well.
Great. Thank you.
So do you want to tell people where they can find your books and before we sign off?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Tell people where they can find your books if they want to look up more information before we sign off. So like where can they buy your books or whatever?
www.lighthousebooksandmusic.com.
All right, perfect. Thanks again for coming on. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to start the after so I'm going to keep talking with my audience, but you can hang up whenever you're ready. Thanks again for coming on.
Thank you.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Oh, that's loud. I have my audio set way too loud. Oh, super chats were just burning my ears. All right, social media, Discords. Let's see if there are any good conversations going on. Hey, Walker, I am muted. Why am I muted? There we go. Now I'm not muted. Hey, Walker, how's it going?
That was painful, dude. That was painful, and I don't forgive you for it.
All right, where does my chat go? AFTER, after show. Replace pin message. All right. How are you doing, Walker?
I am doing okay. And I just want to say, as a member of the clergy project, that guy was a dumbass.
I would actually like to The clergy project would be great to have as like atheist pastors. Like if I can start the atheist church and start up different like churches to do atheist things, one of the things we could do would be is to give the clergy project people jobs so they can transition out of their religious practices and go to secular practices. I think that would be a really cool thing to do.
Yeah, but it's a total package because some of the guys and gals there are in housing provided by the church, paid by the church, insurance by the church. Everything they have is paid for by the church, and they they have one select set of skills. And in the clergy project, we have a program to give them some additional skills, like additional training. It's there, but it still takes time, and you still have to figure out how to transition out of that an entire lifetime dedicated to a single cause and goal, and then to shoot off in another direction.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, if we start the atheist churches, we can just hire them as pastors. They can just be pastors for the atheist church and do the same thing, just be giving sermons, but rather than about Christianity, about atheism or science or whatever. And so they can literally do the exact same job they're doing. And because we're going to be a church, they get the same benefits. The housing is paid for pastors, same with the insurance and all that stuff. So we can literally just take their same job and just apply it to the atheist church, where they're pastors for the atheist church.
Yeah, I mean, most of us go down a path of humanism, mind you, but I'm sure there'd be some of them that'd be interested in switching trades, continuing their tradition of preaching, but this time for a cause they actually care about.
Yeah. How are you other guys doing? Twisted, Mind Wanderer, Destiny?
You good? Take a boiner. How cold is it there?
It's actually, it was really cold a few days ago. It was at like -4, but it's been getting warmer the past few days. The snow's melting a little bit, which is good.
Cold here. I went to Vegas.
How much money did you lose?
I didn't lose any. I lost a little, well, maybe about $100. I didn't gamble much. We went to shows and all kinds of shit like that.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I went to Vegas.
Cold the whole time.
Oh, really? It was cold?
Yeah, just when we were there, and then it warmed up when we left.
I've heard you say that goal a few times about the atheist church thing. Is that a serious goal of yours?
Yes, 100%. I do actually genuinely want to create an atheist church nonprofit, and the goal would be it'd be based on my objective morality. So the goal would be to create a world it's impossible to force anyone to do something they don't consent to doing. And the best way to try to do that pragmatically is to lower the cost of living for as many people by as much as possible in the pragmatic sense of today. So we would create a church where we do the same thing as like regular churches do, sermons about our ideology and about science and stuff. And then we'd also try to get an apartment building or an apartment complex where we can lower the cost of rent as much as possible. And since it's not tax free, since it's a church, we could definitely lower it significantly for people. And that would be the goal and the driving point of the church, is that we're going to do this for as many people as possible, for our entire congregation if possible. And that would be to expand. We just continue to try and expand to get more apartment buildings that we can continue to lower people's cost of living, and to find other opportunities like blood donation, plasma donation, stool donation, to do whatever we can to help people to lower their cost of living in life.
Do you think
you cut out at do you think?
Yeah. Do you think it would be important if the goal was to found a church based on your moral system, that you day to day act in accordance with it?
I'm not sure what you mean.
I'll try to say another way. So you said your goal is to create this atheist church based on your objective moral system.
Yes.
I'm asking if that's your goal, do you think it's important that you, the future founder of this church, act in a way that's consistent with those values in your life?
Sort of. Like I can say I still sin. I'm not a perfect human being. So, in a way, like I think it's important that I value the idea of the best of all possible worlds, and I think it's a goal and work towards getting towards that. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I've heard you say a few times that you think like veganism, for example, is the morally correct thing to do,
Yep.
and but you
100%.
just but you like hamburgers too much or whatever. Which like
Yep.
yeah, I get that. Is that something that you would consider changing as you work towards that?
Yeah, absolutely. So once we got the technology to create artificial meat that tasted just as good, then yeah, at that point I would have no reason to not change as long as we had food that tasted equally as good and was equally as cheap. That was not from a living being. Yes, absolutely. So that would be one of the goals too. Would be to create technological growth to the point where we can stop being dependent on killing other animals. So that would be another goal to work towards.
Do you think that criteria needs to be in place before you make that decision, like the equal taste?
For me, yeah, for me to actually stop eating meat, it would require it to be equally as tasty or satisfying.
Do you, like I'm just thinking like it comes down to taste then versus like something that you think is morally wrong. Um, if there was like if I really enjoyed the sound of like dog fights or something, and I was like, well, if you can come up with something equally entertaining, I'll stop funding the dog fighting industry. Would you? Um, what do you think about that?
It's immoral.
Sorry. So if I was founding this church on your behalf, then and I like participated in those dog fights, would you say, yeah, it's okay to wait until you find something, with technological advances that's equally as entertaining as those dog fights until you switch over to the other more moral activity?
No, it's immoral. So I'm saying that me choosing to eat meat is immoral. I'm just still doing it. So I'm not saying it's all right. I'm saying it's literally immoral, but I'm doing it anyway.
Has anyone ever done the name the trait sequence on you? I'm curious.
Yes, but I don't think there is a trait that's different. I'm granting that killing animals is immoral. I say yes, it is immoral.
Yeah, but what if you just ran it on like um, sufficiently motivating to act on? Like if you ran the same discussion tree on that instead of what you think is moral. Does that make sense?
I don't know what you mean, like, because people act based on their emotions. So it's just, is your emotion significantly motivating? Really not a trait. It's just,
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what I mean. Like, let's just suppose that the same kind of factory farming situation, or even whatever kind of farming situation you support or fund, um, if that was happening with humans and it made the tastiest burgers, like, would you eat those burgers?
possibly. I don't know.
Oh well, okay. Um, well, okay. Yeah, like think about it. Like, I'm genuinely asking you if you would.
I'm pretty sure it would depend on the culture because cannibalism is a thing in many cultures. So, given that I was brought up in this culture where it was not taught or seen as bad, and therefore that has been ingrained in me, probably not. But if I was brought up in a different culture, then probably I would.
Interesting. Um, what if we're just talking about you just like right now? Like, so given everything you've experienced, everything um, if so, put your own brain, but imagine the world around. Oh, fuck. Where did I cut out? Sorry.
So, yeah, I would probably not eat humans because I've been conditioned to not see that as good.
Sorry. Okay. So you would not eat humans because you've been conditioned to see it as not good.
Yeah.
Um, Okay. I gotta think about that.
What about laboratory grown meat?
I would absolutely think that is perfectly moral.
About hunting.
Not so moral.
Okay, so what about, like, for example, you have a herd of deer that if you take out a certain percentage of them, the rest of the herd's gonna be able to live because they're gonna starve out there in the winter grounds.
Well, I would say
Is it
that
immoral then?
any killing of any conscious thing without its consent ever is always immoral.
Okay.
But in the case of like the example you gave, it would be a justified immoral action because you're killing one to save five or whatever. It's still immoral. You're still killing one without its consent. So it's still immoral.
Oh, okay.
But if you don't do it, a more immoral action will happen. The rest of them will die.
It's a moral judgment at that point.
Do you think like is eating animals sort of uniquely, do you make an exception for it, do you think? Like, I'm just thinking, do you think that other things are as wrong as it that you have as much indifference to?
Yes, stoplights are, I don't know if as immoral, so like prisons. Prisons are immoral, taxes are immoral, stoplights are immoral. I don't know like as immoral. I don't know how to gauge that. But yeah, there's lots of immoral
like
things that we tolerate. Yes.
I'm asking about you though, like what you would like do, like if like an immoral action that you would do and kind of be sort of indifferent about doing, such that it, you're going against, like knowingly going against your own moral values, but you do it anyway. I'm just wondering if there's any
Yeah. So like
others.
all the ones I listed. So like stoplights, they're immoral. I know they're immoral, but I would still have stoplights and taxes and make people pay some rent. That would also be immoral to force them to pay any rent. But there are lots of immoral things I would do because they're necessary, given our current society, and there isn't a way to overcome them yet.
Do you think animal agriculture is necessary part of our society?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, I don't think that if we just abolished all farms that millions of people would not starve to death.
Well, I'm asking about you though. Like, so what you would do yourself? I'm asking about your own actions.
I don't understand the question. So, animal farms are necessary because if we didn't have them, people would starve. We don't have enough.
Yeah, but
corn to feed everyone.
like, okay. So let's take two potential. Sorry, let's take two potential actions that we're evaluating. One of them is eating a hamburger, which you think is wrong, but you do it anyway.
Yep.
I'm wondering if there's like another moral action that you'd put in the same kind of category, like a thing that you do often that you think is wrong, but yet still do. I'm just wondering if like if the animal agriculture is sort of an exception that allows you to violate
all the things I listed. So I make rules that people have to follow without their consent. It's an involuntary imposition of will, so it's immoral. But it's pragmatic.
But you gave a justification for those things, right?
Right, and I gave the same justification for the animal eating, is that if we don't do this, it will lead to a greater consequence. So we can't.
But I'm not asking about the rule you would make about animal agriculture. I'm asking about you eating a hamburger versus those other things.
So the reason I eat hamburgers is because, or the reason I allow for animal agriculture is because there's a justifiable reason to allow it, which is lots of people would starve. There's a worse outcome if we didn't have it. And the reason I allow for stoplights and taxes is the same thing. If we don't have it, there's going to be a worse outcome. Me personally, I just do the things I enjoy doing, and eating animals is something I've been conditioned to not care about. It doesn't morally motivate me, and it makes me feel good. Therefore, I do it.
Wouldn't that put you in the same category as like the person who exploits the slave knowing that it's wrong but still takes advantage of it?
It's immoral in both cases, as I said before.
Yeah. I know you said it's immoral. I'm just like, it seems
that's the same category in both. So if you're doing something you know is immoral and you're just doing it for pleasurable reasons, yes, that is immoral. So yes, it is the same in both cases.
Right, but but you still
What are
do
you
it.
having such a hard time with, dude? Maybe you need to consider asking a different question.
Well, well, I'm having a hard time because he keeps jumping from the action that he does to allowing for society to do it. So I'm trying to ask you, I'm trying to get you to compare you eating a hamburger, which you know is wrong,
Yeah.
contributes to another action. And so evaluate you eating a hamburger to other things that you think are wrong. And I'm asking if you are making sort of a special exception for you eating the hamburger, in that you would allow yourself to do it, to go against your moral compass or whatever, to do that, for you to do that one thing kind of in a special case, and you wouldn't do that with other things. That's kind of what I'm asking.
Right. And I already answered that. I said, yes, it is a special case because I do immoral things that make me feel good that I've been conditioned to not make me feel immoral about, like eating meat. I've been conditioned by the society I grew up in to not feel guilty about that. So I do it and it makes me feel good. And there are other things in society I have been conditioned to feel guilt about, and so I don't do those. And those are completely independent of my moral system where I can rationally assess what is or isn't moral.
So you, being brought up in like a religious household, you probably were conditioned from a young age, like that, like being gay is bad or something, right?
Maybe. Didn't not really talk about it.
Okay. Are there any other things that where you kind of overcame like a societal conditioning or something like that?
Thank you for the super chat. And the cheer, would Joseph appreciate it? Overcame. Cursing God, maybe? So like saying the Lord's name in vain is being evil or something like that?
So you're, so you've kind of had the same value system pretty much consistently through life. Like you've never changed your mind on any fundamental, like for me, it was definitely like not, I was kind of right wing growing up. So I'm now a lot more accepting of like the LGBT kind of society where I had a lot of really bad things fed to me early on. I'm just wondering if there's anything like that. Like, it doesn't have to be that, but something else like that where you thought one way and then you kind of reconsidered your position on it and changed your actions based on your new moral theory kind of thing.
Two different things there. Is one is my intuitive feeling and two is my logical analysis. So logical analysis, yes. Logical analysis, I can recognize eating meat is wrong even though I don't care emotionally. Emotionally have things changed for me only in the cases of like praying to God or whatever, or saying the Lord's name in vain, those kinds of things, yes, or in those cases. So in some cases, my emotional things have changed, and my rational things have definitely changed.
Okay, so I think I get you. So you're saying you know it's wrong, but you're not like emotionally motivated. It doesn't create like a feeling of obligation even though it's wrong.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks for answering the questions.
Yep, no problem. Anybody else got anything? How are the new guys who joined? Axiom, Do, Giz, Ham, Loom Poom.
Hey, Jump, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Same thing, different day. Just larking.
LARPing?
I said larking.
I'm pretty sure you said LARPing. You're LARPing? LARPing all the time?
No, I said lurking.
Clearly LARPing. Definitely 100% LARPing.
Stop strawmanning me. Jeez, T-Jump. Don't overspeak me, like, gosh. I'm just,
I do have to give you credit for the guy you were talking to. As boring and as silly as it was, he was so slow he would never have been able to overtalk you in a million years.
You talking about Destiny? He's just boring and slow. He's the vegan guy. Like, God, he's just so terrible.
That's not who I was talking about.
It's Dynasty, by the way.
Oh, I see it now. Yep. It's small on my screen. Thank you for the cheer, Woods. Appreciate it. Woods Joseph. Is there a way I can join? Yes, Woods, there is a way you can join. There is a link in the bottom right hand of the screen. It says https://discord.io/tjump. If you type that into a web browser, you should be able to join the server. Let me know if you can't find it.
Nice help from
should be able to. What? Go ahead.
I said nice. I said nice plug there, TJump. Gonna
Okay.
put the rest of your stuff.
What? I don't understand what's. Like, he asked for it literally. He's like, "Is there a way to join?" He sent me
I'm
a
just
super
messing
chat.
with you, bud. I'm just messing with you.
I need to make the screen wider so I can. No, that's still not working. I don't know how to do that. It's a glitch on freaking OBS where my chat is just not showing up. But all right, I can just I'll just pull up Twitch on my web browser. Live stream. How's everybody else doing? Anything interesting going on?
I actually had a question about the last guy. You said you consider eating animals to be immoral. Would that or you consider it to be evil? Would that necessarily mean that you consider that veganism is ethically superior?
Yes.
Okay. Because I think that was kind of what he was getting at. That I kind of felt he should have asked.
I don't think so. I think his point was more looking for like an internal contradiction in my view or something along those lines, because that's what vegans normally do. Like, because I conceded right off the bat that eating meat is immoral, so I think he already knew that I thought veganism was a morally superior position. He's still here. He can clarify himself, I think.
I think he'll. Oh, I didn't see.
Yeah, that's right. You said that right up front. I was looking for just internal consistency check on your position. And I mean, like, I'd love to get you to think about it more too. So exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a vegetarian, but I consider veganism, to be ethically superior. And I mean, that's been acknowledged by even Dawkins and Sam Harris. They've said that there's no way that they can defend eating meat logically.
Yeah, I don't know if thinking about it more is going to change anything. I fully grant that yes, veganism is the morally correct position and eating meat is just immoral, but I don't care enough. I like meat more than I like being moral.
I just love the way you said that.
Anybody else got anything interesting to say? Questions, comments, stuff going on?
Yeah, actually have a.
Go for it. Anybody? I don't know who was talking.
Can you just read? It's Joe.
Joe, how's it going?
How you doing? I've managed to join.
Nice. Yeah, you're from the Twitch, the Woody guy?
Correct, Joe.
Patreon.
Yeah, that's me.
Cool.
I've never seen anyone else explain the thing about eating meat so well, because I'm the exact same as you. I am very aware that looking back, if in the future, if they look back on people eating meat, I know I'm going to be on the wrong side of history, but emotionally, I just do not care enough to stop doing it. So,
yep.
I would say like a good way to, if you're actually curious about changing your motivations because you want them to be more in line with what you think is right, I would just suggest like just educating yourself, just learn about it, watch like the ethical stuff, what happens.
Oh, I do. Yeah, no, I have. I still know about it. It's one of those. I try to eat less, so I eat a decent bit of vegan, like fake chicken and stuff. But it's still, I'm still not bothered enough to just completely stop eating meat. It sounds terrible. I know it's not good, but
I've watched all the documentaries about the pig slaughtering, the cow slaughtering, the torturing.
Yeah, same.
And I just the ones with the chicks where all the male chicks just go to the grinder immediately. I know all that stuff. It just does not have any compelling effect on me.
I'm exactly the same. Unfortunately, it's just got no emotional impact on me, and I'm just not bothered enough to actually do it.
What about when you see kind of similarly distressing situations involving humans?
What do you mean? Like, am I compelled to not eat humans then?
No, not eat, but just like, does it evoke an emotional feeling?
Not necessarily. No, it varies. To be honest, no, probably not. Most of the time, probably not for myself. I know a lot of stuff is terrible, and I will fight against different stuff. But if I'm being completely 100% honest, morally and emotionally, it doesn't really affect me emotionally, regardless of what I'm seeing.
The one thing
Are we all in agreement that eating humans is a good thing if you're on the edge of death, like the people who got
100%.
trapped in the Alps and they had to eat the dead?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's survival, obviously.
So as long as there's a survival component,
zombies are completely morally justified in eating people. They're completely moral to eat all people.
Yeah, I mean, I will say one thing about you and Destiny is that you guys, like, I would say that I appreciate how brutally honest you guys are, as opposed to like people like Matt who just like dodges around the issue.
Oh, thanks, appreciate it.
Big time.
This is why I wanted to join, because when I saw you talking about sort of different things and sort of eating meat, there's very few people that I've found that think the same as me with regards to this, like you do, where I know it is effectively the wrong thing to do, but I'm still going to do it though, because I'm not bothered enough to change it.
Converse Contender says, I quit showering like a year ago and it doesn't bother me enough to wash myself.
What were you initially debating? Were you debating religion to start with, or?
Yep. Does God exist, kind of a thing.
Where do you fall on that?
I am an atheist. I believe God does not exist.
So I'm a very strong atheist as well.
Jump. How do you account for intelligibility if God, without referencing the necessity of referencing God?
Well, first you have to give a definition of what the preconditions of intelligibility are, and then I can explain to you how each of them can be achieved in a naturalistic universe.
Well, I assume you're familiar with the structure of the argument, so let's not beat around the bush here.
Well, it changes.
If you
by
wish
each
to
different
discuss
precept.
with me, you will define your terms, Voltaire.
Well, that's the thing, is that this argument changes.
Pre-Enlightenment people talk.
The argument changes depending on the precept, and they have different preconditions of intelligibility, and so depending on which ones they bring up, it changes what answer I give. So there isn't like...
Well, that God is the creator and sustainer of all things, that he is a mind,
well,
and that he...
It's like in the argument of Van Til and Bonson, what a precondition of intelligibility is separate than just God. It's saying that like intelligibility is knowledge, intelligibility needs absolute certainty, intelligibility needs some connection to the fundamental nature of reality. Intelligibility requires some conditional logical propositional truth that exists independent of physical reality or something. Some statement that applies to all things.
Can I ask your opinion on something?
Sure.
I think it was Van Til who said it was just logic and reason, wasn't it? Or was the other guys? More?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with sites.
One sec. Somebody wanted to ask me a question. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's Jesuit. So again, like I said, I'm a very strong atheist like you, but I always struggle when people ask me this question. So whenever they bring up the question of the idea that religion has sort of built the moral structure of society in the past, and to be honest, it has. That is where the moral structure of society has come from. And I don't know how to defend my position when it comes to that. I mean, religion's terrible.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Walker. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know religion is some terrible things, but with regards to like even currently like the moral structure of things and people saying like, murder's wrong, rape's wrong, you can't sleep with people that are under 18 and whatnot, that's largely come from religion, and I don't know how to defend against that, even though I am a very strong atheist, but I don't know how I come back from that, so I was just curious what you think about
that. Morality predates any religion. It came from... We can see morality in animals in many cases. Like there's moral systems between monkeys that have been shown that
it's things like, like in like Roman times, they used to sleep with girls that were like fucking 11, 12 years old, things like that.
Yep.
It's how you end up defending things like that.
Well, that definitely didn't come from religion either. That came from society in the what is it, like 1950s, 18 to 1900s. So that was accepted way after Christianity was accepted. So that like the age of consent is not a religious thing.
Oh no, yeah, no. I mean, with religion, obviously, the age of consent would have gone back. If it was religion choice, I'm sure it'd be like about fucking 12 years old or some nonsense. But
yeah, I think that was about the age of Mary. Yes,
it was. Yeah, no, it used to be.
So yeah, our moral structures don't come from religion at all. They come from moral progress, which seems to be a result of evolution, and I think there's an objective morality behind the universe, but it's a different topic.
No, yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, see, that's what I always say. It's like an innate thing. You sort of, if you don't know to not murder, kill, and rape people, then I think you're just a bad person in general. You should just know that.
Even if it's an emergent property that eventually happens, that would still be objective, right?
Yeah. So like it could be a strongly emergent thing.
Yo, T-Jump, do you hate niggers, bro?
Oh God.
Man.
Yo, nigger. Fuck niggers. Jump doesn't like if you have the wrong skin color.
T-Jump, what was that guy's name?
I think it was the guy server muted, Za.
T-Jump hates faggots. T-Jump hates faggots.
I'll get rid of him real quick.
Go ahead. I don't know. Lola cause. Where is the? Oh, there it is. Yep. Not really. No, not an often thing.
It's the maddest thing. I don't know who they think they're offending, are they? Because we've all spoken. It seems to be pretty easygoing and very open about.
Well, because I'm streaming, they try to you can try to get the server banned by doing that. Try to get the channel banned.
Right. Okay, I see. I was going to say because clearly no one on this is going to be actually offended by that, but everyone just thinks they're all idiots. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So T-Jump, this is just more evidence of me being racist, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's the conspiracy. Beowulf was the racist mod that just
the terrible racist mod. Yeah.
Where are you all from, if you don't mind me asking?
Minnesota, United States.
Ooh, I believe it's very cold there.
Yeah, usually right now it's pretty warm. All the snow is melting.
Not too bad. I'm sort of near Manchester, UK.
T-Jump, are you an only child by chance? I was just wondering.
Did somebody ban MacGruber? I don't think he was one of the people doing it.
I'm sorry?
One of the people who was banned, MacGruber. I don't think he was one of the people doing it.
No, I didn't ban MacGruber. MacGruber's been cool all day. I wouldn't have banned him.
Yeah, well, just to let you know, I tagged you in some really inappropriate things in our general chat. Just to let you know, all right?
Okay.
What, you did or who did?
Yeah, somebody posted some really inappropriate shit, so I tagged you in a reply.
Well, okay, I'll look at it. Thank you.
Does your name say she, they, Satanist? That's brilliant.
Hey, T-Jump,
Hey, Converse, yeah, what was you asking before?
Sorry, yeah, are you an only child? Just wondering.
No, I have a sister.
Oh, you do? Okay. She's older than you?
No, she is younger than me.
Okay, gotcha. No real reason. I'm just wondering if you're.
What a weird curiosity.
Well,
Converse is
there was
obsessed with me.
definitely a
He like
reason,
stalks me. He
Yeah,
lives
it's
next
true.
door.
It's true.
Yeah, that had a
No,
very
I was
stocky feel to
actually.
it.
Well, I was kind of wondering because Tom is open about his depression and stuff, and I just wondered if he had somebody like close to his age, like a brother or sister or something like that,
Yeah,
and
right. Okay.
somebody to. Because I had a question about it actually. A friend of mine, we were talking about. Well, I'm not sure what the topic of the show was. It might be totally off topic.
Sure,
I
what is
just
it?
came here.
It doesn't matter.
Well, it's like a friend of mine. We were kind of talking the other day about you know, like exercising and different things where it's like kind of requires. Oh,
Nigga.
Yeah.
Comes first thing. It's like, do you lack motivation and because you're depressed and so you can't do these things, or because you do some of these, because you don't do some of these things like exercise and get out and be social and things like that, does it contribute to it? You know what I mean? Like, so it's kind of like
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of both, to be honest with you.
Well, no. So for me, both when I was exercising and when I was not exercising, it had no effect. Like I went from 340 pounds to 160 pounds, and my depression was the same the entire time, so it didn't affect me at all.
Oh, really? It didn't change at all?
No.
Oh, wow.
So for me, it was because I have high functioning autism. High functioning autism have a special interest, and if you don't have that special interest, you're in a lot of emotional pain. So
Can I ask what your special interest is?
I have autism, the way. So
my special interest is attractive women, unironically. So it's sex. My special interest is sex. That is what my special interest is.
Nick, you're also hot micing every now and then.
Well, the reason why I asked is because I feel like there's a lot of things like this, and that it's like which comes first kind of thing. Because there have been people who have said, that their depression was kind of almost cured because they started spending all their time exercising and doing these things. But then other people say no, because I've done that and it didn't, do anything for me. So I'm wondering, like, well, does the other person not have depression and it's something else, or
I don't think it's the same flavor for everyone is a thing. It's going to be so like a person. So I take antidepressants, but it's not that for me. It's not anything. Well, I'm not specifically depressed, but it was like you were saying. I used to have just no motivation to do anything at all. But some people exercise can cure that. But for some people, if they're slightly more depressed, I always think even if they exercise, it's not necessarily going to help. There's different causes, I think, and they're not all solved by the same thing. Is probably the best way of putting it.
Yeah, because I do think there are different things like that it may not work with depression, but it's like with, like, for example, my wife's a nurse, and when she tells me we do this automatically on the 6th day somebody's in the hospital or something like that when they have these certain symptoms, I'm like, well, what if they don't need that drug on that day? And they're like, well, no, it's protocol to do it. And it's like, I'm like, well, because, like, for example, my dad was in the hospital and he was really bad, like about to die, and he had like a punctured lung and stuff. And then they said, well, because he drinks alcohol, on like the 4th day he's in here or something like that, we got to give him this certain medicine or he'll start having these huge withdrawals and like get really bad. Well, on the 4th day, he was like better than he had ever been, walking around the entire floor like without assistance. And then,
was your dad an alcoholic or?
Oh, basically, yeah. I mean, well, he
I
goes
was going to
home.
say if they're giving it for withdrawal, then it's
Yeah.
you've got to
So
be
what I
drinking a
was,
decent bit, obviously.
yeah, I mean, probably I'd say 5 beers a night or something like that, or so. I mean, he's just
5 beers a night.
Yeah.
Mate, I fucking do that. I do that now.
Wow.
Okay. So, but
that's not much in England. That's like a regular. That's like a regular thing over here.
What?
In Scotland,
5
that's
bears a
like
night is normal.
no, but so like, but what I was getting at was, but on the fourth day he was doing so well, like he was walking on the floor by himself, and they were going to let him go, but they were like, we, need to give him this medicine for the withdrawal he's probably going to have, and if he's good, we'll let him go tomorrow. And
Surely he wasn't getting
so he
withdrawal
was
from
almost
5 bears a night.
So he was almost perfectly like ready to go the next day, and then after they gave him the medicine and they moved him to a different room, he totally like it took like a complete reverse, and he went back into the ICU and got like almost as bad as he was before, and stayed like an additional 2 weeks. And I was asking him like, well, what? How do you know to get that he needed to have that necessarily? And they're like, well, no, it's part of protocol. Because look what happened.
Didn't need to have that. If he's drinking 5 bears a night, he did not need withdrawal medical. That's nonsense.
I'm like, well, don't you wait till he has the withdrawals and then be like, here's the medicine to, and then like,
to be honest,
no,
I don't even think you get withdrawal from 5 bears a night. You won't get withdrawal from that. That's not even close to enough.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what they were saying. But anyway, and then I started learning a little bit more about it. I'm like, oh, it seems that they just have these protocols where it's like, even if you don't necessarily know that somebody's going to have withdrawals, but if they fall in within this range, they get the medicine anyway, preemptively.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, well, how do you? It seemed like it made him way worse. And they're like, no, they were like, no, that was the withdrawals that made him like that. And it's like,
that's nonsense. I know it sounds like I was taking a piss before, but 5 bears a night is that is not enough to be honest. 5 bears a night, and this sounds ridiculous, but like let's say over here in the UK, I know literally most people who will go out after work and they'll have 3, 4, 5 bears every single day, and that's like half the people I know.
How do they act when they don't get to do that though?
See, that's what I'm trying to think. Like what I'm saying is that when you have the activity that like he got way worse the next day.
Yeah.
Or really the middle of the
we got an echo. Somebody has an echo.
Later.
Fucking hell, that's terrible.
Yeah, I hear now. But then I'm like, well, they're like, well, he got bad because it's the withdrawals, and I'm like, well, how do you know it wasn't the medicine that he hadn't been taking that maybe put him back? And they're like, no, it wasn't. It was the withdrawals. And like they don't have any like.
You get withdrawals from that. I genuinely don't think you get withdrawals from 5 bears a night.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of the thing. Is like, what is it the cause or the effect? So it was the same thing with the depression thing. I'm like, is it that you don't work out because you're depressed, or you're depressed because you don't work out? But I think with that it's going to be different probably because Tom said, he had the same depression all the way throughout his exercising, so that didn't really change anything.
Yeah, it's different person for person. Different people are cured from different things, and different things affect different people's mentality.
There's different flavors for different people. It's one of those.
Right. So. That makes sense.
That's fucking mad that they told him he was withdrawing on 5 bears. No, that's genuinely properly blown. That's properly surprised me. That's absolutely mad.
Hey, TJ, I watched you in like some flat Earth debates, and I can't remember it. Like, are you open to feedback on like specific science questions that you may have been, tripped up on?
Please don't tell me you're not flat Earth, are you?
Oh, of course not. That's bullshit.
Fuck for that.
Yes, I am a flat earther. There's no gravity. It is fake news. Fake news gravity.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I mean, most of those the scientific topics are mostly not the focus. I do take the philosophical arguments, but sure, go ahead.
Oh no, like I forget exactly which one I just mean like theoretically, would you be open to like, because I think you said something about the pressure gradient or something that wasn't like totally correct.
Oh,
and they're very, very, very like persnickety about science stuff. So I just thought like there are a lot of flat Earth debunkers out there, and you know, it'd be
You
nice.
can't be that pissnicky on site and stuff if they think the Earth's flat.
I get it. I get the
That
irony.
is
I
one of
get
the
the
main
irony.
four things that is.
Well, the pressure gradient thing is that, like if you push air into a canister or whatever, the pressure will balance out evenly or whatever. It'll fall to the bottom. So I think that was the claim I made, was that the pressure gradient in a canister will fall to the bottom due to gravity. It'll be slightly more pressure at the bottom than at the top. Whereas if it was relative density, then the pressure would be equal no matter how you spun the container. But since we see it always go to the bottom, that means there's some other force in addition to the relative density that they argue for acting on the particles.
I actually didn't have anything like quite specific because but I just mean like if I found something that was kind of off, would you be open to some feedback about it?
I mean, I guess so.
If
you want to message me on Discord or whatever, probably not gonna.
Yeah.
Those are
No,
you,
it's not a-
you find something that's wrong.
Well, I know some people aren't.
He's
still
not incorrect. I'm sure he's probably not a fucking like a what do you call them, like a meteorologist or something, if pressure's wrong or something. But
the problem is that
it's
flat
mental that
earthers,
you've
flat
got to
earthers
argue.
demand expertise and demand
Exactly, yeah.
consistency
That's
and
absolutely
stuff,
mad
so.
that you've got to go that far in depth with science stuff to convince people the Earth isn't flat. That is the most fucking stupid
Yeah.
argument I've ever heard in my entire life.
They can't understand it even if you tell them.
Completely ridiculous. I cannot believe there's anybody who actually thinks that. That is absolute
the
nonsense.
flat Earth stuff is pretty ridiculous, but Tom, I've seen that you you did like a did we go to the moon debate, and I wasn't convinced by that debate, but
Wait, the Alex Stein one, which was kind of a joke. That one.
Oh man, that was so crazy. Yeah, that was so bad. And
what, you weren't convinced by my arguments there of making fun of Alex Stein?
No, not you. No, not you. I meant like by him. But what I was going to say is I wasn't convinced by him at all, but because he was just posturing the whole time. And I actually despise posturing in a debate. But I was thinking about some of the other, like I've heard some of the other arguments that, I thought, well, there are some questionable things about, the moon landing and stuff like that, And my wife and I just watched that Ad Astra movie the other night with Brad Pitt and Tommy Lee Jones. And, I do question some of it. Like, it just, like, one thing that is, like, I don't feel like we had, from what, I don't know, I went back and kind of looked because I had heard somebody making a big deal out of this point, and I thought it was dumb. But then I looked and I'm like, well, maybe that's true, that we didn't have the battery capability back then to power some of the electronic devices that would have been needed. There wasn't the battery capability or capacity that would have been needing. So some things like that make me question like the official story, but and the other thing is just that it's, I don't know.
What do you mean? Like battery power?
What kind of batteries are you expecting they would need?
Well, one sec. Battery power is contingent on how much you use it. So it's like if you turn it off and you don't use it, you can keep it for quite a long time. So I don't know what about the battery power was so significant. And like they didn't have a significant amount of usage of battery power because the computers in the lander were pretty small. Like they didn't do much.
Okay. So didn't their suits take batteries and all? Like, didn't they have to have a pack for their oxygen and all that thing?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you really think it's more likely that it was all faked, or you just don't understand something about it?
No, I don't think
he's not a conspiracy theorist.
I said I wasn't convinced by them.
Are you talking about the Van Allen belt?
No,
I'll be honest.
The Van Allen belt is a different objection. He's asking about batteries.
Van Halen belt, excuse me.
Van
The
Allen?
main thing is it's more understandable to be sort of not believing of that than flat Earth. I get why people don't believe in the moon.
I was actually.
I mean, they're wrong, but I understand why they don't believe in it because
I was really just asking because I mean I've never questioned really the moon landing or anything like that. I try to steer clear of conspiracy theories because I bought into a bunch of them when I was like in my
you can
early
go into
20s.
a fucking rabbit hole and it's
Right, and so now I really talk people down from conspiracies a lot. But But I was wondering because there are some things, and I wonder if you had looked into that at all. The
thing is
battery.
anything that's
Wait,
happened, though, you can always
let Converse
find
finish his question. Holy shit!
something.
Let Converse finish his question.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah, no worries. I was just saying, TJ, but if you have you looked into that whole, or had you heard that whole argument about the battery capability for the amount of time they were going to be gone and the amount of things they have operating on batteries that they would have needed to, because obviously there's not like a plug that's going from Earth to the moon on the flight to keep them powered. So,
no,
what
I
do you
haven't
think
like
about that whole
actually
argument?
run the numbers. No, but I don't think that's like you could ask what's his name, Fight the Flat Earth. He would definitely have an answer for you. He would probably know for sure exactly what the numbers are on that one.
So, I'm going to be honest. You've seen something that's going against it. I imagine if you actually look into it, that they're probably the people who were saying, "Oh, the battery capabilities couldn't do it." I imagine if you actually look into that, they're probably just wrong.
Most likely.
Well, well, what I did whenever I did look, I think what was unhelpful was there was somebody that was trying to debunk the moon landing thing that are trying to debunk the debunkers, the conspiracy theorists, and he was saying that this argument about the battery capacity that he did think that they would have been lacking on battery capacity, but that there could have been some other method by which they stored energy or something like that, and it was just totally unconvincing. So I thought about sending the question to Professor Dave Explains because I know he's really good with some of this like
Fight the Flat Earth is
stuff.
probably much more accessible. He'd probably be willing to answer you and be able to contact you pretty quickly.
I mean,
Okay, I'm not familiar, but yeah.
They
Well,
have
it
like
seems like
power
you just
generators.
want to
like,
know about the batteries at the time rather than what it has to do with the moon landing.
Well, no, it's a legitimate question. The battery
Well, no, it
can the
backs it up,
battery?
doesn't it?
So it's just a legitimate question. It's fine.
Are you wondering,
of course it is.
Are you wondering if they were? I mean, do you not think they could just recharge the batteries as they were traveling,
No.
or
They couldn't
Well, the
have.
thing is like, is there a plug-in
Why?
somewhere where they could charge them at?
Because there's no
bet.
energy source to plug in the batteries other than other batteries.
Well, I mean,
That's the
well,
thing.
no. I mean, you can use. What do you mean? It's power generation system.
Maybe like a crank or something. You mean?
that would work. Or did they have solar
just
power back
hooked
then?
up to a stationary bike and they were just charging up by cycling.
Yeah, I mean that's true. They could have done that, but I just don't think there's any like.
Oh no, I was
NASA
joking. I
plan.
don't think that's correct. I was
Oh, yeah.
I was being sarcastic.
Well, no, I was just.
Well, I mean,
you would think there would be like a NASA plan and like, oh yeah, and we put a big crank on the front in case they needed to crank up out some energy.
To be honest, I think what will most likely turn out if you actually look into it is those people who are going against that, they're probably just incorrect. That's normally what happens.
Yeah,
pretty much what I was trying to say.
Yeah, so I just Googled it. Like on the Wikipedia, it says the batteries they're using.
You should look up like power generation systems on like the Saturn V like setup that they had.
Yeah, well, when I just watched this, I don't know if y'all seen that Ad Astra movie, but I watched it the other day, and like it's pretty. It's actually a pretty decent movie. It's kind of crazy, but
is it okay?
yeah, they travel to
I was
Neptune.
unsure whether to watch it.
They travel to Neptune. He travels there to get his father or something, but I don't know. It said it was like an 80-day journey or something, but they had to go to the moon first, then to Mars, and then I don't know. It was but then I had read somebody saying that that's gonna, it's gonna be pretty typical in the future for people to, travel to the moon and then to Mars. And I don't know. I'm still skeptical though about things.
There's some
like
much
that,
better
but
space movies that are out there. I watched one the other day that was very good called it was Europa Report. And I think they travelled to it was either Neptune's moon or Jupiter's moon. And it's a similar thing, but it's a bit more scientifically correct.
yeah.
Yeah.
You got any debates coming up?
I think so. I don't have them memorized.
Hey,
Scotty posted in the after show chat. He just Googled how did Apollo generate power, and it says that they used 3 fuel cells housed in the service module, which used combines hydrogen and oxygen to produce electricity and water.
They also had solar panels.
They only went there to beat fucking Russia and China. That was the only reason.
They had solar panels on the Apollo spacecraft?
I believe so. This is what this link I just posted is about. Apollo power generation systems.
Yeah, I
And
figured there
all the
was something
scientists were
missing.
Nazis anyway, I'd imagine. So half of the Nazis left and joined NASA. So
It says Apollo did not have solar panels because they didn't need them. Fuel cells provided electrical power for the spacecraft for a lower total weight than solar panels would have had.
Yeah, that could have been. I don't know which Apollo mission this paper that I found is talking about, because it's from '73, so it wasn't the moon landing mission.
Well, what do you think about the point that was made in your most recent debate? And again, I think and I really do not like the guy's pedantic style, but I've heard other people make it as well that like the little craft that came from the ship to actually land on the moon.
The lander?
Yeah, the lander. It's didn't have to like launch off and reconnect with the ship in orbit or something like that.
Off the moon, like take off? Yes.
Yeah, it did do that.
Yeah,
no, they just jumped. About. They just like used their leg power just off the surface of the moon.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering though. Like, it seems like
you said parachutes? It was mad.
There was an orbiter. The main spacecraft was in orbit around the moon, and so they just had to get up high enough to link up with that, basically.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, you'd have to be like ultra precise. Like, I don't know, maybe a couple of those guys were like super like good mathematicians.
Well,
or
yeah,
something,
but literally that's the entire point of NASA, though, isn't it?
The computers. The computers did that.
NASA.
The computers did all that work for them. The astronauts didn't do that. The computers did.
They do have to be that precise. That is what NASA is.
Yeah. Well, then it's a miracle that they made it. Then like I say, I don't even challenge it. I think the whole thing was I just say, yeah, it happened because like it seems like I don't know how they could have covered up all this so far. I mean, it just would take so much, but it does seem like a crazy improbable mission though. So
well, I agree with that, but I don't. It seems once you get into space, the math becomes significantly easier than if you're in the atmosphere of Earth. So the fact that we can do it here on Earth with planes is just as hard.
That's it, exactly. Yeah, like even just like air traffic control when people are flying about, the fact that they can do that just and not have everyone crash into each other is.
Yeah, the physics that you have to do fluid dynamics on planes in the atmosphere is significantly harder than the astrophysics you have to do to get the lunar lander on the moon and off it because there's no atmosphere.
Well, once you're decently high enough up, it's just fucking. You just need rockets to power you to a direction, and then you're sweet.
Yep. Like I know I have a few relatives who are aerospace engineers. One of them recently graduated, and she said that the hardest math was fluid dynamics.
Yeah, that's what my degree is in, and it's fluid dynamics is insanely hard. When you take astronautics, like the formulas are just like boosting. It's called delta V at certain points, and then. I mean, that's for going between like gravitational spheres of influence though. So like, linking up with the orbiter is definitely pretty complicated, but yeah, you don't have to do like drag force.
It's one of those where the math is that hard that all of the math is just letters. It's not even numbers anymore. All of it is just letters because it's constants and things.
Oh, yeah. Just placeholders for concepts.
I'll post some insane fluid dynamics equations.
Yeah, Tom, you were talking about earlier, change the subject a little bit about, you guys are talking about precepts and...
precepts are stupid? Yes, I agree.
Yeah, have you done many debates with precepts?
Yes, I think at least 10.
Have you done much?
I think the best dumpster fires are the precepts.
The best what?
About
The
sorry,
best
sorry. What
dumpster
did you ask
fires,
then?
the ones that are just absolutely horrible to the
Oh yeah.
nth degree.
I don't think Jay Dyer is a precept.
Oh yeah, I remember now that you had a whatever you
I'm
call
sorry,
that with Jay Dyer.
I don't know what that I don't know what that is. Can
It's
someone?
like precept is like it's like Christians that or theists that think that you have to basically all the things you assume, like you have to account for all these things before you can use them or something. So basically
Right.
it's like, hey, well basically they'll say like, hey, look, you use mathematics because it works, but you take it for granted. You don't say like, how do we have math that corresponds to the universe and stuff? Like they basically say like you can't have that on a atheistic worldview because things would either be too random or something, And
That's fucking mental. Jesus.
Whether or not
Right. Okay. I've never heard that before. That's mad.
T-Jump,
Yeah.
could you weigh in on whether or not this is an accurate summary of what precept is?
On converses, loosely. So presuppositionalism.
Yeah, I was going to give one of my own too, but
gotcha.
Go ahead.
Okay, my understanding, and correct me the moment I get something wrong. My understanding was that there was a debate between two of Plato's ideas way back in the day. He thought that the allegory of the cave indicated that there was some sort of other realm that was what was causing the shadows to be cast on the wall. If you don't know what the cave allegory is,
well, I don't think that's. I think the cave thing was indicating that we perceive the difference between our perception and what the real world is actually like. Not that there's like another realm.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. No, that was the thing. What we were perceiving were shadows on the back of the wall, and there was the argument being made that that's all we are ever really seeing is just shadows of some other realm, the world outside the cave, and he postulated that there were two possible things in this realm. There were things like ideals, Platonic ideals was what they became to call, or forms like. The reason you see a desk is because in another realm there is the perfect desk that is reflecting its essence into this realm.
How are you tying that into presuppositionalism?
The idea of there being another realm and a perfect being and like the ultimate of everything, and that is where the perfect.
This gets very, very philosophic, doesn't it? I know exactly where you're going.
Well, no, that's not. So presuppositionalism was created recently by Van Til and Bonson, like within the past 50 years. And their position is that
latching onto Platonism, right?
No, they're latching on to problems in philosophy. So they're saying that any problem in philosophy, that the Plato's caving would be an example, but any problem in philosophy, the fact that philosophy can't solve it means it must only be solvable by a god. So that's essentially their argument, is that, a problem you can't solve, God's all-knowing omniscience can solve it, and since without God's omniscience, you can't solve this problem. Therefore, knowledge is impossible.
Yeah.
So there has to be a ground.
The way of me breaking that down was the idea that they were trying to appeal to the realm of universals, where God resides. And
I don't think they need to say anything about a realm of universals. Like you can use precept without any kind of reference to like universals. Like you can be a nominalist.
Yeah. So basically, like here's an easy illustration.
Never heard it once.
Yeah, here's an easy illustration. Side 10 Bruggencate, a bunch of people used to do, and sometimes when I get in a deep philosophical conversation, I'll use it because it can be helpful. I don't think everything's wrong with precepts. I just don't think it's a good method. I don't think that it. Anyway, so they'll like one analogy is kind of like the Matrix, right? But it's like, how do you know what color the walls in the room you're in are? And you're like, well, they're blue, and then they'll say like, well, what if you're actually in a room? What if you're actually in a crazy loony bin or something, and you're strapped down and the walls are red, but you're just having this imaginary dream or something that the walls.
These
are
all
blue.
the objections.
So can I? So my friend is doing his dissertation on something called I think it's called non-existentialism, and it's the idea that nothing is anything until a person sees it and then categorizes it.
A tree falling in the woods.
Basically, yeah.
But the last part of
nothing's anything unless you observe it being that thing, and it's complete fucking nonsense. It's rubbish.
the last thing though is of this of that analogy is this, like their most important part is how do you know that you're in a room with blue walls and not strapped to a bed in a room with red walls, and only if you know. Well, they say with God, somebody that knows all things, if he can give you knowledge, then you can know it certainly because he knows all things. He'd know if he was wrong. But with other views, it's only like, an educated guess or like an approximate, or you can't know
That's
it.
a problem that only exists if you assume you need absolutes for knowledge. And
Yep.
you can be fallible.
Well, right.
They've created a problem that they are then offering a solution to by appealing to an absolute.
Yes, that's why I like.
But I would agree. I would agree with what you said before, that the position who you said your friend was studying, that things don't exist unless people look at them. Yeah, that position is pretty ridiculous. Like, that's the position in quantum mechanics of like an idealist quantum collapse is required based on consciousness, which is essentially rejected by pretty much everybody in physics. It's only accepted by like 6% of physicists or something.
I mean, he showed me. He's doing his dissertation on it. He showed me, and I read through it, and it's. I mean, it's written very well, and for the other people who are philosophers who will read into it, it'll probably sound quite good, but it's complete bollocks. It's nonsense. It means nothing.
Yeah.
All of it is just completely meaningless. It pisses me off, but it's fucking people like to think that way.
Couldn't there be an idyllic position that goes like that? Like somebody takes idealism and says something like that, maybe. But it's
sort of. Like, I don't think so, since idealism is the position that consciousness is fundamental. But if you think that objects like the moon exist, but only after you look at it, then it's still technically like a physical object. It just isn't there until it's conscious. So it seems to be more fundamentally the distinction that it does the waveform, does the quantum wave function collapse at a conscious experience or a conscious reckoning of it? And the answer would be no. So it could be either way, idealist or non-idealist, but it's not contingent on idealism.
And a priest of kind of uses God as the collapse of all the waveforms. I've heard that before.
Yep, that's a thing.
Pisses me off like fuck those on, because those people who write those things, it sounds incredibly intelligent, and people who can't read like proper papers when they're published, like university papers when they publish them, people who can't read them, they'll have a look through it and they'll think, oh, this sounds really smart. But if you can read it, it's fucking nonsense. It's all nonsense. It's just written.
That's typical of a lot of positions, especially in apologetics, where they make it sound really smart with some big words and some philosophical terms, but really when you get down to it, it's just garbage.
It's just all bollocks. It's all nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree with that. Happens a lot, yeah. But I was gonna say, Tom, so I know I'm not sure how much Kant you've really read, but like since we're kind of on this subject, I've heard you refer to the noumenal phenomenal in the past.
Yep.
Distinction. Right? Yep. Kant had like a third category or a third distinction. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the synthetic a priori.
Yeah. Well, there's the synthetic and the analytic, and then in addition to those, he's like, oh well, there's also these things that look like they're synthetic, but they're also analytic, synthetic a priori. So he
Sorry,
made this...
could you explain slightly more in depth? I've not heard of that before.
So
you
synthetic,
explain a little bit more.
Yeah, synthetic and analytic are things that you know about from like sense experience. Analytic are things that are true by definition. So analytic is like math and logic. Squares can't be round. You can't be a married bachelor. And then synthetic things are things you need to look at the world to see, like the sky is blue.
Experience.
Yeah, experience.
Yeah, right, okay, yeah.
And then there are certain examples that he was like, well, this kind of seems like both. Like 1 + 1 = 2. Okay. Like, is that a synthetic or an analytic? Because it describes the world. Like if you take one rock and you add another rock, you get two rocks.
Right, yeah, okay, yeah. So it's slightly abstract to the actual definition. It's
the concept comes first.
And so then he says, well, that might be this new category called synthetic a priori, because a priori, a posteriori is a different distinction made up by a different guy, and it means a priori is things you know about just by thinking about them. A posteriori is things that you know about through sense experience, kind of like synthetic. And so he's making the distinction that there are some of these a priori things that you only know about from experience, like 1 + 1 = 2, when you take one rock, add it to another rock. And so they're the synthetic a prioris rather than analytic. And so he's made up all these different distinctions.
So one runs over into the category. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, I understand. Right. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it.
Yep.
So one of the things that came up though in his thought pattern was that with the synthetic a priori, he said that, well, some things are like basically that because we have to take what's in the world and we have to use our perception, so that he basically said that there are some things that we have to interpret them. Basically, we have to perceive them and interpret them through a mind that's not like the world or something, to that effect, where it's like, so there's some things that you can know, like math and logic from 1 + 1 = 2 without experiencing, things or whatever. You can just think of them. And then there's the other things you have to experience, like what is, a kiss like, or, what is it like to pick up 100 pounds or whatever. And then he's like, well, there are these other things that it's like, well, when we experience them we have like basically there's like you have to interpret what's going on. So we're not perceiving things in themselves, basically. And I wonder if you had really, because it kind of sounded a little bit like what the guy was saying a minute ago, but it's a little bit different idea.
Well, are you because it seems like you're adding in the noumenal phenomenal distinction into the synthetic a priori distinction? Because there's the noumenal phenomenal distinction is that there's the world as it appears to us, and there's the world as it actually is, independent of how we see it, and that there's no way to get to the noumenal the way the world actually is from just the way it appears to us. It's always just going to be the way it appears to us.
Yeah. So it seems that when I was reading this, and it's been a couple of years ago, but the synthetic a priori was like a way of him like saying that we have to interpret, the synthetic or something like that.
Did he give any examples though of what you were talking about before? That I'm just.
Well, I don't think the synthetic a priori distinction has anything to do with the noumenal phenomenal distinction. I don't think those are connected. I think those are separate things. I don't know what the connection is you're drawing between those.
I mean, I guess it could be. I guess it could be misremembered. But I was thinking that.
Because I'm pretty sure the synthetic a priori was his new category to the fact that there are some things that seem like analytic truths, but you can't know them just by thinking about them. So there are things about the world, like a triangle has 3 sides or something, that you can't know just by thinking about it, and you have to actually see them in the world first.
See it, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to get back and reread, because that's what I was thinking that was coming from that, was this like interpretation model, basically.
It's a lot of philosophy stuff is very. I always think a lot of it is just absolute bollocks. Anyway, half of it is just people looking far too in depth at certain things that are not that complicated, and there's different stuff that I've read. Even like I was saying before, that like non-existentialism is it's all bollocks. But there's people who have built their entire careers off stuff like that, and it's it's. I don't know. I might be completely wrong. They might have.
I think you are wrong. It's more like 80% of philosophy, not like 50%. So like the vast majority of it.
Yeah, it is. Because I read it into do you know about that? I'm not entirely sure how you pronounce it. I pronounce it nihilism.
John Stuart Mill.
No,
Yeah.
Nihilism.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I know people pronounce it that. So I had a look into that maybe last year, and that's surprisingly resonated quite well with myself. But even stuff like that is, I don't think a lot of people can or should categorize themselves in one specific band. I think a lot of people are just slightly sort of spread out between different ideologies and things. And I don't think you should sort of tie yourself down with one going, right, well, I'm this, or I'm that.
Sure.
A lot of people have got a lot of different opinions that are spread across a lot of different things. And it's, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I think a lot of the philosophical positions are too restrictive, and when people label you as one, it's usually just to bring up criticisms they know of that position that you may not know about, to try and like undermine your argument.
Exactly. And it's one of those things, unfortunately, that like I've got my own views, but if you speak to people who actually, let's say, have focused on one position, they know I'll very happily admit they know too much about it for me to argue with them. They're too well read, and they've got too many references and things like that. And I can't argue. It's like if you ever see Ricky Gervais talking about atheism and things like that online. I do agree with him on most stuff. However, if he was put into a proper debate with people who are well read on theology and things, he'd have no clue. He would have no idea what he was talking about.
Yeah, that's one of the useful things philosophy does, is that if you can learn the rhetoric skill, you can learn how to break down even the complicated arguments into simple arguments. So like the way I do the God debate is I break everything down to how does that differentiate imagination from reality? And if I can take whatever argument they're giving and break it down into that question, I can address it, whatever they're saying, no matter what academic level, because most of the people I debate are professors of philosophy at different universities on my YouTube channel.
The question I always tend to ask people who are, let's say, the sort of theists and believe in religion is I always just ask one very simple question, and I say, if I put this to you, so can God create a stone that can't be moved? So that ends up being a paradox, because if he can create a stone that can't be moved, then he's not all powerful because he can't move it. And if you can't create a stone that can't be moved, then
the statement itself contains a contradiction, because if you're talking about infinity, then you're never going to be able to create something that takes forever to create.
Well, typically it's rephrased as, can God create a rock so heavy he can't lift it? That's the typical phrasing.
Sorry, it is, yeah. But even then, if you ask CS that, it's not necessarily I'm asking them to defend it. It's just always very interesting what their answer is, rather than I don't necessarily want them to. I'm not expecting them to come back with an answer to that completely disproves it. It's very interesting what they respond with.
I have the answer for you. God the Father can create a rock so big that Jesus the Son can't lift it.
Trinity. Oh God.
Yeah, I don't think that argument actually works. I think it's
Oh no, it doesn't. It's bollocks. It's nonsense.
I think that
complete nonsense.
Well, I mean, you could just say that God, by all powerful people typically define it as being God can do all logically possible things. So if it's not possible, then it's something God can't do, right? So
seems a bit odd.
Seems
a bit odd since we can think up of like paralogics and contradictory logics in our heads. So how can we consider
exactly? Yeah. Why can we do that?
Well, the problem though with that approach is going to be that if you go, well, why can't God do contradictory things? If he's all powerful, he would be able to. Then the person could just say, okay, well then he can create a rock so big he can't lift it, but then he'll just lift it. And then if you say, well, that's contradictory, they'll go, well, you said it's fine to be contradictory. You see,
exactly,
so it just doesn't work out.
I think also you might be thinking that.
Go on, sorry.
You cut out at thinking.
What I was going to say then, sorry, whoever just said that he can create a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it, and then he'll just lift it. That is possibly the best response I've ever heard, and I've never heard anyone say that back. But that is effectively the same response as what the argument is asking anyway.
I mean, I don't see a problem with saying it's possible.
Answer.
I don't see a problem with him saying, it's possible for God to create a rock so heavy he couldn't lift it. Like, okay, problem solved.
Yeah, and then he can move it there. But
I wouldn't even add that part. I just say literally, there is no problem with saying God could use his all power to create something so powerfully, or like denotes most of his power to a different object, then he wouldn't be able to lift it. Like, it's logically possible for him to do that. Yes.
All right, you guys are my
Yeah,
babies.
you need a contradiction then to say he
Good as
can't lift
fuck,
it though
yo.
as well, because so it matches the argument.
Well, no. I think
The
that I
argument
think
in
that the
itself is flawed
theist.
anyway.
I think the theist could say, like, yes, God could create a rock so heavy he can't lift it. He could give his omnipotence to a different object, problem solved. Then he wouldn't be omnipotent anymore, but he could do it.
Yeah. It's always very interesting though. It's more just interesting what the answer is rather than trying to actually get, because you don't get a fucking correct answer. Obviously, there's not something you can have a correct answer for, but it's always just very interesting to see what the answer is.
The argument's just to remove omnipotence. That's the
Yeah,
only goal.
yeah, exactly.
Well, again, I don't think it works because you can still have an omnipotent God and just say, well, he can limit himself. So he could make himself not omnipotent in the future. He won't. And so no problem. So all he has to do is say he gives his omnipotence to a different object. Or and
you're clearly very, very smarter than anyone I've ever spoken to about that who's a theist. So no one's ever come up with anything like that. So they normally just get very flustered.
I thought you said if he created it, he wouldn't be omnipotent anymore.
Right. So like he could give up his omnipotence. So that would be my argument is that God could give up his omnipotence. He could make something else omnipotent.
Okay.
And then so he would then thereby be creating a rock.
Flawed. The question doesn't really make sense anyway in itself. It's just.
I don't know. I think it makes sense. I think it's fine.
It's one of the It's
he
one
could,
of the.
but he chooses
again, it
not
depends on your
to.
beliefs, obviously.
Yeah, he could, but he chooses not to.
All right.
The question completely depends on what you actually believe to how you actually perceive the question. It's one of those.
I prefer the Epicurus quadrilemma. I think that one's a better one.
Yeah,
so.
that one's better.
Go on, explain. I've not heard of that.
So, if God is, what is it? I forget what the actual phrase is. The actual phrase is better, but it says shows a paradox between God being all powerful and all good. So Epicurus dilemma. Epicurus dilemma. There it is. I want to find just the phrasing. Problem of evil. Epicurus dilemma.
I think you could tie in the could, but chooses not to with a different omni property, and they wouldn't work. Then you'd be kind of objecting to another one rather than the one you're trying to debunk, though.
Trilemma, that's what it is. Where is it? Here's a picture.
Is God willing to prevent evil but not able? Then he is not omnipotent. Is he able but not willing? Then he is malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Then whence cometh evil? Is he neither able nor willing? Then why call him God?
Yep, that's the one.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, you should. That's the better one instead of the rock one. The rock one you can kind of carry it around.
Who's that? Who's that quoting?
Epicurus.
Very ancient.
No, I like that a lot.
Very ancient and no good arguments
blows
against
out
it.
a lot of arguments out of the water, doesn't it? And it's thousands.
I've never heard that before. That's brilliant.
There's another good quote that kind of pairs with this from Marcus Aurelius about living a good life. That's a good one to look up.
Go on.
Yeah, which one is that? If you could find it.
Oh, it's he just says, live a good life. If there are gods and they are just, then they will not care how devout you have been, but will welcome you based on the virtues you have lived by. If there are gods, but unjust, then you should not want to worship them. If there are no gods, then you will be gone, but will have lived a noble life that will live on in the memories of your loved ones.
Ties in with Buddhism a little bit. They have similar ideas.
I like that. It's that's to be honest, that's similar with the same sort of ideas of. I don't know if you've ever seen the Stephen Fry did an interview with an American reporter, and they asked him. The American reporter asked him, if you die and then you actually end up at the pearly gates of heaven, what would you say? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's how dare you? Bone cancer in children. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Why can you?
Fry
Yeah, and
has said
it's
he
a similar
likes
thing.
Stoicism. He's mentioned before that he's a fan of that kind of philosophical thinking. And Stoicism and Marcus Aurelius and Buddhism, they're all very similar in their kind of Stoic outlook. It's like life is fucked, the universe is fucked, let's just go have ice cream.
Well, that's it. So when I was saying before about that sort of nihilism or nihilism, when I read up on it, I sort of identify relatively strongly with a lot of the points of it, because
Well, that's
it's
because
just
there's a kind of a dynamic shift that you can create in your head if you acknowledge that the universe doesn't have an inherent meaning behind it, but
there's
your
nothing.
existence has some sort of innate meaning already that you didn't give it. Like there's an advantage to being alive. You get to ask the questions.
That's
So
right, yeah.
So if you can wrap your mind around something like existential value, something having a value
Yeah.
just because it exists, then, suddenly it's like, okay, sure, your life sucks in every single extent possible, but you are alive. And that
It
has
still
to
makes
mean something.
sense though. The actual idea, that like the actual basic premise of the idea still makes sense, because then you're going through, so it's your existence. Your existence is meaningful, but then it's just meaningful because other people, let's say, like other people love you and things, but that's not in itself a meaning. That's other people giving it a meaning from their own
Yeah.
point of view.
And
It's
we don't
not.
care
It's
about
not
their point of view.
inherently having. It's not. Yeah. It's not inherently having a meaning. It's only then got a meaning because they've given it a meaning in their own heads, and you don't. That isn't inherently a meaning in itself. It's
Well, I didn't choose to meaning my life to view my life with meaning, but apparently I view it with some sort of value, and I'm not choosing
Well,
to
yeah,
do that.
that's it. Everyone does, yeah, exactly. Because if you don't, then you may, yeah, if you didn't, you may as well just fucking you'd cross the road without looking and things. You know what I mean? It wouldn't make a difference. So,
There's almost a
it,
biological argument involved there, because we know that the total cognitive load of a mind under a functional
yeah,
MRI, 95% of the work going on is your subconscious, basically
yeah,
driving everything and keeping you alive. Everything that
yeah,
you think is you is 5% of your cognitive load. You are
yeah.
literally a passenger in the backseat of a meat suit screaming at the driver periodically to listen to where you're telling it to go.
That's it. And I read something the other day that I had never thought about before, and it was the idea that everything we know about the brain's learned about itself, which is very, very weird, because obviously everything anyone has ever learned has come from the brain, and everything we know about the brain we've just learned it from, and it's gone. It's very. I can't explain it very well, but it's a very weird concept.
We've never had any knowledge downloaded to our brains.
Yeah.
That ties into what we were talking about earlier with the noumenal and the phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's either conceptual or factual. I mean, we don't see any other states of reality. So where whence the universals come?
It's like if you, I'm sure you're very aware of this, but it's like that fucking Schrodinger's cat argument. I fucking hate that, because it's effectively
It's
nonsense.
not an argument. That was the problem.
Yeah, it's nonsense, but you can't really disprove it, but it is bollocks. You can't. It's really, really hard
Well, there's
to go
nothing
against
there's
it.
nothing really to disprove there, because you're
Exactly. Yeah,
describing the
exactly.
concept of superposition, not
Yeah.
collapse.
But people argue with you do need to, you can't go against it without sort of disproving it. But I completely agree with you. The actual concept of it is just completely meaningless. It's nothing.
I hear somebody's TV.
That's mine. That's definitely my TV. Turn it down a little bit.
It's why
Are
recently
we
I've been
boring you?
I've been watching a decent few horror movies, and I had like a really specific type that I enjoyed, and I didn't realize there was a name for it, and I only found out maybe 6 weeks ago that there was a name the specific type of horror that I liked, and it's like Lovecraftian horror, or cosmic horror. So it's the idea of like the fear of the unknown. If you actually search up the films and stuff like that, they're fucking brilliant because it's things that just people have no concept of or can't understand. It's things that are in different dimensions and things, and it's absolutely fantastic.
They kind of put these fears we have, like ideas, into a fleshy form and name them like old gods. I think that's kind of the goal of them.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. It's stuff that just people just don't understand and things, and I think it's brilliant. That's. I'd say the thing that to be honest, like the film that scared me most recently, the worst was I watched. Did you ever watch Don't Look Up with DiCaprio on Netflix?
I scanned through it. I got the idea of it.
Yeah, the ending.
What, was
of
it too too scary for you to watch the whole thing through? You said to scan it.
Yeah. It wasn't scary.
So it was that the ending was absolutely horrible because they're sat there waiting for a comet to hit the Earth, and then it hits the Earth, and you could hear the fucking like land smashing to bits, and they're effectively just sat there round a table waiting to die, and that is horrible. I hate
That's what you're doing already.
Well, I watched Chernobyl, like that TV show. That one was really good.
That was fantastic. Very, very good.
Well, it has kind of the same thing though, because they were dying of like.
It is, yeah. Well, yeah, the older people volunteered, didn't they, to fucking go and clean it up? So because they had less life left than the younger people, it was awful stuff. But very interesting. You can go and visit actually now. Actually, probably not currently, but
not currently.
Maybe like a year ago. Not currently, because the fucking Russians have taken it over. But
well,
yeah,
there's still
they control it right now.
They recently put on the big giant dome around Chernobyl, the cement dome that they've been working on for the past like 10 years.
Oh, fucking.
But it's still illegal to go into the dome area. I saw a guy called Illegal Freedom, his YouTube channel. He hopped the fence and just walked through Chernobyl and videotaped the whole thing. That was really cool.
Well, you used to be able to, so like a couple of years ago, you used to be able to visit. They did tours around there.
Well, some of the areas you can visit, but the main areas you can't. Like some of the areas you can.
Oh no! Honestly, you can go into all of it. Like you can go into like all the buildings and everything. The half-life of the actual sort of nuclear fallout, the nuclear waste that came out at the moment now has gone down that much. Like you obviously can't go into the fucking reactor building and stuff, but you can go literally around the nuclear plant and go into different rooms. And it's absolutely fine. It's not a big issue as long as you don't go like fucking once a week. Then it's absolutely fine. The radiation is not strong enough to actually cause any problems.
You should check out the Fukushima cleanup if you've never looked at that. It was massive. It's like all they had to clean up.
It's yeah, no, I've seen that. The only reason I know about Chernobyl is because there's a lady on YouTube I used to watch who was a radiologist. She was like a nuclear physicist, and she used to go to Chernobyl like on a yearly basis and go and look around. They walk around with like Geiger counters and stuff to check the radiation and stuff. But you can go in most rooms and things. It's just the very, very main reactor cores that you can't go in.
If you want to hear an alternate view to nihilism, you should check out Nietzsche. It might be a little bit dense if you're not familiar. Yeah, you should look into that.
I'm very aware who that is. Yeah.
Yeah, really get into that if you want to kind of hear.
How am I spelling that? Sorry, I'll have a Google. Go on. Sorry. How am I spelling that?
Niche, something like that.
Neittzshtzshe. I think I can't spell out loud.
Yeah, I've got it. It's cool.
I prefer moral naturalism.
So then they add, there's that many different points of view. It's like I said, I imagine most people aren't specifically tied down to one though. They're probably spread across a few. So God is dead, and 4 other quotes from Nietzsche.
Do you want to give a basic compare and contrast between those two ideas?
Well, nihilism is that
moral naturalism.
there's no.
No, not nihilism. Like Nietzsche's view, the opposite of nihilism, basically. What he tried to replace it with.
I think he is mostly a nihilist. If God is dead, everything is meaningless.
He just held to the idea that wasn't the end of the story. He felt that was the beginning of it, that you needed nihilism in order to have nothing holding you back from building yourself up to a Ubermensch. You needed nothing, no restrictions. God had to be dead. The problem he also saw was that he thought that people wouldn't be able to handle a world without that hand-me-down kind of ethics from religion, without something to replace it already established and in place.
Yeah, he thought the nihilism was kind of a bad thing, that people did have to have something to replace it with. So he kind of made up his own system, which was the Ubermensch. That was his ideal form, I suppose.
He seems to have started as a nihilist, though. From what I'm reading just online, he seems to have actually started as being. So, like, just looking at this, it says summary. Nietzsche is a self-professed nihilist, although, if we are to believe him, it took him until 1887 to admit it. He makes the admission that Nashlas note from the year, no philosopher's nihilism is more radical than Nietzsche's, and only, how the fuck do you say that? Is it Kierkegaard and Sartre are radical?
We mentioned existentialism earlier. That was Camus. That's a good one to look up if you're interested in that.
I'm not even sure how I define existentialism.
Well, you don't necessarily want to go too down the rabbit hole, because at the concept of needing to analyze the existence or accept the existence of something before you can analyze its essence is a good sort of principle, but you don't necessarily need to jump into bed completely with everything they tried to imply with that. It's kind of like with Descartes in his Cogito. He tried to use that as a proof for God. You don't have to go down that path. You can still accept the truth that he did manage to discover.
No, I agree with you on that. That's the thing, like, the case could genuinely just be that there is absolutely no meaning to any of it, and it's all just completely random, and all of this philosophy is just complete nonsense.
But we had to talk about it to figure it out.
Well, most philosophers think there is objective value, like meaning and purpose and value. They're atheists, but they still think there is meaning, purpose, and value.
Based on well-being, mostly, correct?
No, well-being is not. No one in philosophy, they hate well-being. They hate the well-being idea because it's so not well defined. It is not a popular view.
They just called it eudaimonia back in ancient Grecian days, but Grecian days.
The Grecian days.
The Grecian days, lad. The Grecian days. You got to get back there and do it right.
Well, so what about something like based on our sociality? So like how to best relate to one another, which would of course be predicated on like effective communication and learning about one another.
Well, it depends on what you mean.
The problem with stuff like that is it ends up going too deep, though, because when you're saying about relating to one another, a lot of it's defined by different social constructs, and then you go into where the social constructs come from, and you end up going for fucking miles and miles, like they were saying, into a rabbit hole. You've got to look.
Well, yeah, that's normally the question: is are these social constructions like subjectivism, or are these caused by some objective feature of the world, like objective morality?
I imagine. Well, most I reckon are social constructions. Almost all.
Nope.
I'm kind of holding myself to the point that since we can see that even single cells react with their environment and try to move to achieve homeostasis, that principle is just the micro version of what we do at a macro level. Is that we're key to try to take care of ourselves, and we can't fail as a social species to recognize that means cooperation with community, tribe, family, that sort of thing. And
But I did want to say that most philosophers are not.
It's how you interact with those as well.
Most philosophers are not social constructionists. They believe there is an objective morality, moral realism. You can actually look at the Phil Survey's paper 2020, and it shows the consensus or what most philosophers believe about most things. Like 70% are atheists, 65% believe in objective morality, so not nihilism.
But again, that would still hold if this morality that we're referring to was an emergent property from simpler forms, correct? Like if it was just the nature of energy to eventually make life, that life cared about itself.
It depends on which view. Like in my view, strong emergence means that there's literally something that comes about, like is created, like a law of physics or something. That strong emergence means that literally something is created from those properties, not just that they result from.
So I would be describing weak emergence with that concept.
Yeah.
Is there anything against weak emergence? Because I'm willing to acknowledge it's like that title, a weak emergence. But
No, weak emergence is the stronger one. Is the one that's more accepted.
Hey, Tom, I was just wondering, you had mentioned that most philosophers support moral realism.
Yes.
And it's my understanding that you base your moral realism on some type of fundamental field. Do the majority of moral realists also base it in a fundamental field, or what is their basis for grounding the moral objective?
All right, there's no consensus on what it is. There's just a whole bunch of different theories. My view would be called moral naturalism, and you can read more about what moral naturalists believe. But there's just a whole bunch of different views on what morality is constituted by. No real agreement there.
See, I agree with you on that, but I think it's probably slightly lesser though. I think with regards to like you saying that it just morality coming from sort of an innate feeling. I think what we've got nowadays and what you would call morality coming from an innate feeling is a very, very different thing. I think original morality was probably just like fucking if you go back like fucking cavemen or something, they're just going through that. So the people they are friends with or they live with or something, you say live with, fucking they stay with or whatever. It's just because it benefits themselves. I don't necessarily think there is a specific, don't fucking kill the people and stuff. And I think that's probably been built into society as it's grown.
Well, that's where I would disagree. I think that there is a pattern to morality, and if we look at like moral progress, somebody's got an echo. But I think if we look at moral progress and how societies change over time, the pattern is the same. So even though morality was different like 1,000 years ago, that's because their rate of intellectual acuity and technology and resources were decreased. But as you increase those things, you get the same pattern everywhere in society. So it seems like the pattern of how morality is changing is the same everywhere you go, and that's what indicates that it's probably more than just a social construction.
So this is this was my issue before, what I was asking you about. So I think it's very hard to differentiate between, obviously, like you say, as the sort of technology and things grow, but it's very hard to know if morality would have developed in the same way without the social constructs growing at the same rate, because that obviously just hasn't happened. People have grown with social constructs. So
well, that's why when we look at like animals, we can see that moral progress happens in animals too. Animal societies have morality just like human societies do. It's just not as developed.
That's exactly what I mean. So I don't think human morality would have progressed to the point it's at now without the social constructs that have come in place with humanity. It's like, so that, like, let's say if you look at monkeys or something, if you chuck some fucking rabbits in with some monkeys, most likely they'll kill all those rabbits because you know what I mean. So that's just what they're going to do.
Right, because their morality isn't as developed as much because they don't have the same level of intellectual acuity. But if they did, then they wouldn't do that anymore.
Exactly, but what I'm saying is I think it's hard to differentiate between if we would have got to the point of increased morality without the social constructs that we've come up with.
Well, I think it's the other way around. I think our social constructs follow our morality, not the other way around.
Oh, right, okay.
So, like, if we look at religion, like Christianity, there's this new thing called progressive Christianity, where they're accepting of the LGBTQ community. Like, that's not from Christianity, definitely. It's something else. It's their ideas have changed due to how everything in our group have changed about what we view as moral, and then they changed their social norms, their religious social norms.
Yeah.
So it seems like social norms are follow our intuitions, not the other way around.
I always think that. I keep saying this to people. So I reckon the people who actually probably follow Christianity to the T most closely is probably someone like Westboro Baptist Church.
Yep.
They're probably the people who actually follow Christianity as closely to the Bible as they can.
That's something Hitch used to say long ago.
Well, it's more than that, because even the Westboro Baptist Church, one sec, even the Westboro Baptist Church is still very, very progressive compared to Christians 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, where they're actually burning witches and actually stoning gay people. Like, even 50 years ago in Britain, it was a crime to be gay. So even the Westboro Baptist Church is moderate compared to what Christians used to be.
Well, I'm going to argue that they're not being allowed to do that. They're being held back by the rest of us, and that if they had the opportunity, they sure as hell would.
Do. Yeah.
I don't think they'd be as I don't think they would execute stone people to death who worked on a Sunday. I don't think they would ban shellfish. I don't think they would convict people for having mixed linens. So I think that they're still moderate compared to the early Christians.
Yeah, but if you followed it to a T, you'd be fucking mental. You'd be seen as
by mental by our standards, sure, but by their standards, they're just like this is the true horror of divine command theory. The idea that it doesn't matter what God says to do, it's good. So he says, kill all the Amalekites, genocide, that's fine. He says, buy you slaves from the nations around you, international slave trade, that's okay. He says, kill your children to show your willingness to be my followers, then killing children's good.
Problem.
Kidnapping virgins, whatever. All of it's good. And that's the true horror of taking it literally, is that divine command theory is a completely valid theological position that can be used to justify the worst atrocities that mankind has ever experienced.
Exactly.
You cannot start with such a flawed premise and expect a good argument.
Exactly. I completely agree.
It would seem that would lead a Christian. It would seem that would lead a Christian to actually not have a good, accurate compass on how to actually achieve human well-being. Because, I mean, and I have heard this before. They can justify horrible atrocities and said, "Well, it was allowed to happen because ultimately it will bring about a greater good."
I will even throw you the bone. I will even throw you the bone and fully acknowledge that if a God did exist and he did have a divine plan, and that it truly could compensate for all the horror that he initiated because of how just glorious the reward was going to be, that it wouldn't matter that if you killed every child.
Wait, what was he saying? Like, let him finish first, because I don't know if that was his point.
Well,
okay, go ahead.
It just seems to me that when Christians make the argument that God is morally good, it seems to put them in a position where they actually do not have an accurate compass on how to actually reach good. Because if God allows it to happen, he'd allowed it to happen because it brings about a greater good. So when a Christian does say something like, well, yes, you could even give a very strong example. There's a woman right now getting an abortion. Now, they may be anti-abortion, but it doesn't matter because God allowed it to happen. It has to bring about a greater good. So it doesn't seem like they have any foundation for their morality at all.
Yeah.
Well, divine command theory, technically, they call a kind of morality. But the problem is that you're not actually engaged in any moral reasoning. You're just following orders like a well-trained dog.
Well, I understand your point. Yeah. So like if that which is good is that which God allows, and God allows you to get an abortion, well, then you get an abortion is good. And so anything you do would be good because God allowed it.
Correct. So you could do anything, including what we would consider the most horrible atrocities on the planet. And actually, a Christian has no way to say that it's wrong.
Especially if God is the one giving them the instruction, on the conditional, of course, that he has some way of balancing it out in the future.
Right, yeah, but that doesn't even have to be part of it. They don't have to have any direct interaction with God. If evil is allowed to happen under the watchful eye of a God, and even evil brings about a greater good, there's no depravity that you could actually say you're against, because if it was allowed to happen.
Yeah.
On some level, it's serving God's purpose.
It always tends to be the case where in like every single country and every religion, the people that are following religion the closest to as it's actually written are all the extremist groups, like ISIS with Islam. They're following it the closest. Westboro Baptist Church, in America, they're following Christianity the closest. The people who are following it the closest are all extremists.
So your Muslims argue against that and say that they're not following it, but that's just their own issue.
The no true Scotsman fallacy.
Is the only thing that matters in those faiths. Submission to God. That's it. You have one duty and responsibility, and that is to be in whole submission to God in all your parts. So anything they do, as long as they think that it's showing their willingness to be in submission to God, is good. Doesn't matter what it is. No jihad is out of question.
In my example, they can't actually point to an abortion that they may not like it, but you can just remind them, well, God allowed it to happen. And if evil is allowed to happen and brings about a greater good, then obviously that abortion was good.
That probably just bring something up about the Bible, and it would go in circles from there.
Well, Christianity tries to counter that particular argument by claiming that Jesus gave two commandments. Even the first one was be in whole submission to God, just like any Muslim would be. But the second commandment was love your neighbor as yourself. So the idea being is that you're supposed to walk around looking and judging and evaluating everything around you based off of those two criteria. Can I do this and show my submission to God, or can I do this and help my fellow man?
Can I ask you a question? So, for whoever's on the call that lives in America, how is it being atheist in America? Because I realise it's a lot more heavily religious than quite a lot of other countries.
It depends on which part. Like if you say you're an atheist in the South, it's gonna make people kind of feel bad for you or look down on you or just preach to you.
Oh, right, okay.
It depends where you live. It really does. If you live in New England or in California or something like that, most people won't care. But if you live in Texas, Southeast, Georgia, it's going to be, And especially if you live in Utah and you're a Mormon or were born under a Mormon family, you'll be completely ostracized from your family.
Oh, fuck, really?
Yeah,
well, an atheist will never be president, if that tells you anything. Not right now. Not for a while.
I know that.
I'm going to prove that wrong.
Look in the UK,
I'm going to be the first atheist president. It's going to happen.
I'd love to see it, no matter who it is.
They used to consider deists to be a kind of atheists, and a lot of the founding fathers were deists.
I still got a dollar bet that Obama was an atheist.
I'd say, do you want to know something? So I've recently just got a new job, and I'm now employed by the Freemasons, which is quite interesting.
So you're fighting the Illuminati, trying to eliminate the Illuminati from the planet?
I'm not. Yeah, it's very strange. They're
Worshipping the architect, the demiurge.
they're a weird bunch. It's I don't know much about it. Like I say, I've obviously not joined or anything, but it's very, very strange. They do some
very,
really, really weird stuff.
Very deep rabbit hole with Hermeticism.
Oh yeah,
They kind of pull that in.
It's very, very odd.
As I mentioned earlier, I meant well-being is kind of how I think you mean it, in no involuntary position of will. Like that's kind of how I meant it. Like just the best possible world for everybody. Does that make sense?
He is playing a racing game of some sort.
Yeah, I'm playing Cyberpunk 2077, and I'm in a car right now. I'm in a car, and there's a racing section that's coming up. But I don't like. There's no accepted definition of what the grounds of morality is. There's a big disagreement on what it is. Utilitarianism is a big one. Platonism, not as big, but it's one. Moral naturalism is a big one. There's lots of different definitions. There's no like agreed upon definition of what well-being should be.
Mm-hmm. But do you think well-being could be defined in your way as no imposition of will, no voluntary? Okay.
I think well-being
Couldn't someone counter your argument? Couldn't someone counter your argument? Just say you're just arguing for heaven.
Well, in my view, like the no imposition of will leads to the world being. It's impossible for any being to force any other being to do anything they don't consent to doing, which means God would be unable to force you to do anything you don't consent to doing. It would not be like heaven because God couldn't force you to do it. You wouldn't have to be there with God. You could just go to your own planet. There'd be you wouldn't be forced to live here on Earth. No hell. So it wouldn't be heaven.
Say hello to heaven.
Yeah, heaven has constraints, I would think.
Well, whatever is there is not you.
Mm-hmm.
T-Jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at my sorry, I just popped back in. Somebody was sending me kept sending me a message earlier to ask you, said, hey, my mic's not working. I'm trying to ask T-Jump a question. Could you ask him for me? Should the wait a second, let me read this first.
What was the name?
Bullshit. Loom Poom.
I think he was one of the trolls who was saying the N-word.
Wait. Okay.
Yeah, we had about a dozen guys come in that were trying to spam the channel up. There was some friendly fire because some people tried to talk.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. His question is kind of. He's like.
Kind of racist.
Yeah, it's if the people that are genetically closest to the first people on Earth that look like Africans, for example, should they have the right to claim the world? Like if someone comes across a piece of land first, should they have the right to it and to build on it?
It wouldn't apply in the best of all possible worlds because in the best of all possible worlds, everyone gets their own world. The fact that in our world we don't have that doesn't mean it's moral that people just happen to be there and get it or whatever.
Cool. Yeah, are you still going live right now?
Yep.
Oh man, you're going for a while, huh?
Yep, I'm trying to do it more often after shows because they get slightly more viewers.
Oh, cool.
Do you think outside of implementing some type of technology, your best of all possible worlds is even possible?
Well, once we implement new technology, yes, that would be the point. Is that as we gain technology, we'll get closer and closer to it.
But I guess my question is, there's no way to actually, how do I put this? There's no way to actually obtain your world with just a natural world model, is there?
Yeah, like with technology, with science, we'll be able to do it.
But that's what I'm saying. Technology
is just a tool we use to maximize our resource usage. It becomes more and more efficient with more technology we have.
Like, yes, we will be able to build the best of all possible worlds if we had enough control over physics, and we will be able to build like a model of the best of all possible worlds. If we had like the Matrix, we could do it. Like, there's lots of different ways to do it that are completely natural with no supernatural.
So what would be a natural way? Oh, my apologies. I'm a little bit off here.
No.
Let's say no Homo sapiens developed. It was just other primates, but not Homo sapiens. Other mammals. Would your world ever be possible?
They're tool users.
What?
Eventually,
Say that again?
they could make a tool. Yeah.
Wait, say that again?
Once again, so no Homo sapiens developed, but other mammals did, other primates. But they didn't get, for lack of a better term, the spark of intellect we have. There are dolphins and whales and all that other kind of stuff. In other words, all animals except Homo sapiens. Is your world possible?
Well, if like possible just means there's no logical contradiction. So there's no logical contradiction, but the best of all possible worlds is one where there was literally never any involuntary imposition of will. Obviously, that isn't the case if evolution took place. So we have to get as close as possible with technology. And if other aliens got to equal or higher level of intelligence of humans, they would be able to do it. But if no thing got that way, then obviously no one would probably make it. Which you would need to do if it didn't start that way.
So if there's an objective morality, yet it can only be reached through technology, a universe that lacks technology could never reach an objective morality?
No, objective morality is just a fact of the matter, kind of like a law of physics. It's a thing that's there. Whether or not we maximize it or not doesn't make a difference. Like gravity, if we maximized gravity or made gravity the strongest force in the universe or followed gravity to its like apex end, it would mean that like if gravity pulled everything together into a single particle, like obviously that's not going to happen, but we can still imagine what would happen if we did maximize gravity to make it the strongest force in the universe. So we can imagine what we would do if we maximized the moral law to make it the strongest force in the universe. It would look like the best of all possible worlds, and that would be true whether or not we actually do it. So there is an objective morality there. Just whether or not we can achieve it is a completely unrelated question.
Kind of the same thing.
What it'd be like if we did, though, right?
What?
There's more benefit in aiming at a goal than necessarily attaining the goal.
But it seems the achieving it is reliant upon technology. Is that correct, or
Yes.
would you disagree with that?
Yeah, like we can't build the best of all possible worlds without technology, unless magic or something is discovered.
In the same way, you can't like calculate a utilitarian calculation, right? Like it's all just pragmatic, not pragmatic. Sorry, philosophical, not pragmatic, right?
Well, yeah, like we would,
utilitarian. Oh, sorry.
like we would need to literally do something in the world to change it to make it not evil. Because right now the world is evil; it kills lots of people. So we're gonna have to do something to change it, and the only way we know how to do that is by using science and technology.
Yeah, TjumpChair, let me ask you this, because one of the problems I have with the concept best of all possible worlds in regards to other arguments is that I just don't know if there is a best of all possible worlds, because it just seems like you could always add one more thing to make it better.
Best of all possible worlds doesn't mean like it has infinitely many moral good actions. It's just a world where you have all living beings and it's impossible for any one of them to force any other one to do things they don't consent to. That's all it means.
Oh,
So
that's
that's not
definitely
the
not
best
possible.
of all possible world, right?
No,
It's just the
best of all possible is just a
we can
label for a world that has achieved that state. It doesn't mean
Yeah, it's just an ideology that's not a thing that can happen. But
it's not a philosophical argument that there's literally a best of all possible worlds. It's simply a label for achieving a state where there are no more immoral actions.
Like the greatest ideal world that is achievable, or something like that. The greatest idea.
It's like the idea of socialism. Socialism in its idea is brilliant, but it never fucking works, and you could never do it because it just doesn't work. So
You know what, TJ? I got you right here. I'm fixing to fold you up like a chair. It's the best possible world.
Is this another one of those Twitter trolls? Do we have to ban one of these Twitter trolls? What?
If it's not possible, then your whole scenario is not possible. Boom. Done.
Right. You sound like you're in an auditorium. I like that. It's nice. You've got a nice echo.
Oh,
I think you guys are both missing the point of what he's saying.
I'm actually in my. I'm not in my studio. I'm in my work area by my living room. Sorry.
Is that also your mom's basement? But bumps.
He said like 4 times there's not one possible world. It's a state that's achievable.
Mom, make me a sandwich.
Wait a second.
Good one.
Hey, Jump, I did have some questions to ask you. I remember making a note about it one time.
Sure.
I'm going to find them. And I'm going to shoot them over to you. All right, T-Jump. Here's the note for T-Jump right here. Okay. Does he agree that there is no evidence for atheism?
No.
That is an absolute nonsense question.
I
Well, no, it's
believe
not,
I believe
'cause
there is
when
evidence for atheism.
I was about to say it's not nonsense, but I just talked. Well, last time I talked to Pine Creek, he said that there is no evidence for atheism.
That is a nonsense
like-
question. So that's effectively like me saying, all right, do you agree there's no evidence for a giant pink unicorn in the sky that controls the weather?
Yeah, I
Do
don't
you
think
agree
it's
there's no evidence for that?
analogy.
He's probably using
I don't
the
think it's an
academic term of atheism.
You can't.
Yeah.
Well, no, I agree. So there is evidence that God does not exist.
Okay. Do you think that there is this evidence for atheism? And I was going to ask, like, what counts as evidence?
The fact that most humanly constructed beliefs are non-existent things in our imagination. God is a human constructed belief, therefore it's most likely that the God belief is nothing more than something in our imagination.
Well, it sounds like so whenever you put God as a constructed human thing in one of your premises, it almost sounds like, isn't that begging the question a little bit?
Well, no, I'm saying all ideas humans come up with are most likely imaginary and not real. God is
almost most likely.
Yeah, so like God is at the very least one of these beliefs. Therefore, it's most likely it's just one of those beliefs.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so because you were so on your moral view, he says moral intuition and moral progress are moral, and moral intuition is evidence for realism.
Wait, what? Say that again?
Although, so I'm just reading my notes here, but it says he says that moral intuition and moral progress, the moral intuition part is evidence for realism, although it says it's weak evidence and there are not oughts on his view. So you think that moral intuition is evidence for your moral view, although it's maybe weak?
In the Bayesian sense, where they have a crappy definition of evidence. I think it's the phenomenon we're explaining.
Crappy?
Yeah, like
You
you
think
know
it's a
how
crappy
people say experience of God is evidence of God, or a gold brick is evidence of a leprechaun. In a Bayesian sense, where you say that anything that can explain the data is evidence, that would be evidence. Since then, I've updated my definition of evidence to mean that you need it needs to be like the most indicative of whatever. So at this point, it's better to say it is the data that we use to build the hypothesis. It isn't evidence, it's data we use to build the hypothesis.
Well, hold on a second. This is the data that we use to build the hypothesis.
Yes.
That's what evidence is.
No. So
I thought you said you changed your definition of evidence, and that's what it was.
Yeah, I did since the first video I made on morality. But the view here is that evidence is something that makes it more probably true than false. It increases the probability of it being.
Well, no, that is Bayes' theorem's definition.
Sort of. So just the fact that it can explain the data doesn't do that.
Yeah. So on Bayes' theorem's definition, it's going to be anything that makes it the proposition more likely, given that, counts as evidence toward it.
Wait, that definition fails. That's post hoc ergo propter hoc. So mine is that anything that makes it more likely that the proposition is true.
Well, wait a second.
That's the definition of proof, by the way. Evidence
what'd
or
you say?
argument establishing or helping to establish a fact or the truth of a statement.
Wait,
This is
TJump,
a
could you
different topic.
repeat your evidence?
Evidence is
Could
that
you
which
repeat?
makes a proposition more likely to be true.
Yeah, and so you're saying that's different from the Bayes theorem, and
Yes,
in
because
what way now?
Bayes' theorem uses post hoc reasoning, which does not make it more likely to be true.
Yeah, what part of Bayes theorem are you
Priors.
pointing
So
to?
like if I said, I see a gold brick, is that evidence of a leprechaun that creates gold bricks? Yes, in Bayes' theorem, because Bayes' theorem simply uses the definition you use, which is that assesses the likelihood that we would see the evidence given if the hypothesis were true, which is post hoc ergo propter hoc.
Yeah, but it's not going to be evidence. Well, there'll be like a rating, right? So, for example, a Mormon, having spiritual experience, it's going to count at a non-zero number toward Mormonism, but it's still going to be really bad evidence, right? It's
Right.
still going to be so far down.
Yes.
So with that, when we get a murder weapon, that's going to count as evidence toward the person who owns it, even if they didn't do it
Right.
because they bought it yesterday. But then tomorrow we find out that we got the fingerprints back. It's a different person's fingerprints. That no longer, there's still evidence that the guy who owns the gun did it, but it's outweighed by the evidence that somebody else's fingerprints is on the
Right.
weapon.
This is where the conflation comes in, because like religious people will add in like, well, leprechauns. It's also evidence of leprechauns. If we find a knife in someone owns a knife, it's evidence that a magic leprechaun planted the knife. In Bayes' epistemology.
I don't think so. Only if there's some type of background knowledge that leprechauns do that sort of thing.
Right. So this is the problem of the priors, is that you can have whatever priors you want, like priors of a supernatural being named God, for example. And since you can put whatever you want in the priors, it can justify literally anything as being
And
evidence.
yours gets out of that by
saying that you need to include the priors and saying it's only evidence for the one that's most likely to explain the data, or the categories that are most likely to explain the data. It does not count as evidence for the ones that are like, there is no prior evidence for whatsoever, like leprechauns, unicorns. If we see a hoof print in the snow, it is not evidence of leprechauns or a unicorn.
Well, adding most likely, that is like a Bayes phraseology. It seems.
No, the difference here is that mine must add it in the statement. So it doesn't count as evidence until after you've assessed the probabilities, not before.
Well, how do you assess? That's my biggest thing, is I don't know how you would assess probabilities.
Things that have an empirical basis already have some probability. If they don't, then you can't even count them.
It's not on other people to disprove
Yeah,
stuff.
so
You've got to prove it in the first place. That's it.
yeah, like I've talked to a bunch of atheists about this, and like I don't understand how likelihoods are supposed to be counted in. Like, for example, if I say, like, let's just say you agree with this, okay? Like, we were to go to Sir Martin Rees and all these other physicists or whatever, and we were to just prove, yeah, there is some. I don't care if you want to get rid of the term fine tuning, but the universe does seem to have an order to it. Let's just say that.
Sure, there is fine tuning. I agree. There's fine tuning.
Okay, so let's just stay with order because it's simpler. Okay, so then we just say, is it more likely that we have an ordered universe? That is it more likely that there was an orderer, or that it came about from some natural process like randomness, chaos, chance, maybe infinite amount of worlds, or something like this, right? I don't know how I would assess. It seems to me more likely when I find order in the world that it's from an orderer, but I don't know how to show that in likelihoods.
Okay, so the likelihoods are based on, is there empirical evidence of the parts of the hypothesis? So string theory is multiverse theory is built on two things: early universe inflation and the Casimir effect, vacuum states and vacuum energy. So both of those things have empirical evidence. So since the theory is built on things that already have been demonstrated to exist, the theory has a higher probability than any theory that adds in pieces that have not been demonstrated to exist. So if I say string theory plus magic leprechaun, or multiverse plus magic leprechaun, that theory is less likely than just the multiverse, because the multiverse has two parts that have both been demonstrated to be real. The leprechaun has not been demonstrated to be real. So any added part that has not been demonstrated to be real is a thing that makes the theory less plausible. And so God has 0 parts. A designer, a non-physical mind, or a designer of the universe has 0 parts which have been demonstrated to exist. So none of them are plausible, and none of them have, no mind has ever been shown to exist outside of space-time. And so to say that a mind designed space-time is like saying a pineapple designed space-time. It's equally as incoherent.
Yeah. So I think you're going to run
Exactly, it's
into
the same as just suggesting something right now.
Yeah, I
and
think
then
you're going to run into
asking
some.
people
Oh,
to
sorry. I thought.
disprove it.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, sorry, I'm done. Cool.
Can I ask
Oh,
a
sorry.
quick question to Converse?
Yeah,
Hey,
sorry.
Converse, just maybe this will give you some, I don't know, perceptive, I don't know. What's the prior probability of a virgin giving birth?
0.
I don't know.
0.
I don't know what the prior probability of that is.
0.
Yes, you do.
I'm sorry, that's the most dishonest answer I've ever heard.
You
Oh, really? When
absolute-
somebody
yes,
says, I don't know, that's
you
dishonest?
absolutely know
Wow.
what the prior is for that. If you know if there are any priors, you can state them. If you
Well, it
have
would be
no
like
idea of any
0 and
priors,
108 billion would be the prior. When you to
Wait
do
a
the
second.
math.
Wait a second. That's what I was about to say to T-Jump is I feel like you're going to end up running into some issues with this, though, and here's why. Because so in today's, we typically run into this natural, supernatural distinction, right? And so when you say something like, well, this has an empirical basis, so it's more likely. So I don't
It's not
think
only more likely, it's
Wait,
been
let him finish.
demonstrated.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah. So this is just like a trope that I always say. So like, you can say it however you want, but I just say when people say, show me the supernatural, I just say, you want me to show you something supernatural, but in natural terms. So when you say empirically, it just seems like you're going to say, show me something in this realm from a different realm. So like even in the Bible, when you see things like, angels appear as people and, different things like that. I think if you can see something empirically, it's not supernatural. Like if somebody's seen a ghost.
Wait. No, stop. So I don't see how that relates to anything I said. So like I don't care about a supernatural distinction. If you say there is a supernatural agent named Bob in my basement, if there is a supernatural guy named Bob in my basement, and I pray to him and he gives me a gold brick, we go down, you pray to him, he gets a gold brick. That's evidence of the supernatural. Poof. We now have evidence of the supernatural.
Yeah, so it just seemed like you added in empirical into your definition of evidence, right?
No, because empirical is something we verified that can effectively differentiate imagination from reality. If you have something else, that works fine too, but you need something that can differentiate imagination from reality.
Well, no. So you have the likelihoods, right?
What?
In Bayes' theorem, you have, likelihoods, and but then you say like, well, no, it has an empirical basis. That's what I'm saying. It seems like you added a step to the Bayes definition.
Well, no, that makes it more likely. So if something has an empirical basis, that makes it more likely because empiricism has been a way that has been demonstrated to be able to effectively differentiate imagination from reality. So if something has empirical evidence, that gives it weight to be taken as not imaginary, but it's more plausible, has a higher prior.
Yeah, so
there's also a good point of clarity that we should make here is that you are actually still claiming to have knowledge of the supernatural in this realm here and now, which means
that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to the argument. It's a separate point.
Yeah, I haven't made any claims yet.
I asked you to show me something in the natural world, which was a virgin birth. I didn't ask for a supernatural thing. I asked for something in the natural world, and you have no way to show me any prior probabilities on that.
Yeah, the honest answer should be that the prior probability of a virgin giving birth is 0 in 108 billion, which is what we know it to be. But so that's a different topic.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait,
you have various types of prior probability. The only time you start out with a 0 is if it's a contradiction. If there's a possibility, you don't start 0 for prior probability. No, I would say that it's 0 given the current data we have of how it works. So there's 0 out of 108 billion. That means the prior probability of it happening without any new evidence is 0.
Yes, so that's what I'm asking is how are you working probabilities? Because if you know the exact probability of a virgin giving birth in
It's
this
set theory.
universe,
No,
okay,
it's
how does
weighing the
that
evidence.
prove
So
theory?
it's adding up the
Yeah, how
evidence
does
we have. Do we have any evidence that it happened? No. So is it ever reasonable to believe it happened? No. That means there's zero evidence. So
Well, wait,
there's
but you
remember I define evidence as that which can increase the probability of it actually occurring. Is there anything that increased the probability of it actually occurring? No. Logical possibility doesn't provide that. Therefore, the evidence is zero. So that's the difference here between my definition and Bayes is the prior probabilities. Again, could be anything in Bayes. So I don't accept that. I don't accept the logical possibility of it being qualification of it not being zero.
wait a second. So did you just say that you just took out priors from their definition? Is
Well, I
that all
moved the
is that
priors
what you're
into the argument. You're not allowed to implicitly add in priors. You have to put them into the argument for them to count.
And by putting them in the argument, do you mean there has to be an empirical, be able to show it empirically?
No, because you can add priors in without empirical evidence. It's just going to be obvious, and then you're going to be obviously flawed. So in order to have something be plausible, you need some way to differentiate imagination from reality. Science does that. No other method we know of does that. Therefore, any other method, as far as I can tell, does
Wait, but
not
that's the
provide
job
evidence.
of science.
What? Yeah, of course,
Wait
it's
a
the job
second.
of science.
Yeah, but it seems like you're just saying something like, you have to be able to show the empirical from the non-empirical.
No, you have to be able to differentiate imagination from reality. Science does that. I know of no other method that does that. So science is the only thing that counts.
What is imagination for you? Just wondering.
Things that don't exist independent of just your ideas.
Do you have what would you consider some of those things?
Unicorns. God, leprechauns, Santa, Harry Potter.
Okay. And what makes those just imagination is that what they don't have an empirical basis, right?
They have no reflection to reality beyond being a concept of
Yes, we start with the fact that there is some difference between our imagination and reality, that our sense experience, and we need a method to differentiate between those two. Science has been able to do that and by making novel testable predictions and be able to predict the future, which our imagination does not do very well. Therefore, it's more reasonable to believe empirically verified things correspond to reality than our imagination. If it does not provide that, it does not be empirical, then there is no known reason to believe it's independent of our imagination.
Okay, so something like, let's say that there's a hypothesis, right? And let's just say that we came to a planet, all right, and we were asking the question like, does God exist? Does a God exist for these people or something like that, right? And then we take note that the majority of the people on the planet since the beginning of time have they claim to have some experience of a God. We can't count that toward
Nope.
Because it's not empirical, or
it's not a novel testable prediction. In order to differentiate imagination from reality, you have to do something to be able to predict the future that we don't know yet. It would be evidence of a God if I said, every time I pray to God, he gives me a gold brick. I pray to God, he gives me a gold brick. That would be evidence of the supernatural. Predicting something we already know or already expect would not be evidence.
Yeah, but say that you prayed, and every time you prayed, it was just like some unknown intelligent
That wouldn't matter. It would still be evidence of a God. So if I have a hypothesis that it's a God.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if I have a hypothesis, there is a God. And if there is a God and I pray to him, he gives me a gold brick every time, and I pray and he gives me a gold brick, that's evidence of God, because it's a novel prediction about the future that a hypothesis is able to predict about the future. So it doesn't matter if there are other alternatives. The other alternatives don't make a difference here. I mean, that's literally just the problem of underdetermination in science. If it makes the predictions first, it wins.
So say that we were to plant, like we were to take life to other planets, right? And we were to predict when this life, evolves here, they will have to a certain intelligence. The majority of them will have some type of concept and claimed experiences of God or something like that, right?
Again,
then
you're
that
just
would
predicting
count toward
something we
God?
already know yet. So predicting things we already know or we already see in society is just basic induction. You're not actually doing anything new. It's like predicting the sun will rise tomorrow. Oh my God. Like if you predicted they will know of Jesus or something.
Oh, no, I said if we were to just, see the life form on another planet, we were to predict that they would end up evolving to a certain intelligence and develop a concept and this.
Yeah, that's
like,
something we
you
already
know,
know. That's caused by type 1 and
okay.
type 2 fallacies, which are a result of basic physics. So, like, if you hear a rustle in the bushes and you think it's the wind, you're more likely to be
Uh-huh.
eaten than if you think it's the lion. So that phenomenon, that certain organisms of certain intelligence will develop a
Mm-hmm.
kind of anthropocentric agency fallacy, is something we already know about. That's not predicting anything new about the universe. That's like saying,
So
oh, well, they'll
then,
develop eyesight. Like,
The
okay.
advantage of those life forms on other planets will have
well,
the same concerns, one would think.
but isn't on your view, isn't God not a thing?
What?
That's us being chicken shits. That doesn't
Wait,
make
no,
God
no,
a thing.
I don't understand the question. What do you mean? I don't think he exists.
Okay,
But that doesn't.
but
What does that matter? So, like in this, like if you predicted there is a God, therefore the sun will rise tomorrow, that's not evidence because we already know the sun will rise tomorrow. So, if you're predicting something we already know or already expect to happen, it's not evidence. You have to predict something new,
okay,
something we don't expect.
so yeah, I'm just trying to understand your view. So say like the Bible when it says like in the beginning God created the heavens, the earth, all this stuff. Let's just say that the people who read that ex nihilo creation, let's just say they're right about it, right? And then we come up and find out that there was some type of beginning to space and time. Let's just say that was the case. Then that would be a prediction that was counted for evidence for you.
Sure, if it said God created space and time, which didn't occur.
Well, that's
Okay.
can I say something, T-Jump? Do you mind?
Sure.
Okay, just very quickly. I'll be real quick. So the problem with that, what you just said there, converse, is that you already know that it says something about in the beginning God did whatever, right? The
No, I'm
problem.
assuming before we know that.
Yeah, but it's written there, and again, just because we would say there's a beginning to space and time, there's a specific order and things that supposedly happened that we can in fact disprove didn't happen. Whereas making an assumption, well, it says therefore God made this, and just taking that first section and going, hey, now I'm okay with that, and thus if we find a beginning to time and space, we're going to say, well, see, it was right. The problem is there's more to it than just
I'm not
created.
understanding what you're saying here.
Yeah,
what
I'm
your
not doing
objection is.
that.
So like,
I'm
if
just-
the
My
Bible
objection
said,
is-
if the Bible said, I created space time, I created the Big Bang, I created DNA with a double helix. There was the asteroid that hit the planet at this year, whatever. The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. The universe is 13.8 billion. If it said those things, that would all be evidence the Bible is true. That would all be evidence of the Bible. If it actually predicted things
Yeah,
about the
so-
future that we don't know about, that is evidence. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to understand the view, but what I was saying is not that therefore the Bible's true in every respect. I was saying that I was trying to ask if these people did predict like there was a beginning to space and time, and that
Yes, if it accurately
something-
predicted things we did not know at the
Yeah.
time, that would be evidence. So, like Hinduism predicted the age of the Earth is 4.3 billion years ago. That is evidence of Hinduism.
Okay, so your definition is really predicated on just predictions.
No,
Is
my
that right?
definition is you need a way to differentiate imagination from reality, and science novel prediction does that, is a reliable way. You could present another reliable way, that would be fine too, but all you need as evidence is a way to differentiate imagination from reality.
Okay. Well, I mean, I have a lot of questions. I don't. If anybody needs to interrupt me, just to be like, "Hey, dude, you've been talking enough." That's fine. But
No, I
like you.
I did
so,
want to. I wanted to
yeah,
clarify
go
something quick about the prior probabilities. Prior probabilities don't. For those that were, talking about, we don't ever witness it. It's not an inductive inference for prior probabilities. There's actually different methods of determining prior probabilities. One of them's a principle of indifference, like in uninformative priors. Then you have informative prior. There's several different categories. So typically what will happen in a situation like that, like with uninformative, you would start out with, if you're on the conservative side, if you want to be more objective about it, you start out with it's either true or false. So there's at least a 0.5. Well, we know that a virgin birth is not going to be a 0.5 high probability. So we need to further reduce that down to lower probabilities. They use Bayesian all the time for things that we don't experience or things that we couldn't possibly know. So it's not just an inference that we make based on induction.
Right. The induction would just be a kind of thing to increase the priors. Like if you have induction, That would be a good evidence.
Yeah.
We have six.
Well, yeah,
we have six white geese. Therefore, white geese have a very high. The next geese has a very high prior of being a white goose.
Right. Well, that's why I was talking about the different types of prior probabilities. That would be considered an informative prior, not an uninformative. And the informative priors, obviously, you can have a more accurate way of trying to, nail down the prior probabilities. But typically, if it's something that's unknown, like I said, you'd start with a 0.5, but you wouldn't stay there because we would have to use credence or things or different measures to get it down lower, because you want it to be as low as possible without it being zero, so that your equation or what your analysis comes out with, you're not baking in, what you're trying to prove in the equation.
Right, and that's where I think I was talking about how my view doesn't do that. My view, it starts at 0 and you've got to make it go up, because I think that's a better epistemology.
Well, when you're given some data, like you're given some data, like in a crime or something, right? You find a gun.
Thank you for the super
it's
chat,
registered.
Shadow. Huh? I just said thank you for the super chat, Shadow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and so like you find a gun, for example, right? And it's registered to a certain person. Does that count as evidence against them?
Yes, because there's already empirical basis for all of those things.
Okay.
But if you said we found a magic pixie leprechaun, or we had a videotape of a magic pixie leprechaun, or we have a videotape of a person casting a magic spell to kill another person, is that evidence? No, it is not.
Yeah, but that's what I asked. So I asked earlier. So isn't it empirical kind of added into your definition? You said no.
Again, it's not. It's saying you need a way to differentiate imagination from reality. Empirical science does that. I know of no other method that does that. So we agree science works, right? You agree with me? Science is good. Science works.
For the most part, I mean, yeah. I mean, we don't know, but yeah.
So we would agree science is a good, reliable way, the best way we have to differentiate imagination from reality, the most reliable way. So we can both grant that. So that's not really a part of the debate. We accept that. We both accept that. So if you have another way, that's fine. This is not baked into my definition. Yeah. The fact that we both accept this is something that we both already accept. It's not about being baked into a definition. Shadow says, "Oh God, I'm wasting my life thinking of the super chat."
Well, yeah. So here's what I'm thinking of it like let's say that you were to, so you play video games, right?
Yes, I'm playing one right now.
Yeah, so let's say you were to create a video game with conscious agents, for example, right? And the only way you were to be able to actually go in and interact in that game would be to become a virtual character. You can't go in as T-Jump, the physical person. And so you would have to assume the empirical or natural qualities of the virtual world and so forth. But you can study the virtual world as much as you want as far as it goes. You can never disprove or prove the physical world from the virtual world, right?
Yes, you can.
You agree with that?
No, you can definitely do it. So I could go in there and I could give them evidence. I could be like, oh, by the way, here's the what?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So if I went into the video game as a virtual character and I knew everything about the video game and I was talking to the video game characters and saying, here's a way, like, I designed this world and there's this other physical world. And the reason you should believe that is here's all the facts about the world you don't know yet that I can just tell you. That would be evidence for them to believe there is a physical world outside of the video game.
Okay, so let's just, would you agree with me that in the year 5050, the science that's going to come about in that year, if it were told to us today, we would probably just roll our eyes at it?
No.
Oh, you wouldn't agree with
Possibly,
that?
but it wouldn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Like if they told us, say, picking something we already know about, say that the DNA, all life is from DNA. DNA is a double helix, and they wrote this 6,000 years ago or whatever.
Arthur C. Clarke already said that any sufficiently advanced society would seem like magic. So
it's irrelevant. Or there's a good example like Hinduism. Hinduism literally said The world is 4.3 billion years old. It said that 6,000 years ago. It was right. Makes perfect sense.
He was right.
Yeah. So if you were to go to those people, wouldn't it be better for you to just tell them some like immediate things concepts that will help improve their life, rather than like all the facts about the universe that
No.
they might look at and laugh at?
No. The best thing, if I was thinking from a pragmatic view, is be first prove I'm God. So first tell them things they don't know yet that they can demonstrate immediately. Then they would trust me, and then I could tell them things that would improve their lives. But first, I'd give them reasons to believe I'm a God by showing things like I would do miracles and stuff for them, like just fixing the world so that they don't have to suffer anymore.
Like walking on water, or
no, that's a pretty crappy one, since that's one that like literally everyone did at a time period. I would do something that was different, that was actually set myself
Gave
apart.
no value to anyone.
Really? So, well, I mean, controlling the forces of nature and stuff like that was pretty significant to those people.
It wasn't unique in any way.
Gave no value to them. Didn't help them in any way.
So those are terrible methods. Like, there is so much easier. Just come down as God, turn all of the water to gold or whatever, or just cure everyone's diseases, make everyone immortal, cure death and hunger. There are much easier ways to be a significant force in the world than walking on water. And walking on water was something that was extremely common in the culture. So if I came down as a God and I wanted to pick the worst possible thing to convince people, I would do the things that all the charlatans are doing. Because if all the charlatans are doing it, nobody's going to believe me, because they're doing it too. So if the worst thing for me to pick would be the same thing the charlatans are doing, walking on water, curing lepers, curing the blind, all of those things are the charlatans do all the time. So those would be the worst things to pick.
Well, not if there was like something that was expected throughout all the cultures, then they're like looking for the person that would come and do that.
That would still be a terrible example. So if I was actually a God, I could literally just fly down, move a planet to say, see, I can just move the planets. I win here. I could make them all fly or levitate. I could cure all the disease. Like, you're picking the worst possible examples.
Yeah, so let's say you're T-Jump, the physical character. Let's just take what your imagination about what God does and whatever out, and let's just say you're T-Jump, the God of the virtual reality, right? Yeah. And so you're going to prove to these people that you're physical T-Jump. And so you come down and you change some virtual parts of the virtual world. And you're like, I'm the physical person from beyond that, I can't show it to you in physical terms, right? But I can do a bunch of virtual stuff.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Like, no, that'd be perfectly fine. So, like, if I said I'm God, I created the world, and there's this whole other realm that you guys don't know about that's like a different ontology. It's called the physical ontology. And I said, here, let me prove it to you. I'm going to start moving the planets around. I'm going to tell you where all the buried treasure is hidden. I'm going to tell you all the different mathematical equations you've missed, and that works. Then yeah, they're going to be like, okay, yes, there's a physical realm. I'm reasonable in believing you. You can do all of this shit. Yes, that would be 100% reasonable.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that, I don't know. I think that they might start, rebelling against you or saying this guy.
If I can move the planets, if I can move the planets, make them all levitate, cure all their diseases, tell them all the new technology, give them guns, make them appear from nothing, they are not going to turn against me. They would be scared shitless. They would never do that.
Yeah, well, that's
even more simple. Real quick, here's a simple one. Why? And it may be too simple. Why hasn't God cured one amputee ever? Just one amputee.
Yeah, like
imagine a God
that's a great example.
Regrew every single lost limb ever, just like that. Everyone got their lost arm back, their lost leg back. Imagine what that God would be like to the people.
Or like, even if just praying to God caused people's arms to regrow, and only praying to the Christian God caused people's arms to regrow, that would be evidence of the Christian God. That would be evidence of the supernatural, heaven and hell, Jesus, the Trinity. All of those things would be evidenced by this one fact. Praying to that God is the only one that causes this effect.
Yeah, I don't buy into prayer the same way you guys do. But
no, this is just a hypothetical example. This would be evidence if this happened.
if that's how prayer works, I would agree with that. So,
or even if your God appeared on this earth, if a man walked around and said, you know what, arm to you, leg to you, here's a whatever. But your God isn't. He does. Oh, I'm going to turn water into wine. That's a Penn and Teller trick. He does stupid stuff.
well, how? It's not a Penn and Teller trick. Penn
It
and Teller
literally is. It's literally a Penn and Teller trick. It was a thing done thousands of
Wait a
years
second.
before
Who's
Christianity.
doing retrogression now?
Lots of people. What?
No, I'm saying
it's a legitimate magic trick, dude. Look
No, I
it
mean,
up.
so a Penn and Teller trick. I don't mean literally Penn and Teller invented this. This is a thing that was
Yeah, I
around
know
far
that, I know
before Jesus. This was a common trick. Literally, it was done
Yeah, but what
at
I'm
the
saying
churches in the area. This is not a like a
Yeah, I
good
know.
miracle.
Yeah, it was an old trick at the time.
I know, but what I'm saying is that okay. So I mean, this might be too like maybe it's something to consider another day without you. If you guys want to talk about just that one aspect, because it seems like a lot's being assumed. But like, yeah, I mean, I just grant all that the other people were trying to do these things and so forth. It was in every culture. But I see, because I'm going to have a different view of you guys. Like my view is going to be that there was a basically like they were waiting on somebody to fulfill all of these tropes.
Why does that matter?
Well, it would matter if you were, if you're waiting on, well, I mean, if you're waiting on someone, it's to fulfill something, right? That's kind of a predictive thing. But anyway, so my thing was that I don't think that you can show or disprove supernatural from any natural amount of things. So, like, even if you were to come down as physical, I said show it or disprove it.
I know.
So
You don't need to disprove the unproven.
So two things. We can show it. We can't disprove anything. It's impossible to disprove anything. That's not what science does. But we can show it exists. Yes, we can demonstrate the supernatural exists using science of only the empirical realm. Yes.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I think you might could just say I'm more convinced, but you could just say it's a higher natural intelligence or some unknown natural thing.
Converse, that's literally the problem of underdetermination. Everything in science, you can say it's a different hypothesis. You could say like, no, it's not gravity. It's not Einstein's general relativity. It's magic leprechauns. Like you could literally just make up another. You could literally make up any other. Yes, it's more probable to be gravity.
More probable, right?
Than supernaturalism. So let me finish the example. Let me finish the example. So in science, you can take all of the evidence of general relativity, the Large Hadron Collider, the LIGO measurements of gravitational waves, the predictions of the perihelion of Mercury, all of the different evidences of general and special relativity. And you can say, you know what? That's actually explained by magic leprechauns. So this isn't evidence of gravity. It's evidence of magic leprechauns. No one in science accepts that. Like, no, it's general relativity. General relativity made the predictions. It gets the evidence. The same thing would apply to your hypothesis. You could say, I believe in a God. I pray for a gold brick appears. That could be explained by magic leprechauns or an unknown natural force or aliens. But none of those count as evidence for those because they didn't make the predictions. You did. Your God did. That one gets all the evidence. So you get the credit for the supernatural hypothesis, just like Einstein gets the credit of general relativity because you made all the predictions and you got them right and nobody else did. Everybody else could just post hoc make shit up and try to explain it after the fact, which is not evidence. They're just post hoc rationalizing the things you discovered. So if you made the predictions first and your prediction was, I believe in a supernatural God, he'll make me a gold brick appears, you now have evidence of the supernatural, and it doesn't matter that there are infinitely many other hypotheses you can make up to explain the data because you made the predictions first. Same with general relativity. He made the predictions first. He gets the evidence.
Oh, okay. So as long as even if it's wrong, if you predict it first, it's evidence for you.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So that's what I was trying to get at is what is your view on that? And so, yeah. So if, okay. So if any, if some obscure religion predicted some facts about the world today, then it would count as evidence toward that religion.
So like Revelation, if the things in Revelation happen, that's evidence. If we die and see God like in heaven, like it predicts, that would be evidence. If Jesus actually rose from the dead in 3 days, like he predicted, that would be evidence. Any of the predictions that it made, if they happened, they would be evidence.
Well, so to the people, let's just say that, when the Jews said that the disciples stole the body, right? He was raised in 3 days, for example. That would have been evidence at that time, right?
If it
You don't
happened.
believe it now.
If it happened,
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying to those Jews who said that the disciples stole the body, that should have been evidence to them.
Right. So like the people at the time, if Jesus
Because
said
they
he was
predicted.
going to rise in 3 days and they saw visions of Jesus, to them, they are completely reasonable to believe because they don't know anything about neurology. So because they don't know about bereavement delusions, and the only explanation of this new phenomenon, which they've never seen before, is that Jesus actually rose from the dead, they would all be reasonable to believe Jesus rose from the dead. They would all be rational in their belief.
Okay. All right. So I'm starting to get like what your view of evidence is, but it still seems like I don't know. There's still anybody else that feel free to interrupt me or like if you have something else that you want to bring up as well. But
What is the problem that you still feel there's a problem?
well, it just seems that your view is going to be based off of just prediction.
Yes.
But there's a lot of it just seems like there's a handful of questions there. Like, some things is like the data's not going to come in anytime soon. And so like, how do you count? So like, if you have a court case and you're like, oh, well, we're not, like say back in the 70s, we're not going to have DNA research for, however many years.
Sure.
So we're not going to have that. And so a prediction that might not come in for 30 or 40 years, we need to have evidence now for the court case. And so
That's not how court cases work. So in court cases, you are only allowed to use the things that have been demonstrated to be evidence in the past. So like you're obviously, if you're in the 1800s, you can't use DNA evidence because DNA evidence hasn't been demonstrated. So if somebody came there and said, I have DNA evidence that he's the murderer, they would not be allowed to accept that. That would not be accepted in the 1800s court case because no one's shown how DNA works yet. They can't accept it. The same thing applies to miracles, magic, mythical creatures, the paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. Anything that has no prior basis that is demonstrated to be real can be used in the court case. So no miracles, no magic, no mythical creatures. Anybody who says those, immediately thrown out. Just like if someone brought DNA 500 years ago, they can't do anything with that. It's just immediately thrown out. And so in order for something to be counted as evidence in a courtroom, and it still has to have that empirical basis that I'm talking about, the novel predictions, it's just called precedent. In the legal sense,
precedent, sure.
It has to have precedent in order to count as evidence. It has no precedent, you can't convict it.
Yeah. So, well, isn't that kind of what I was saying about the type of miracle somebody might do is something that's expected. And so, but yeah, so on your view of evidence.
So like they wouldn't do miracles that are expected. They would just demonstrate DNA work. So if I bring DNA, so here's how DNA works. Here's the science to do it. Here's its reproducibility. Here we'll test it with your DNA and his and his and his and his. And I can just demonstrate the entire methodology of DNA. Well, now it's okay to use DNA in a courtroom because I've literally just given them all the technology and ways to verify it. So that's what a God should do, is just bring them new technology, bring them something they have never discovered yet. Forget the expected things. Those don't matter. It doesn't matter anything about what they expect. You can just move planets in order and say, I'm the God, draw it in the sky, problem solved. You don't need to worry anything about what they expect.
Even if you did, let's say, make the sun stand still or something, right? You're not going to accept that.
If I could move the planets in the sky on command.
I'm saying let's take something like, the sun standing still. If we just take that wooden reading of a text, right?
That's too basic. Like that's again a comment. If you stare at the sun,
let's go back to something a little more simple. Let's amputate.
No. He's picking this reason for. He's picking the analogy for a reason. So, to me, it seems like you're picking some arbitrarily small thing that would not be a good example. No God who is all powerful would pick such a trivially small thing. If you wanted to convince people, you would not pick a trivial example like stopping the sun. You would move Jupiter closer. Yes, that is extremely trivial because it's something you can do just by looking at the sun for too long. You would do something like obviously not trivial.
Jupiter closer, that would change all the temperature and all kind of things, right?
Not if you're God. You can literally do both. You can move it closer and not change them. So God, you keep placing these like weird, silly limits on what God can do, that he has to do something super mundane
in the
and
virtual
trivial.
world. Yeah, in the virtual world, you can only do the virtual thing. So if you create a virtual world, you can't do physical things there. So it is limited, like because you're creating
That doesn't matter. If I'm just doing the virtual things, there are still infinitely many things I can do that will blow the minds of everyone around me, and I don't need to do trivially stupid things like stop the sun in the sky, which is like ridiculous. Like
You could enable God mode.
Enable God mode. That'd be great. That's like assume I was a human being. Assume I could literally do nothing outside of what a normal human being could do, and I wanted to prove I'm God. What I would do is I would save all of the knowledge of being God and start showing them how to do stuff. Where is the buried treasure? What are you thinking? What is your personality type? Can I read your mind? Can I tell you about the future? What's going to happen? If I could just do those things, those would be insanely impressive, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, you're really a god." That would literally happen. It's literally happened in the past.
Yeah, but all that you're saying that would be evidence to them, but not to you today, right?
No, it would be evidence of me today. If a guy came down and said, "Here are the lottery numbers for the next 10 lottery numbers."
Oh no, I'm saying like if somebody wrote down about this, you're not going to accept that, right? It's going to
yes, I would accept that. If someone wrote down, if we discovered a manuscript 6,000 years ago that said, "In the year 2022, here are all the lottery numbers," that's good evidence that was written by like whatever it says it was written by, a time traveler, a god, a spirit, whatever. That's good reason to believe it's true.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. You're saying if they make some specific prediction about today.
Yes.
Like
or anything we don't know about, anything that we have not yet confirmed.
Yeah. Well, it seemed, I mean, to me, it's just going to seem like it's going to be, well, it's serendipitous, but there's a lot of improbable things that happen, you know. Some
Only
guy
if you're dealing
predicted
with our knowledge now, in which we know that there's probably a technological reason behind anything odd that we would see from another culture or an alien.
I wouldn't agree.
That's already part of the way we see the world right now. So yeah, we would be more dismissive now, but it wouldn't be something
I wouldn't agree with that.
past.
So I would say that like literally the prediction in Hinduism 6,000 years ago that the world is 4.3 billion years old, which was only discovered like within the past 50 years, that's evidence of Hinduism. That's the best argument any religion has.
Okay, so
ever.
when you say it's evidence of Hinduism, I'm just wondering, how do you gauge how good of evidence that is toward the proposition?
Because it's just a single prediction. It could just be luck, so it's not like great, but it's better than nothing. If they made a lot of those, each one would add up to more and more evidence.
Okay, so but like say something like you know, a lot of Hindus claim to have an experience
Nothing.
with God.
That's already explained
that
by
do anything
psychology. It's all explained by psychology. We can already explain that by just natural processes. It's already predicted. None of that is novel.
Well, wait a second. That's not prediction after the fact, right? You can't say that everybody in history that believed in God, we explained it after the fact by psychology.
No, only because psychology has made novel predictions which have been confirmed. So we've shown that those things are real phenomenon, the certain psychological phenomena, epilepsy, whatever. So we know those are real because of the novel predictions, and then now that we know they're real, we can retroactively say, okay, so what in history can these explain? Oh, religious experience, problem solved. So because those things have been demonstrated with novel predictions, now we know they have an empirical basis, and now we can use them to retroactively apply to history and say, well, what can this explain in history?
That's not post hoc?
No, because they made novel predictions. So if they made novel predictions which were confirmed independently, and then after they've been independently confirmed, you can say, oh, these could explain things in history, that's fine. So like if I discover a unicorn or an alligator or something, let's say we never saw alligators before, and we then discover alligators and make the prediction that, oh, well, if we like dissect them, we'll have this many organs or whatever, who knows? Then we discover alligators. Now we can say, oh, look at all these dragons mentioned in history. Well, maybe this is explained by an alligator. That's perfectly fine because alligators now have an empirical basis. Since they now have empirical evidence and they're not like a mythical unicorn, you can now apply them post hoc to past data because the evidence that they have garnered to show they're not imaginary isn't post hoc. They've made novel predictions.
Yeah. Okay. So you're not, so basically anything that, even if something does add to what we would typically call evidence, on your view, it doesn't add, it doesn't count as evidence unless it has some type of predictive power.
Right, and that's typically what most philosophers and scientists would consider evidence. They just phrase it differently. So
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't know, like, I don't know, if we found a murder weapon, right, that had fingerprints on it, right? So you're saying that would be evidence toward the guy's fingerprints that are on it, right?
yes, because there is past empirical data of fingerprints, of knives, of murder. All of those things have independently made novel predictions prior in history and have been successfully used to discover things. Because
But
each of those
only would have
pieces,
shown.
well, each of those pieces was used successfully in the past and independently had been shown to be not imaginary. Therefore, we can use them to infer things now.
Okay, so
And that evidence
discovered
would
like a
only have shown that he
unicorn.
touched it, not that he did anything with it.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't
That's
add
what
it
I'm
to the
saying.
argument. It would still be evidence of his
Yeah.
murder, yes. So yes, if we found a knife with fingerprints, that would be rational to increase the probability that he murdered the person, yes. It's possible he
Yeah.
didn't. It's possible he just touched the knife, but it would increase evidence on both cases.
Yes.
Because there is an implicit empirical basis for all of those facts.
Okay, so I'm getting a few things, right? I'm getting likelihood, I'm getting empirical basis,
Yep.
and I'm getting predictive power.
Yep.
So evidence for you is going to be likelihood, whatever that's compared to, predictive power, and empirical basis.
Yeah, those are all kind of synonyms are tied together.
Okay. Could we have empirical evidence of the supernatural?
Yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Explain that like 10
I don't-
times. Gold brick. Supernatural name.
Yeah, but
supernatural guy named Bob. Generates a gold brick every time you pray to him. You pray to him. That's evidence of the supernatural.
Yeah, but I just don't think that you can. I don't think that can. Well, I mean, if by evidence you're not meaning like direct evidence, you just mean something like a prediction that came
Indirect
true.
evidence is fine. Like we can't directly see a neutrino. All we can do is see its effects, but that's still evidence of neutrinos. So we don't need to directly see the supernatural to have empirical evidence of the supernatural. We just need to see its effects.
And so far, we haven't seen any effects.
True.
Yeah. So like for example, say that you agreed earlier. There's fine tuning or whatever, right? There's
Yes.
order to the universe. Okay.
Well, order is the incorrect way to phrase it. Fine tuning is correct. Order is not correct. Everything is order.
What's wrong with order?
Because it's ambiguous. Like everything, even if there's a universe of just pure randomness, that's still an order. That's still a patterned order. Order is not the correct term.
Randomness is its own thing.
So fine tuning is the correct term. Fine tuning is fine.
Okay. Some people don't like fine tuning because it sounds like, somebody tuned it. Like there's actually, it was tuned for a purpose or something.
Yeah, that's
right?
just the ambiguity of the word. But in physics, it is literally called the fine tuning. That is the technical term. It is the correct term. I'm happy to use fine tuning. So what about the fine tuning?
Okay, sure. Well, if there's fine tuning to the universe, right? We have problem of underdetermination, but
yep.
But because they came before the human mind, right?
What did?
That wouldn't the fine tuning of the universe, the initial conditions or whatever that were finely tuned for life.
Sure.
For example, so that wouldn't count as evidence for a fine tuner.
No.
No.
Well, I'm not finding the connection here. So, the fine tuning is a fact. We agree, and any explanation that could explain the fine tuning would only be evidence if the explanation was a combination of other things we had evidence for. So, like if say we discover a footprint in the snow, a horse print in the snow, essentially like a hoof print. That's only evidence for horses, because we already have evidence of horses. It's not evidence of a unicorn, because we have no prior evidence of unicorns. Now, it's possible there's a unicorn hiding somewhere in the forest, and it created the hoof print. But there's no prior evidence of unicorns. So in the case of the Big Bang...
I agree with that, though.
Well, so in the case of the fine-tuning, the fine-tuning is the hoof print. There is some phenomenon that we can't explain. There's a combination. And the best explanation is the things that we have evidence for. So for multiverse. Multiverse is a combination of vacuum states demonstrated empirically in the Casimir effect, and Guth's early universe inflation demonstrated empirically in observations of the cosmic microwave background. So that's a horse. That's our horse. That is a reasonable explanation of the fine-tuning. What is not a reasonable explanation is a mind that exists outside of space-time. That's the unicorn. There's no evidence of that. So a mind that designed this is like a unicorn and is not reasonable. But the string theory, or the multiverse, is reasonable because it's the horse. It's made of things we already know exist.
All right. So, but I'm thinking in principle, if we were to think about back when the universe, in the initial state, right, with the fine-tuning of cosmological constants or whatever, right, prior to a mind existing. So we don't have empirical evidence of a mind or anything like that, right? We just have the fine-tuned universe, finely tuned for life, to bring about life and so forth. We don't even have a mind, like I said. If we think about that initial state, where we don't have all of these things, you can't say that at that point, before we have minds and so forth, that on which hypothesis accounts for that. Or you're saying we need to take what we know about today and apply it to that.
Well, right. If there's no minds, then no hypothesis could be more reasonable, because to be more reasonable, you need minds to assess this is the evidence we have. So...
No, what I'm saying is, whenever you say, well, there's what looks like a hoof print in the snow, well, we have horses, so it's probably a horse. We don't have unicorns. And I'm saying at that point where we have the initial universe that's finely tuned, but we don't have anything else, and are you just saying that, well, it's saying God did it as like a unicorn because we have something else that can make finely tuned universes? You see what I mean? Like
sort of. So like if we imagine, like, through human history, imagine everyone already knew about fine tuning from like the beginning of human time or something. Like we had, for some reason, it was just something we knew. If we knew nothing of physics, there's no physical laws, no physical constants. We knew nothing of the field of physics. All we knew about was minds, because we're a mind. So we're a mind, and we say, oh, look, there is something. It's rational to conclude a mind did it, because we only know about minds. Minds are the only thing we have as prior data. Now, there's obviously no evidence of minds that can exist prior to fine-tuning. We don't know about that. But since minds are literally the only thing we know about, it's the most rational hypothesis is to conclude a mind did it. Now, as we gain knowledge, as we progress through time and we gain science, and science says quantum fields, space-time is emergent from quantum fields, here's all the math, we can demonstrate the Casimir effect, we can demonstrate the cosmic microwave background radiation, and these are proven to exist and have good basis of empirical data, and there's no evidence of minds existing in this quantum state. Well, now that wins. That one's like, okay, this one is now a significantly, infinitely better hypothesis.
Wait, you don't put minds in that imagination category. You put it in the other category.
Yeah, minds are things that exist in reality independent of our opinion. Yes.
Really?
Just a simple way that I think of this is, we used to have explanations for things happening in nature, and we used to attribute them to gods, plural.
Yeah,
oh, look,
lightning and all
there's
that.
lightning in the sky. It's Thor slamming down his hammers, and he's getting lightning. And then over time we said, oh, wait a second, our knowledge increased, we have a better explanation for this.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. You got to imagine how many hundreds of times I've heard it, but yeah.
So, but don't you see that extending to all current gods on the earth today in the year 2022?
Well, no, I don't think you can just extrapolate from they were mistaken about some gods to all gods. But
and I'm a little confused here. Are you a deist or a theist? Because if you're a theist,
I don't think that matters to his argument. So
theist,
wait, hold up. He's asking a legitimate question here. He's asking, Should we be able to consider minds as a potential explanation of a phenomenon we don't understand yet? That's his question.
Yeah,
He's
but
trying
I
to
also
figure out
wanted to point
where.
out that. Yeah, but I also want to point out he's completely removing himself for potentially 9,999 minds.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Well,
So
well,
literally
the
his
thing is
question is
that
simply
people
an
do this in
epistemic.
the literature all the time. Yeah, people do this in the literature all the time. In fact, Alvin Plantinga wrote a book called God and Other Minds, where he argues that there is no more warrant for saying that another mind exists besides mine than saying that a mind named God exists.
Yep.
Well, Plantinga's view is crackpot, but
well, no, that's I think it follows because you have to, like, other minds.
God
has to
is
be a
subject to the
presupposition.
problem of other minds. Yes.
well, no. So we do
Wait.
have more reason to believe in other minds than we do to believe in God.
What? Okay, so to not be a solipsist, what reasons do we have?
I can go by from my experience. I have consciousness. The properties of my consciousness are that I have some quality experience, and my quality experience causes me to act in certain ways. Like I raise my hand, I eat chocolate ice cream, whatever. I observe that over there is something that has all of the same properties I do: hands and lungs and hearts and brains, and they act just like I act. Therefore, it is reasonable, that is evidence for me to conclude they have a mind. Now, there is no such similar property to God. There's no such. I don't see hands or mind or arms or actions. It doesn't interact with me. It doesn't talk with me. And so there's more reason for me to conclude that thingy over there is conscious than a hypothetical non-interacting thingy in the sky is.
Yeah. So the solipsist who doesn't buy that is going to say, when somebody else raises their
Well, the point.
Yeah, whenever they
one second.
they raise.
I understand what you're saying, but that is more evidence. That is a reason to think that thing is conscious that does not exist in the God thing. So even if you're a solipsist, there's still more reason to think that thing is conscious than the God thing is conscious, even if you don't accept it.
Yeah, so like anything that happens outside of your mind, you can either say, oh, that thing that happened, what I'm thinking is outside my mind, as is evidence that it's not from my mind. But the solipsist just says, man, that's crazy how I can make that guy raise his hand and
That doesn't
say
matter.
things that I wouldn't say.
That doesn't matter. So again, because as a solipsist, if I could make that guy raise his hand, but I can't make the God guy raise his hand because there is nothing there, that's still more reason to think that the guy I'm looking at is conscious than the God is. So it doesn't matter if that could be explained by your solipsistic self. The fact that you have an experience, there is an analogy between your consciousness and that guy, where there is not an analogy between your consciousness and the hypothetical God guy, means even if you don't accept it as good evidence, it's still more evidence to think that the person you're looking at is conscious that does not exist to justify belief that God is conscious.
Well, I don't think so. So imagine somebody saying that, hey, yeah, I made God raise his hand the other day, and he told me blah blah blah, right? And you just don't buy it, right? To that guy, you're saying it's the same amount of evidence as another mind in the universe.
Sure, like if he sees God and he sees God raise his hand, then he would have equal reason to believe God was conscious as the other person he's talking to.
Okay, so what's up, Detroiter? Just seen you pop in. I'd be interested to get your take on this as well. And Jack. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that there is, like, what do you, I mean, Detroiter, what do you think about this? So I brought up Alvin Plantinga with God and Other Minds.
Let me try to. So his argument was that there is no reason that would give us, or no evidence that would indicate that another person was conscious that wouldn't also apply to the God, or that there's no greater reason to think that another person is conscious than God is conscious.
You familiar with that book, God and Other Minds?
I've heard of it, but I haven't read it. Or anything.
It's Detroiter's mic that's cracking out loud like that.
I don't think, was that Detroiter's or Jason's?
Shouldn't be mine.
Yeah, it's not Detroiter.
So What do you think about that, Detroit? Do you think that there's more warrant to believe in, other minds, not be a solipsist, than to believe that there's another mind called God? I mean, obviously you're an atheist, but I mean,
obviously,
what do you think about that argument?
I think there's more reason, it seems to me, to believe in other minds than to believe in that there are some other minds than to believe.
Well, I think warrant was the term that Plantinga used.
I mean, warrant. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to necessarily buy into his epistemology, or at the very least his assumptions. So yeah, I mean, I think we have pretty good reason to believe that there are other minds. I mean, whether
well, obviously Plantinga does too, right?
It's not going to survive some radical skeptical doubt, but I don't.
Yeah,
and that's kind of the point. I mean, if you're wanting to talk about what we can be absolutely certain about, that was where the Kajito came along with the Enlightenment.
Well, no, so Plantinga is making the properly basic belief thing, that it's a properly basic belief that there are other minds, and God is equally as much a properly basic belief.
Right. Yep.
Okay, so any worldview that doesn't need to make that assumption would be like more parsimonious, right?
What was that?
Does he address the physicality, or no? I'm not familiar with the work, so I just wanted to know if anyone.
Well, no, properly basic beliefs is just that there are some beliefs that have no justification that we are still yet justified in believing. Essentially, you believe them because you believe them.
Well, you believe them because all the other beliefs are based off of those beliefs, like that there are other minds. When you say somebody raises a hand, instead of saying, "Oh, I can't believe I made that object raise its hand," you go, "Oh no, there's another mind in that individual." All your other beliefs are based off beliefs like there is a natural world and I'm not just dreaming right now or something like that. Right.
So
that's what makes it properly basic.
My criticism of properly basic belief is that it literally applies to anything that you assert is the basis of all things. Like there's the criticism of voodoo that some philosopher brought up against him. Well, if there are the people who are at Heishi and they believe voodoo is the basis of everything, are they equally as justified as accepting voodoo as a properly basic belief? And Plantinga is committed to saying, well, if they think it's fundamental, well then yeah, I guess so. And that just means it's arbitrary. You can think of anything as you want as fundamental if it just happens to be that way in your mentality. And then it becomes justified to be properly basic. So that whole properly basic methodology, I think, is garbage. But I would agree with the Troyer that, yes, we have very good reason and evidence that indicates that there are other minds, and that there is significantly more of that than that there is evidence that there is a God consciousness.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously Plantinga believes in other minds as well, right? He's just talking about it's like a presupposition that you have to basically buy into before you form your other beliefs. Because like I talked to a guy the other day that was anti-rational, and he every time you try to give him a rational argument, he goes, "Dude, I don't buy into rationality. So he's like, so you're not going to disprove me by a rational argument." And I'm like, oh, so basically you just have a unfalsifiable belief. And he's like, if you want to call it that.
Right,
but you see, because
if we both grant rationality, we can show properly basic beliefs as garbage, because any belief that anyone has that they think is fundamental is equally as much a justified properly basic belief as God or solipsism or whatever you want to fit into that category. So voodoo being a properly basic belief that is also justified, even though we know voodoo is wrong, demonstrates that the category of properly basic beliefs is arbitrary, and it's a reductio ad absurdum to show that this entire category is not a good category to assess evidence. And since you and I both grant rationality, we should both be able to realize that and to reject the entire properly basic belief grounding of epistemology. I'm gonna get some coffee. I'll talk to you guys.
Yeah, I don't know if voodoo. What was it?
I mean, he's going to reject that something like voodoo is something that should count as properly basic, in the sense that it's like self-evident or something.
Did T-Jump leave?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So but it seems like voodoo is going to be something that's like empirically. It's like so. minds are and the natural world and things like that. Those are like presuppositions to start with. Like voodoo
Right,
just
right.
seems like
This was a
we've
part of the
already got the natural
conversation.
world.
One sec. This was a part of the conversation. So the lady who was addressing Plantinga, that was his response, and she said, "Well, what if they think voodoo is the most fundamental thing?" And then he literally said, "Well, in that case, I just have to grant it."
Well, yeah, I mean that might be probably basic to voodoo.
Yes.
But I mean, yeah, I don't know if that's going to be. I don't know if that's going to work for like a. Well, I mean, it's just going to depend on how you hash it out because people are going to think about warrant differently. I don't think there's as much warrant for voodoo, for example, as there is for other minds. But if you're going to say that there is another mind besides mine,
Well, that's different. My point here is just that the entire classification of properly basic beliefs is arbitrary. You can pick whatever you want, whatever you happen to believe is fundamental, is now a justified properly basic belief until demonstrated otherwise, until proven false, or until defeaters are presented or whatever. And so that entire classification, if you're trying to use this as a basis to make a plausible argument, and voodoo becomes a plausible argument, that's a reductio ad absurdum to show that this entire method is bad.
So it's seen to lead to the problem of, once again, I mentioned this earlier and it wasn't part of the conversation at the time. It might be now, but it seems that now you're kind of allowing for many, many other gods.
Well, yeah, I mean that's not an issue in this argument so far.
Well, I'm not saying it's an issue directly in the argument, but I mean it does open the door to you have to almost believe in any god out there. There's no way you can get the theism. You have to be only a deist at best.
Well, no, I mean that doesn't. I don't think that follows. It's just going to say something like, there's as much warrant for other gods as there is for your god, or something like that.
It leads you to a universe of multiple gods.
So Plantinga, what he argues is that if we take rationality as justification, the conclusion, although he would argue it slightly differently, but belief in other minds and belief in God are in the same boat when it comes to justification. And a person can be entirely justified in accepting either or both, whether or not there are cogent arguments for either from other propositions that she believes. For example, if we take rationality as a warrant, on the other hand, an entirely different galaxy of considerations becomes relevant, and it transforms into, so he's just basically saying, like, before we even get to rationality, like, oh, if somebody raises their arm and I don't believe that I made that happen or whatever, this is like a rationality is like another assumption that we bring in and then go, okay, now we can use rationality to try and distinguish these things that we've already kind of assumed or taken for granted. So there are other minds, for example. I'm not just having a dream like where because like in a dream you could just say, oh, I see a guy over there and he raised his arm, or somebody walks up to me and talks to me in a dream, right? And it's like, oh, well, no, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
You just said that a few minutes ago.
I just said that what?
About the raising the arm and everything.
Yeah, that's the example T-Jump brought up, and I'm just saying that what Plantinga is arguing is is justification, and the belief in other minds and the belief in God are in the same boat when it comes to justification. Now, and then he says, like, well, if we take rationality as a warrant, on the other hand, it's entirely different because other things become relevant. Yeah, so this is kind of like he's arguing for basic beliefs, basically, but it's just saying that we are justified in believing in, because you know how like precepts and others will say, like, get you all the way down to like, well, how do you know you're in the right reality? How do you know this isn't the Matrix? And all those types of things. But he's saying that we're just as justified to believe in other minds or the natural world, not be solipsist, for example, because like you're not going to be able to get out of hard solipsism or irrationalism or something like that. It's just, I mean, like, you can't rationalize out of irrationalism. You can't. And then with minds, it's like dream state, or right. So it's something that has to be taken for granted at first, basically. Detroit, am I wrong about this? Do you see what I'm saying, or do you have a better way to put it, or
Right.
Jack?
I haven't really been here. I have not been listening at all. Sorry.
No.
You're asking if you reproduce planning a position correctly?
What was that?
You're asking if you reproduced planning a position correctly?
Well, no, I read straight from it. I've got the book right here in front of me, so I read straight from the book. But no, I'm asking, like, do you agree that other minds in the natural world and other things like this we have to assume them up front and build our other beliefs off of them, kind of as properly basic, or do you have some other way to, like, show them before we even look at rationality?
I mean, I guess I agree. I'm happy to agree with planning that other minds are not in a different epistemic position than belief in God needs to be if it's held to be basic. But I think
You don't
Plantica.
necessarily have to think it's basic, though.
What was that?
You mean you think there's a way to infer them?
Yeah. So some of the sort of things that people often give is like, well, if you're taking as data that you have conscious states and so on, there's at least some reason to think that these other creatures, which are in terms of their composition, structure, and behavior quite similar to you, that's at least some reason to think that they would have those same sorts of states as well, because similar things tend to have similar features and so on. Now, again, it's not going to be something conclusive or survive some radical doubt.
Well, yeah, but
I think there's at least some reason, right?
But that's like rationality. Like, that's what Plantinga was saying in the book. Is he says that well, this is like prior. This is even before we get to accepting that we can take rationality as irrationality as a warrant for other views, because then that brings in completely different considerations. But he's saying, like, on the base, like, rationality is another one of these things that has to be kind of assumed and then built upon, right? So it's like you have to assume that there are other minds and that you can rationally discover the world and other minds and things like that, right? I'm not sure if you can you give a rational inference to other minds without assuming other minds and rationalism? I'm not sure.
Without assuming other minds and rationalism?
Yeah, because he's talking about epistemic. Because he's talking about epistemic belief, and so he's saying that, like he says, one of the achievements of contemporary epistemology is to rediscover a clear distinction between justification and warrant, a distinction known to some of the medievals but lost in the Anschluss of classical foundationalism. He said, if we take rationality as justification, my conclusion was quite correct, although I would argue it slightly differently, that belief in other minds and belief in God are in the same boat when it comes to justification, and that people are entirely justified in accepting either or both, and that if we take rationality as a warrant, on the other hand, entirely different galaxy of considerations become relevant. So it's taken that epistemological question is not ontologically or theologically neutral. Pursued far enough, it transforms itself into an ontological or theological question, explored in the Gifford lectures and so forth. So I guess he's saying rationality. If we take rationality as justification, then belief in other minds and belief in God are in the same boat when it comes to justification.
I'm not sure. It depends on what sort of can count as justification for these things. Because if what I described, that sort of inference from those other beliefs will count as some justification in some way anyway, then it's an open question whether you have something like that in the case of God. I don't know why we would assume that they'd be on the same bar.
It's a matter of sort of almost practicality that we assume other minds exists instead of just regarding people as philosophical zombies. But there's nothing even to regard as a philosophical zombie in the case of God. So extending the same consideration that, I'm just not going to assume these zombies don't have minds. How do I do that with a God?
Why is that a matter of practicality? It seems like it might even be more practical to assume that there are not subjective minds, but simply like, automatons.
Wait, is this? No way. Is this Carl Dan? No way.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? I only got 40 minutes before I have to head out. I'm gonna not use Discord for LAN.
Yeah, my baby's probably gonna wake up any minute, but
Yet another
so
reason
he
to be an
makes
atheist.
yeah. So I think the biggest thing is his distinction, where he talks about the distinction between justification and warrant, because he does distinguish that justification is being within one's intellectual rights, flouting no intellectual duties or obligations, and from rationality in the sense of warrant, that property or better quantity, enough of which distinguishes knowledge from mere true belief. So he's saying that on rationality as justification, God and other minds are on the same epistemological grounds, but warrant would have other considerations, basically. Do you?
No, not. I mean, I don't really follow. Unless if justification, it doesn't have to do with what I was talking about. Then if there's something else, then maybe. But
I think so. Warrant.
Yeah.
So I think warrant is something like being able to distinguish knowledge from just true belief. And so I think that would be like being able to point to something or whatever. And rationality in the sense of justification is being within one's intellectual rights and not flouting any intellectual duties or obligations. So, I guess
he wants to use the
that
term that way. I guess I might have some further questions, but I don't really have that much interest.
Seems like an odd definition of warrant.
Well, I know. I mean, I think he's saying that. He's pointing to the scholarship. He says that the achievements of most contemporary epistemology is to rediscover this clear distinction between justification and warrant, because you can be justified to believe in other minds wholly apart from having any type of external evidence, right? If you walk up to a person and speak to them,
but that's what we
you
already
could just
granted.
say this is a dream.
We already granted that if you're looking at a world through the eyes and seeing philosophical zombies, that there is an advantage to you treating them like they have minds.
Well, I'm not sure about advantage, but
I am.
You're just justified. Yeah. Well, I think it's just about epistemological justification. So.
From what I understand, warrant, as opposed to justification, is actually an attempt to remove this like transcendent notion of truth. And so the idea being that warrant is going to be less strict and, like you said, not have as many sort of requirements that one needs to go through. It's going to be more just about the situation at hand when it comes to the belief and how it relates to some practical matter. Which that's why I thought Walker talking about how it would be practical, that does sort of relate in that would be some sort of warrant, not necessarily a justification. So I'm just not convinced that it is practical, right? Because I think to distinguish, and this is my issue with the pragmatist sort of warrant as opposed to justification, to distinguish what would be practical or whether something can be counted as a warrant as opposed to this nebulous idea of truth that's like based on Platonic transcendence, you're going to have to use like rationality as that's best described by those theories of truth that include justification instead. And so I feel like it's kind of reductive, and it's not not justified for if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Where are you reading for, by the way? This is very interesting. This insight.
It's Alvin Plantinga's book God and Other Minds.
Nah, of
and
course,
he makes
of
a
course.
he makes a really big admission though in the front of the book where he says something like in his previous book he didn't make this distinction, and so he kind of I don't know, he kind of says like he failed in his other book because he didn't make the distinction between justification and warrant, and so it was basically it needed to be rewritten or something. But
oh yeah. There's this guy who's like studies pragmatism who I used to talk to, and he explained it to me, and it's the basis of like rejecting epistemology in the classical sense is this whole distinction between warrant and justification, or
Wait, what?
warranted belief and knowledge.
Wait, what? So in philosophy, I typically understand that those are synonymous, and that this is a very pedantic thing that like Plantinga came up with.
No.
Well, no,
In
he didn't come
the
up with
the
this
pragmatists, if you
actually.
study,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
If you look at the pragmatist tradition, which usually the science people like because it was, at least the non-psychological pragmatism was heavily trying to just get rid of non-scientific notions of truth. The idea is that you're not going to have these stringent requirements of justification that rely on things like, a priori or non-experiential modes of coming to truth. And so that's where they made the distinction of warranted belief as opposed to justified belief, or justified, some justified rationality that leads to the notion of having knowledge of a truth.
All right, so here's what I got on the Stanford Encyclopedia. Although many of the epistemologists taking part in the debate on epistemic transmission and transmission failure speak of transmission of warrant rather than of justification, they all seem to be used the term warrant to refer to some kind of epistemic justification.
Yeah, and that's my critique. That's well, not precisely, but I think that to make the differentiation that you're going to have to make when deciding whether there is a warrant, and namely it's going to be on some practical matter. It seems like what you're doing is engaging in this sort of thing that's this justification, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's why usually the response from pragmatists is to say, well, there is no such thing as a truth that one is trying to establish as capital T truth, and so this rejection of truth is then going to lead to a non-epistemic, and how I would characterize a non-epistemic epistemology, and that it's a rejection of epistemology in the classical sense because of this sort of. Mm-hmm.
So it seems like the distinction seems to be this: if you are just a conscious observer observing the natural world, you're justified in not assuming that you're in the matrix or that you're just having a dream, but that you can actually discover this external world that's outside of your mind, and you're not just projecting it onto a blank canvas or something. Where warrant is actually having some type of qualitative reasons to what was the term? Qualitative considerations, you might say, to add to your basic justification or something like that, right? So you might say warrant is a type of justification, but it's beyond, you might call, mere justification or something to that effect, as far as I can tell.
Yeah. The first questions would be frivolous to one who believes in a notion of warrant as opposed to justification. Like you said, it's a. Yeah, I would agree with that. From what I understand, I'm not professional.
Yeah, because I'm not either. But it's like I said, I talked to a guy the other day that was an irrationalist, and so he didn't believe in rationality. He thought that rationality was just just something made up that people try to do, but really it's just a random whatever. And you can't give him a rational reason to not be an irrational. I'm like, are you kidding me? Why would you believe that? Can't you do, what about this contradiction? He goes, contradictions are just part of rational thought. Like who? And so I couldn't talk him out of that, of course, with
You sure
rationality.
he wasn't a troll?
No, he was actually. I talked to the guy multiple times now, and he actually believes that. And so basically, it's like you can't talk him out of irrationality with rationality, with a rational argument. And so it's something that has to be assumed first, and then you work from there. You build all the other beliefs off of it, and then I guess warrant would be something like, once you started with rationality, you can show like the law of non-contradiction and these other things that kind of have a qualitative benefit to the view or whatever.
Does he feel that he is not being rational at any given moment?
No, yeah, he doesn't believe in that rationality. He thinks it's just like a resolve that humans made up to feel better about their existence or something.
And he doesn't think that is rational? Or reasoning that is ongoing in his head at that moment that he says that?
Well, that's what I tried to bring up contradictions and stuff to him like that, where he would say something, I'd be like, "Well, aren't you just?" Oh, and then he would go, "No, see, you're looking at it in a rational way. You're trying to show me a reason. I don't believe in reason."
He's
And so, like,
communicating using reason. So, I mean, how is it not an extant thing?
well, that's what I mean. Like, even when I try to bring that stuff up, he just goes like, "Okay, but you're trying to reason me out of irrationality." I'm like, "But you're using reason for language and blah blah blah." And he's like, "And you're saying that I can't do that because why, I'm not being reasonable?" He's like, "Yeah." And so I'm like, and at one point I just stopped. I'm like, I cannot reason this guy out of irrationality. So it's
Well,
just something
he
that has to
didn't
be
reason
assumed.
himself into it, so how are you expecting to reason him out of it?
Yeah, exactly. So it's something that has to be assumed up front. And all Planting is saying is we're justified in assuming this up front and then building
Well,
all of our other views off of it.
It's not really an assumption if you're just stating, that take the classic I think, therefore I am. You are reasoning. That's a statement of ongoing reasoning. You didn't choose to start reasoning. It's not like it's the end result of a line of argumentation. It's just there. It's a reasoning exists. So it's not even really an assumption about anything. Just acknowledging that it's there.
I'm
Yeah,
wondering.
but to get to the yeah,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
I'm not really familiar with Plantinga, but how does he address? How does he address that we have no example of mind without physicality, or is his argument only epistemic and not ontological?
Well, no, it's an epistemic argument that things like minds, if you're justified to accept other minds, it's in the same category as another mind like God's, and so
But he doesn't seem to make
you're
that jump, though.
Yeah, that's the
because you're thinking
problem.
about Warren, I think.
That's the problem I run into just from practical use. We have no example of mind without a physical element, none whatsoever. So it just seems like it's a huge leap from A to Z and nothing in the middle. It just kind of throws me off a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he would just say something like, well, we have no examples of other minds unless you assume that other people are other minds and not just you making another guy say
That's not
something
the
like in
problem.
your dream.
Like we're
So I'm sorry,
assuming
you
the
have
other
an example
minds
of
as
mind.
a matter of course, but
Yeah,
we're not
have an
assuming
example
God's
of mind and
existence.
physicality.
He's
But
saying
we're
that
not
when
assuming
somebody
God's
does,
existence in the same way that we're assuming minds. We're assuming minds as a product of something we're comparing ourselves being surrounded with what appear to be agents. Now we can't prove them, but we're just assigning them minds. But there's no comparison like that being done with God.
yeah. So what do you, yeah? I mean, I think he would just say that when you say there are these other what we have perceived to be other agents, one could just say like, well, when I have a dream, the agents in my dream do a lot of weird stuff that I wouldn't think to do, but my mind creates that, and I think they have other minds. But then you say, but the same thing with God. When somebody says, that I've had experiences of God and different things like this, and this other mind, he's just saying they're on the same par category when it comes to initial justification. And then if you want to say, oh well, we have these experiences of in the natural world of like, what we perceive as other agents and so forth. Now I think you're starting to bring in what he called warrant. He said that brings into other consideration. So so warrant is when you start bringing in like the some type of like, let's say, empirical empirical testability and stuff like that.
Yeah, I still don't see it.
Oh, really?
No,
Well,
I
mean,
don't
just
see how
imagine.
even close to a comparison.
Once again, at least
I
for
guess
me,
you could
it would have to
yeah.
put you in a position where you believe in hundreds of thousands of disembodied minds. I mean, all gods now have to be put on the table. All gods.
Well, I mean, it's like saying you have to believe in billions of minds across the world.
Disembodied.
I mean, it's like
But we're not just
I'm sorry,
assuming the
that's
existence
not
of mind.
true.
We're
That's not
tacking
true.
this quality of mind onto something. That's what we're doing. We're tacking it
Yeah,
onto something that we're looking at the something and dealing with the something. And we're not
and
doing that with a God.
it seems to me
yeah.
the billions of minds around the world, once again, has a physical aspect to it. I can fly across the world and go, oh, there's one, there's one, there's one. And for yours, it's just, once again, it's in the God realm. You have to allow for Thor, Zeus, and on and on and on and on and on.
Okay, just say that all those exist. I don't know why you're. That's not even a point of contention. Like I can just assume all those exist. The point isn't do other gods exist.
Zeus exists.
Is
Does that, am I hearing you correctly?
that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. But the whole point is just that. Let's say that you're just a person. You don't know anything about science or anything about anything else. Okay, you walk into the woods or you're whatever. You're born and raised in a jungle or whatever, and then you find another person. It seems another human that has what you think is a mind outside of your own. And then the question is, do you have? Is there anything like initially that could this just be a dream and or some type of other state where you're projecting your thoughts onto that person and they're saying what your subconscious wants them to say to you or something for some reason, and he's saying, well, no, you're justified in rejecting that and saying they are a real other mind, but he's just saying that the same thing initially with God. Now you might have these other warranted reasons for rejecting God or rejecting other minds. For example, if there's some type of contradiction with other minds, or sometimes people use like the Boltzmann brain thing, and
it doesn't follow from what you've said, because if you're talking about looking at the world around you, and for the sake of practicality, assuming that there's another mind there, what are you looking at around you and saying the same thing? This is where the mind of God comes, because you're not doing a one-to-one comparison with the agents that you are assuming exist around you.
Yeah,
I don't see why not.
It seems to be just a solipsism argument.
Well, yeah, solipsism is the result of someone not taking the initial assumption of other minds. That is the whole point. You can't rationalize you can't rationalize your way out of solipsism, hard solipsism. If you say something like,
it doesn't seem God solves that problem either.
I didn't say he did. You're looking at it the wrong way. I'm saying you can't rationalize your way out of being the only mind that exists and projecting everything else as if it is a mind. And he's just saying, if God is in mind, he's on the exact same basis as far as initial justification. Now, there might be some other epistemic warrant, like, some type of logical entailment or these other things in the world that we can deduce. Well, that maybe it's more likely there are other minds. That comes later. This is just the initial, justification, basically. So, and I'm not saying that I don't even think I could, I'm not trying to convince you guys because maybe you don't, maybe it's not something. It's something that
It
maybe
just
you
doesn't
guys.
sound coherent.
I don't see how it's not coherent. It just seems to follow. You're either a solipsist.
I don't even know why it seems
there
to
are other
follow.
minds.
I can't get that far.
You're either a solipsist or you believe there are other minds.
No, you could believe that you exist as a solipsist. You know you exist as a solipsist, and then you just believe other things exist.
What?
But a
I just said
solipsist
that. I
is
said
saying
you
that
either
the only
believe
thing
you're
they
a
know with
solipsist or you
absolute
believe there's other minds.
the only thing they're saying is that they know they exist with absolute certainty. They're not saying anything else couldn't possibly exist. They're just saying that they are the only thing that they know exists absolutely.
The solipsist says that they're the only mind. I don't think
That's
they're just
hard
saying
solipsism, but that's not the position of solipsism. Solipsism is just the statement that you know with absolute certainty that you exist. You're not claiming anything
Yeah.
other than that.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't
Or
believe I
maybe
was a mind. I would know I was a mind and not have that comparison to anything else.
yeah, that's fine. Just say, just take the soft solipsist. What do? Well, they go, I'm the only mind that I know of, but maybe there are others, right? Now, they move on from epistemic justification to epistemic warrant. Do I have any warrant to believe there are other minds now? Okay, I'm justified in believing there are other minds, but do I have any warrant? Now they're moving on to, well, it doesn't seem like I wrote Beethoven's symphonies. I mean, maybe I did, but that would be, pretty crazy to think that I did at some, whatever. And like, oh, is it pretty improbable that I have all these implanted memories of, loved ones and so forth? Now you're doing warrant. But just as the justification of, am I justified apart from warrant and reasons to believe that there are other minds? If I don't have any tools of science or anything, I'm just a primitive person, could I just believe that there are other minds and be justified outside of, this other warrant? And he's saying, yes, you can be. Even if you can't prove there are other minds and that you're not in a matrix or any of these other things, he's saying it doesn't matter if you can't prove that. And the only other option is to be like one of the precepts and say, you could be in a matrix, so you can't be justified. You have to ground it. So
Well, the matrix just removes certainty. That's all.
Yeah.
From
Well,
everything except that you're experiencing of existence. That's still
well, hey,
certainty you have.
hey, man. Sorry, my baby's waking up right now, so unfortunately I got to roll. But yeah, maybe. I mean, you probably won't be back on by the time I get him settled back down. But if you guys are, maybe I'll jump back on later. If you are. All right, peace.
I can hear you.
Mm.
You are a bit quieter now than you were before. Ah, there you go.
Are we on a particular topic, or can I ask a philosophical question? What is the connection between facts and values?
Would it be also fair to say that it seems like some sort of value just exists by dint of, your awareness of it?
But when we talk about something like a moral code, do we, as I see it, it serves a purpose, right? It serves the purpose of living a human life. And so if that is at the base of morality, well, then the bridge between facts and values would be, well, how do you practically live? And that would then give rise to a connection between,
Hey, Tjump, we can't hear you on stream, I think. Okay, go on.
Now you can. Okay. So, Mughat, what are you saying?
Well, what I see is kind of like in the idea of values lies the recognition that in order to value in the first place, we have to be alive, and therefore that's at the base. That's kind of almost intrinsically connected to the idea of valuing, right? That we live, and so if you recognize that, then any kind of moral code should be consistent with living.
That there is some kind of innate value to existence.
Well, like it doesn't need to come from existing. Existing can be like an expression of value, but value doesn't need to come from like human existing. So, for example, if there's like a moral law that existed prior to any human mind, it can be expressed through human minds. When they come into exist, they like experience value, but value could have existed prior to any human mind existing. Like a platonic object would be an example.
Well, as I see it, value is only possible to living beings.
Again, so the values might only be possible to living things, but values can be a result of like a law, and it affects living things, and so it existed before any living thing did.
Existed before. I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Okay, so there's a law of physics or a platonic object, like a moral object, and that object exists in the universe before any humans does, and then humans come about, and the moral field is then affected by brains, and so you feel the value because your brain interacts with the value field that was there. So it only affects things that have consciousness, but it existed before things that had consciousness.
I kind of think about it the other way around, that the ideas that we create as humans is the product of a recognition of our own nature, what we need, what is real, and then we form these concepts that are useful for, well, pursuing our purposes.
Right, that's called subjective morality.
Right, subjective, I guess that's, and by subjective you mean it's relative to the agent.
Yeah.
Is that
created
Kinda
just
like
by our imagination, pretty
reversibilizable
much.
necessarily?
Yeah, subjective moral relativist, like me.
Well, I would call myself a realist, in the sense that the code I discover is based on evidence as opposed to just some fleeting emotion or desire.
So how does that make you a realist? How are moral statements objectively true, independent of opinion?
Precisely because they tie it to an objective standard of survival. I discover what is practical for living, and therefore, that's a fact, right? That's how you can live. Like, for example, you have to be productive in order to live, meaning you have to pursue values actively.
Well,
That
practical
would be a
living
virtue.
is a separate concept than morality. Like, it may be practical to, I don't know, steal money or steal food from somebody to live, but it's not moral. So practicality and morality are two separate concepts. Like, it would be moral to give all your money up to charity and help all the poor or whatever, but it wouldn't be practical to do that. So practicality and morality are slightly separate.
Well, that's where
Yeah, one has
specifying the
developed
purpose of
something else.
morality, like my purpose of morality is practical living. So you presuppose that it's about helping others or being altruistic. Is that your
No, like our
purpose?
evidence of morality. Like, the only thing we have that we label morality based on our intuitions of this is moral, this is not moral. And when people label something as moral, like they label giving money to the poor as moral, they don't label sacrificing, like, let's say your baby because you don't have enough food, so you drown him or whatever, like what happened in Japan. That is not classified as moral. So given our evidence of what moral intuitions, and we use the word moral to refer to, it does not refer to simply what's pragmatic.
Well, that's a choice, right? So I say that is a flawed choice. You should recognize morality as a tool or a recipe for living the best possible life. And if you discover certain facts that gives rise to a practicality in life, well, then you should follow that.
You can say that. I just say you're wrong. That's just not what people mean by morality. It's just not what, when they use the word morality, that's not what they're referring to. You can say they should. I just disagree.
It's practical that I should steal food rather than work for it because I can get more food through theft. Is that moral?
Well, that would be a naive interpretation of rational self-interest, right? That you can somehow steal yourself into success in life.
Well, you
I
can.
think
That's literally
obviously
a
that
thing.
I
Yeah,
think that when
I'm
I
not talking about
wait,
success. I'm talking about
let me just quickly
practicality.
answer the let me just quickly answer the point. So when you observe thieves, robbers, tyrants, and you compare them with people who are, let's say, traders or producers, to me, there's really a clear distinction. Usually, the people who are parasites or live by exploiting others have all kinds of problems, like they run into conflicts constantly, end up in jail, they do drugs because they are depressed and feel bad about themselves. If you really want to live a great life, I think the best principle is to live honestly as a producer and trade value for value.
Because that's you have a different moral standard than the practicality you're trying to sell.
No, that's because I recognize the practicality in terms of fulfilling your, you know, fulfilling your potential as a human being,
Okay, let
and
me ask you this way:
enjoying it to the fullest.
Do criminals and drug lords do better than the average human in Africa?
Do criminals do better in what?
Than the average
In
person in Africa or India?
Yes.
Psychologically.
Yep, psychologically, physically, health-wise, happiness-wise, joy-wise, literally in any criterion you want.
The average person is probably not the one I would compare with, but if you compare it to, let's say,
Well,
someone
wait a
who's
minute, because you
productive
said
in
pragmatic,
Africa,
right? The
who's a
whole point of
businessman.
one sec, because you're comparing this off of pragmatic. What is pragmatic? You're trying to make a decision based off of the average and what does better than the average, right? That's what pragmatic means. It's like this is better than the average.
No, that's not exactly what I mean. I mean, what is the ideal in terms of achieving success in life? And if you look at a businessman in Africa, I'm sure he would be much more happy than a criminal in America.
No, I said the average person in Africa. So if you want to be pragmatic and you want to make a decision to improve your life the most possible given the best options you can, what you want to do is you want to make the decision that gives you the most likelihood to live a better life. And in many situations that's crime. Like that's why people choose crime, is because that is a better option than the percent chance they have of getting a job or whatever in certain locations. And so crime is literally the more pragmatic option. In which case, given your model, it becomes crime is the moral thing to do because it's the pragmatic thing to do.
I think you're not seeing the negative side, maybe because you haven't done crime yourself or anything.
I've done lots of crimes, but the point is that sometimes there is always cases where crime is a better option than not crime. Being a moral person can have consequences, and crime can have benefits, and that's like a pretty obvious fact about how the world works. And it seems like your model just rejects that, because if it accepted it, it would show the contradiction in your model.
Not really. I think that certain contexts like emergencies, where you're in a snowstorm, you have to break into a building to, survive. You can perfectly justify committing a quote unquote crime by breaking in, stealing some food, whatever you need to do to survive. But in everyday life, I think that if you live as a criminal, you're going to see yourself burn bridges, destroy relationships, be with people that are not that valuable to you. So there's a whole host of negatives, especially psychological, low self-esteem,
Again,
problems
that's false. So I'm saying
feeling
there are
guilt.
provably facts where it is provably a better life for people to be a criminal. They are happier in every possible way than if they don't be a criminal. That is a proven fact. We know this is actually the case, that people are happier being a criminal.
You can look at the Russian oligarchs. They're criminals, and they're leading great lives.
Right.
Yachts, planes.
You can always find examples of people who seemingly on the surface gets away with being a thief or a robber. The oligarchs is a slightly different example, right?
Well, we
they
know
have
for a
been
fact
given some
80% of
wealth
murders
when-
are not solved. So this is not just a hypothetical.
Right, but principles are not about they are not about succeeding every single time. They are about the long term, making sure that you're maximizing for success. If you don't look when you cross the street, you might get away with it a few times, but you're not going to get away with it over a lifetime, right? You're going to get run over by a truck.
No, I mean, there are literally people who get away with that for a lifetime. But let's take early humans. So early humans, if they met another person in the forest, the moral thing to do, or the pragmatic thing to do, is to kill them. Because if they don't kill them, the other person will probably go back to their tribe, tell them where their other tribe is located, so they can come and kill them all and take their resources. So the best pragmatic thing to do is to kill any tribe member you see in the forest.
That's what you presuppose, right? You're setting up.
No, this is a fact. This is a fact of history. We already know this is a case. This is literally a thing that has happened. It happens today in pygmy tribes.
So what's wrong with killing
still have
someone?
Well, the point is that there are cases where being a murderer or a thief or a rapist can make you objectively happier than not doing those things.
Right. In the case of war, if you're warring tribes and you know that they're going to kill you, obviously you want to kill them. That's the practical thing to do. But in general, if you're living in a civilized country where there's the rule of law and you don't expect people to kill you, it's much better to trade with people, especially if there is police that will come after you if you try to kill people, right?
It sounds like you're arguing against yourself.
No, I'm just speaking to the contextuality of virtue. You need to recognize what is practical in your context. If it is the case that
you
you're
have
in
to
a
live
war,
for what's practical for success.
obviously killing people can be in your rational self-interest and therefore virtuous.
Right. So the whole point is that under your model, you would say that many crimes, or what we would say are crimes and immoral, and you should never do them, you are saying is moral, which leads to a contradiction between the moral intuitions of pretty much every human being and your model. So, like, most people would say the moral thing to do is to turn the other cheek, to give up all your money to charity, to sacrifice of yourself to save another human being, to jump on a grenade. Like if you're in the middle of a battle and you see a grenade, you jump on it to save your friends' lives. That's not pragmatic. You're dead. But it's the moral thing to do. So it seems like your model just doesn't.
That's what most people would say.
Yes.
But most people are not right about what is moral.
Okay, then.
Self-sacrifice is not a practical way to live your life.
It's true.
It has nothing to do with whether or not it is. It has everything to do with the fact that you are dependent on your society, and so choices and decisions that you make that benefit those around you on some level are benefiting you as well.
Exactly. That's why you want to be benevolent to others. You want to trade with them. You want to be honest. You don't want to fuck them over because you depend on the
You want to instill
goodwill.
the virtue where they will jump on a grenade and you will jump on a grenade too for the same reason.
Well, if you're not in a lifeboat scenario, right? No one has to jump on a grenade in everyday life. There might be some weird extreme situation where you're in a war where you're killing people. And
well, we just need to set the principle. That's all. You need to
remember
set this
the choices.
That it's based on a kind of equality. That if you're going to hold
Let me quickly answer before you speak over. So when you have faced with jumping on a grenade, the choice is death or death and saving your friends. Which one is the more self-interested?
Since you've already established that being in communion with your friends has better benefit, you save your friends.
Right. You're going to die in both scenarios anyway, so you're getting more value in a sense. Obviously, you're dying, so it doesn't matter too much, but you are saving your friends at least.
Altruistic egoism. It is in your best interest to instill an altruistic society where everybody treats each other with equality.
I disagree. Altruism is the idea that selfless service to the needs of others is your primary moral concern. If you are going to run and primarily being concerned with others,
I said altruistic egoism.
Wait.
I know.
You're not going.
You said altruistic. I didn't say altruistic. I said altruistic egoism.
That's a contradiction, right?
No, it's not. Look it up.
That's literally a position in how morality formed. It's not a contradiction. It's a thing in philosophy.
So how do you know when to be selfish and when to sacrifice?
All rising tide lifts all boats. The categorical imperative is it's good for you and you can extend that to everybody and everybody benefits. There you go.
I recognize that being generous and helping the people around you benefits you, but that can come under the principle of always being rationally selfish, right? You make sure that you cultivate the people around you to be valuable to you.
You can get the most for the longest if you are in an equal society. So you need capitalism and socialism together, never one or the other.
I disagree. I think the evidence shows clearly that if some people that are much more competent than others get access to more resources, they're going to utilize those resources for productive activities like building factories and so on.
That's
much
just capitalism.
better than
You don't have to
than the
divorce
average
yourself
person
from
could.
socialism from it.
Well, you said that equality was somehow important. I disagree.
You can have all the capitalism you want. You still can. You have socialistic safety nets. Like they're not in conflict.
You can have insurance policies. You can have voluntary charities. You can have all these things that are definitely in your self-interest. But the key here is to understand that it needs to be consensual, right? Because if you start violating people's rights, then you have a problem on your hands in terms of, living the best possible life.
Well, in theory, violating someone's rights would mean you're in some way violating your own because you share all the same rights.
Not sure I understand the point.
There's rights and responsibilities, right? They go hand in hand and paired. If someone has a right, say the right to life, is coupled with the responsibility of someone else to respect your right to life, and you respect someone else's right to life. So rights and responsibilities are paired.
Right.
You can't really have one without the other.
Right. It's a negative obligation. You are not supposed to violate rights, but you don't have a positive obligation to serve people's needs.
Sorry, I had to step away there quickly.
Never knew you were gone.
Good. I'm Batman.
There's a very quiet T-Jump in here.
All right, guys, I'm going to head off for the night. Good talking to you. Thanks for showing up to the stream. I will talk to you guys in a few days.
Later, dude.
See ya.
Good night.
You be good.